Chapter 1647. Seeing the handsome young master staring at her with a burning gaze, the young girl's fair cheeks immediately became rosy. Unlike her, her father's eyes flashed, and his body tensed up. To be able to approach so quietly, the other party is definitely not an ordinary person. I need to be careful. Thinking of this, the old man immediately put down the steamed bun in his hand and stood up from the bow. He cupped his fist and said, "Young master, please. For someone as knowledgeable as you, don't you think it's inappropriate to look at others like this?" The young man ignored him and continued to stare at the girl with shining eyes. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but frown and reveal a trace of anger in his eyes. "You idiot, don't look again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The girl, who was also embarrassed and angry by the handsome young man's rudeness, shouted, "Good aptitude." Only now did the young man recover and praise her. The old man and the young girl looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment. "Old Zhang, please. I am Xian Daozi, cultivating qi in the Outer Islands. A few days ago, I suddenly felt a sudden impulse. I calculated that a person destined to be born with me should be born, so I came here to wait. I didn't expect that after 10 days, I still couldn't find her. Just as I was about to miss her, old Zhang and your daughter happened to arrive and arouse my heartstrings. That's why I acted rudely before. I hope old Zhang can forgive me." Saying this, the young man bowed. At this point, the young man's identity was revealed. He was the outsider who came to this world. "Say, Ito." "Young master, I don't dare. I don't dare." The old man quickly moved to the side. "You deserve it." Say Ito stood up and said with a smile, "Young master, why do you say this?" The old man's eyes flashed as he asked. As a Ren Xia who had been in Jianghu for many years, he had already learned how to deal with people. However, all of this was too sudden. He couldn't react in time, so he asked this question. "Because your daughter is the destined person I am looking for." Say Ito pointed at the girl and smiled. With a schwa sound, the young girl's face, which was filled with curiosity after hearing the strange news, once again became rosy. "Young master, you mean?" The old man hesitated. "I want to bring your daughter into the sect so that she can learn the mysteries of Tao. I don't know if old Zhang is willing to do so," Ito said with a serious face. The old man became even more hesitant. However, just as he was about to answer, a heroic singing voice rang out in the night sky. Then, a man in white walked out of the forest not far away. A beautiful night with a bright moon. The scenery should not be let down. I have wine and food on board. Why don't you come down and have a drink with me?" The old man's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. His voice was clear and melodious, as if it could crack gold and stone, revealing his profound cultivation base. Ito had a smile on his face. He paid no attention to this change and only admired the young girl's fair and delicate face. The young girl was embarrassed, angry, and hateful, and glared at him from time to time. On the other side, the man in white who heard the invitation paused and walked towards the three people. Not long after, he arrived beside the small boat. The man in white and the old man glanced at each other. Suddenly, they hugged each other and wept bitterly. That voice contained both sorrow and joy, making it difficult for others to understand. After parting in the capital, who would have thought that we would meet again here? The people are still the same, but the mountains and rivers have changed. How can one not be heartbroken? After a moment, the old man choked out. "During the Battle of Yangzhou, I heard that Big Brother had turned into a strange creature. Who would have thought that we would meet again in a foreign land? Since then, I have fallen to the ends of the world. With a confidant, it can be said that I am no longer alone. This young lady should be your daughter, right?" The man in white choked out. Then he turned his gaze to the handsome young master and said hesitantly, "This young master should be your son-in-law. Sure enough, he is a talented man." When they arrived here, the old man and the young girl's identities appeared. They were Li Yingqiong and her father, Li Ning. This world was the Shu Mountain Sword world of the Huanzhou Tower's master. Say Ito smiled and cupped his fist towards the man in white. "When I saw you, I was pleasantly surprised and forgot to tell my daughter, Xiong, to pay respects, the old man said. Then he called out, Xiong, come over here and pay respects to your Uncle Zhou. When the young girl heard her father's words, she ignored the embarrassment on her face and bowed to the ground. The man in white returned a half bow. Brother, you are mistaken. This young master is not my son-in-law, but a wandering immortal from overseas. Then the old man explained the young master's identity to the man in white. I'm misunderstood. Please forgive me, young master. Greetings. The man in white bowed to Ito Seiji again, his face full of respect. Ito-sei nodded slightly, as if he had returned the courtesy. However, the man in white did not seem to mind at all. It was as if this was how the young master should treat him. At this moment, Sei Ito looked at Old Zhang and said, Old Zhang, I wonder if you have thought it through. This. Old Zhang revealed a hesitant expression. Big brother, what's the matter? The man in white asked with concern. Sigh. This wandering immortal wants to bring my Xiong into the sect. I don't know how to choose, the old man said with a bitter smile. This is a joyous occasion. Immortals are mysterious. Since niece has such an opportunity, why is elder brother still so hesitant? The man in white was puzzled. Because this Taoist cultivates overseas. I'm afraid that I won't be able to see Xiong again. The old man looked towards the sky and sighed. Hearing the old man's words, the man in white could not help but hesitate. Father, Xiong doesn't want to cultivate any immortal techniques. I'm willing to stay by father's side, the young girl Xiong said. How difficult is that? I'll just help you as well, Sei Ito said casually with a wave of his sleeve. It was as if helping someone become an immortal was something that was not enough. As soon as he said this, the white-robed man beside him revealed an envious expression. Is that true? The old man's eyes shined as he hurriedly asked. It's true, Sei Ito asserted. Good. Xiong, quickly kneel to the young master, the old man said as he pulled the young girl Xiong to the side. Just as Xiong was about to kneel in disappointment, Sei Ito suddenly waved his hand and said, Wait. The old man's expression changed, and he raised his head to look at the young master. Your daughter and I are fated to be husband and wife, so I can't accept her kowtow, Sei Ito said with a smile. Hearing the young master's words, Xiong's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head and her face was filled with embarrassment. The old man and the man in white both cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with disbelief. So, Xiong needs to kowtow to the heavens and earth 3 times. Then, she can enter my sect and become my martial brother and sister. We can cultivate together and seek immortality, Sei Ito said. Okay. The old man thought for a moment and agreed. At the same time, he thought to himself, since it's like this, it's not bad. I don't have to worry about him not leading me. Although he felt a bit guilty, it was also common sense. Even if he said it, no one would care. Otherwise, how could there be the ancient saying, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens? Immediately after, Xiong knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the heavens and earth. She kowtowed 3 times. It was also at this moment that the heavenly secrets of the entire world suddenly fell into chaos. The hearts of the 3 men who were cultivating on the 3 immortal island in the depths of the East Sea were shocked. They suddenly had a bad premonition. One of them was a middle-aged man with a jade-like face. He wore a black robe and a Taoist crown on his head. He quickly frowned and used his fingers to calculate. Senior brother, how is it? A man dressed like an ascetic monk asked. After a moment, the man shook his head and said, The heavenly secrets are chaotic. I can't calculate clearly. Then he turned his head and said to the man who looked like a monk and the other man who looked like a Taoist, Junior brothers, please help this poor Taoist. Of course, the 2 of them replied at the same time. After speaking, the 3 of them started to circulate their secret techniques. Their bodies released rays of green and white light, which intertwined and enveloped the 3 of them. Then, the 3 of them used their fingers to calculate the heavenly secrets. At the same time, Sei Ito who was far away on the shore of the Wu Gorge, looked up at the sky. He sneered and raised his arm again, bringing out streams of mysterious and indescribable energy, clashing with the unknown thing in the unseen world. "Oomph." Say Ito frowned and snorted. "The three immortals of the East Sea are indeed powerful," Say Ito thought to himself. Then, Say Ito flipped his hand and took out a pair of jade pendants under the strange gazes of the white-robed man, the old man, and the young girl, Ingqiong, who had just stood up again. He raised his sword fingers, which emitted rays of mysterious light. He quickly carved on the jade pendants. Then he used his mind to grab a ball of world energy from the sky and threw it into the two jade pendants. He gave them to Ingqiong and the old man. "This item is an item of fortune. At the same time, it is also a symbol of the identity of the people in my sect. The two of you should keep it well," Say Ito said calmly. Li Ingqiong and Li Ning took the jade pendants and lowered their heads to examine them. The jade pendants were not big. They were only the size of a palm. On the front, there was a carving of two coiled dragons chasing each other around a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish. The dragons were ferocious, and the two coiled dragons looked as if they were alive. On the back of the jade pendants, there were complicated golden characters. The names of the two people and the name of their sect were written in seal script. Xintian sect. "This," Li Ning said hesitantly. Looking at the jade pendants in his hand, he didn't know whether to take them or not. After all, he hadn't joined the so-called Xintian sect yet. It wouldn't be proper for him to take them. "If I say you are, then you are. If you can't get over it, then kneel to the heavens and earth." Say Ito waved his hand and said, "All right." Li Ning sighed and knelt down. He also kowtowed to the heavens and earth. Just like when Li Ingqiong kowtowed in a mountain temple deep in the mountains, an old monk with long eyebrows suddenly raised his eyebrows. He raised his hand and moved his fingers. Almost at the same time, the jade pendant in Li Ning's hand emitted a faint purple light. It was hazy, making the jade pendant look like an immortal item. Chapter 1648. P.S. Thank you to Nikfini, Hell Aristocrat, and Xingji for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Short Kill Potato for their tips. After bowing 3 times, Li Ning stood up from the ground and turned to look at Sei Ito. His lips were slightly parted and his expression was somewhat hesitant. "Now that you and I are in the same sect, feel free to speak." Sei Ito saw his expression and couldn't help but speak. "Young master, may I know which generation I belong to in the sect, and how should I address you?" Li Ning opened his mouth and asked. "How should I address you?" Sei Ito said with a smile. "My Xintian sect has always had few descendants. In my generation, I'm the only one left. I'm not only the successor of the sect, but also the master of the sect. Therefore, I'm relying on you to be the second generation of my sect." Then, without waiting for Li Ning's reaction, Ito Sei continued, "But after all, you are Ingqiong's father. You are more sorrowful than her in the secular world. Fortunately, the etiquette in the sect is not strict. In that case, you can call me by my secular name, Shiqing." Li Ning hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, as an old father, it was difficult for him to call his daughter martial uncle for times. Although this was different from the rules of etiquette, it was the best way. "I forgot to say that my secular name is Chun and my name is Shiqing. Like you, we're all from the north," Sei Ito said again. As expected, Li Ning suddenly understood. He felt that Sei Ito's accent was different. However, he was stunned by his heroic aura and was interrupted by his words, so he didn't ask. "Congratulations, elder brother." At this moment, the white-clothed man cupped his fists and congratulated him. However, in his appearance, it was full of envy and a trace of jealousy towards Li Ning's immortal fate. "By the way, why are you here?" Li Ning, who just remembered that his brother was beside him, hurriedly asked. "I've been in Sichuan for 3 years. I found a cave at the back of Mount Amei. It was very quiet. The scenery was marvelous. I just came back from the mountain yesterday. Apart from that, I also taught a few children. I came back to pack up and prepare to live in seclusion in the cave behind the mountain. I'm fortunate to have met Big Brother today, the white-robed man replied. Li Ning was delighted when he heard that. Then, his expression changed again and he sighed. Big Brother, why are you doing this? The white-robed man asked in confusion. I originally wanted to bring your niece here to avoid disaster, but when I saw you, I thought it would be a good place to stay. But he kept thinking about it. I have now joined the sect. I want to follow young master to another place. I just met you, and now we have to part again. I feel very regretful. Li Ning explained. Sigh. The white-robed man sighed as well. Although Sei heard the conversation between the two of them, the back mountain of Amei was really a dangerous place. It was not a place where he, who had snatched the other party's son of luck, could go. Therefore, he did not say anything and stood there with a smile on his face. His eyes were full of appreciation as he looked at the beautiful girl beside him. Seeing that Sei Ito was staring at her like this, Ing Qiong felt ashamed and angry again. She glared hatefully at Sei Ito. Since that's the case, I can't stop Big Brother's future. Fortunately, I've decided to live in seclusion in the mountain. If Big Brother succeeds in his cultivation in the future, you can come to the mountain to find me. The white-robed man glanced at the handsome young master and could only say this. That's the only way. Li Ning, who could not think of any other way, nodded in agreement. My cave is at the top of the sacrificial cliff. After you go up, you still have to walk about 3 miles to reach it. Big Brother, don't forget it, the white-robed man said. Don't worry, I won't forget it, Li Ning said with a smile. It's already late. I still have an appointment tomorrow, so I have to skip it. It's a pity that I can't drink with Big Brother anymore. The white-robed man sighed with regret. AI, thinking that his brother, who had been separated for many years, was about to meet again, Li Ning could not help but sigh with a sad expression. Big Brother, take care. After adjusting his emotions, the white-robed man cupped his fist and said in a carefree manner, Take care. Li Ning returned the salute. After saying this, the white-robed man bid farewell to the father and daughter of the Li family and Sei Ito. He strode away as if he was flying. After a while, he disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. You two pack up your things. After we deal with the boatman, I'll take you back to the mountain, Sei Ito said faintly. In this regard, the father and daughter of the Li family had nothing to say. They returned to the boat and put away the food that they had taken out before. Then, they took the bag and carried it on their shoulders. After waiting for a while, the 2 drunken boatmen staggered back. I remember that a relative of mine is here. I plan on staying there for a few months. I'll go ashore tomorrow morning. You've worked hard, so I'll give you the money for the boat. In addition, I'll give you 4 taels of silver for the wine. You should all rest early. Li Ning went up to the boatman and took out a few pieces of silver from his bosom, handing them over as he spoke. The boatman hastily expressed his thanks and took the silver. He happily returned to the boat to rest. Young master, we're done. The father and daughter of the Li family walked up to Sei Ito, who had sat back down on a rock. Although Sei Ito had given him the right to call him by his name, Li Ning, who valued etiquette, still did not dare to overstep his boundaries. He still called him young master like before. This would not appear rude, and it would also avoid any awkwardness due to seniority. Sei Ito nodded and waved his hand, summoning a wave of world's origin chi to wrap around the 2 of them. Then, he quickly flew up and flew toward Lingnan. Is this the method of an immortal? The young girl, Ing Qiongchu, was alarmed. Then, her eyes lit up as she looked at the scenery of the mountains below them. Her heart was filled with anticipation. It really is the method of an immortal. Li Ning's expression was slightly excited. After flying for about 100 kilometers, Sei Ito brought the dazzled father and daughter of the Li family down to a tall mountain. When they landed, the father and daughter of the Li family curiously looked at their surroundings. However, Li Ning could not help but frown. Why don't I see a cave for people to live in? I don't have a sect, only a cave. Now, I'll take the 2 of you into the mysterious realm. At this moment, Sei Ito's voice sounded. With that said, with a thought, Ito brought the father and daughter of the Leaf family and disappeared from the mountain ridge. In the next moment, in the eastern forest of the Rubik's Cube world, Ito and the other two figures appeared again. This was already a mountain ridge, but compared to before, it was much more majestic and beautiful. The surrounding green trees were lush, and there were many intelligent eyes flying among them, showing that they were full of vitality. What was even more different from the outside was that the temperature here was still between summer and autumn. It was a sharp contrast to the coldness of the outside world. Ito ignored the surprised father and daughter of the Leaf family. Turning to face the mountain wall, he gently raised his right hand and pointed his sword forward, as if he was waving a brush and moving ink. In just a few breaths, a huge cave was opened up in the mountain wall. The four walls were as bright as a mirror. It was as if they were cut by a sharp weapon. Ito walked into the cave and continued to wave his arm, cutting out a cave room. After only a short while, a cave with an area of more than 100 square meters and 4 or 5 cave rooms was reflected in the eyes of the father and daughter of the Leaf family. Inside, there were stone tables, stone chairs, stone beds, and stone tables. They only needed to carry a bag to enter. "This is the granary." Standing in front of a cave room, Ito said to the father and daughter of the Leaf family beside him. After saying that, he waved his arm, and more than 100 bags of rice appeared in the empty cave room. "This is the kitchen." In front of another stone room, Ito said again. Similarly, almost at the same time as he said that, fresh vegetables appeared in the cave. "This is the water room, the place to wash, the bedroom." In this way, Ito explained the functions of each room to the two people one by one. "I have 3 scrolls of immortal methods. One was obtained by chance, and is an ancient method, using the Jindan to achieve the Tao. The cultivation is also an ancient immortal. The second was obtained from the present, and is different from the present world, but it can still achieve immortality. The third was the present world method. It is very tiring, but it can also be obtained by chance. Which method do the two of you want to cultivate?" Returning to the hall, Ito sat down at the stone table and asked the father and daughter of the Leaf family, "What are the differences between the 3 methods?" After a moment of silence, Li Ningfu asked, "The ancient method has a high requirement for the mind, but it is the Tao, and the fruit is the Tao. Although the present world method does not require a strong mind, the progress in cultivation is quite small, and the stamina is slightly insufficient. The present world method emphasizes talent. Those with high talent will naturally advance bravely and quickly. Those with low talent will find it difficult to increase their cultivation and will not be able to achieve any results until death. In addition, the present world method also has a requirement for becoming an immortal. It requires karma points. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you can only become an immortal. Every few years, you will have to go through a tribulation. If you succeed, you will naturally enjoy many years of freedom. If you fail, you will die and your soul will scatter. There will be no way to reincarnation." Ito explained. Speaking of this, Ito could not help but think of his speculation about the cultivation realms of Mount Shu. In his opinion, although the cultivation realms of Mount Shu's cultivators were not fixed, they could still be distinguished. There were only 3 types: human immortals, earth immortals, and celestial immortals. Among them, celestial immortals had deep mana and formed their nascent soul. At the same time, their cultivation was high enough. As long as they had enough karma points, they could ascend to heaven. For example, Zuan Zinzi, Qi Shuming, and the other 3 immortals of Donghai. Earth immortals were those individual immortals. They also had deep mana and formed their nascent souls. However, their cultivation was insufficient. Although they had the ability to live forever, they had no fixed cultivation. However, they were different from the earth immortals among the 5 types of immortals mentioned in the Taoist scriptures of the main world. As long as the earth immortals among the 5 types of immortals did not commit any crimes, they would not have to worry about the thunder tribulation for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, the earth immortals of Mount Shu were often disturbed by the heavenly tribulation. Of course, those who had obtained great techniques and had a strong body were rarely troubled by the heavenly tribulation. As for the human immortals, they were those who had just obtained true techniques, practiced flying swords, and had Xin Qi. Those who were at the gold core stage, but not at the nascent soul stage, could be classified as human immortals. For example, Li Yingqiong, Zhou Qingyun, and the others. The gap between realms was very large. Therefore, there were often situations where junior disciples killed seniors. In addition to relying on the advantage of magic weapons, it was also related to the disorder of realms. It could be said that the cultivation system of Mount Shu was very chaotic. I choose the ancient method. Before Li Ning, who was in deep thought, could speak, Li Yingqiong spoke first. Have you thought it through? Sei Ito turned to look at Li Yingqiong and asked. I've thought it through. Li Yingqiong straightened her body proudly and said with determination in her eyes. She was also a person who was full of pride. But thinking about it, if she did not have such pride, how could she have achieved so much in the original work? Although she was blessed with great fortune and was secretly protected by a senior expert, she did not have to worry about her life. However, if she did not have some ability, she would only end up like Mei and the other third-generation disciples and be reduced to a minor character. In that case, I will teach you the ancient method. Seito nodded and said, What about you? Then, Seito looked at Li Ning again and asked, Which method do you think is the best for me to choose? Li Ning asked, This is related to your future achievements, so it's better for you to decide for yourself. Seito said indifferently, Lest you blame others for your failure in cultivation in the future. I also choose the ancient method. Li Ning frowned and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and decided. Since even Xiong is so bold, how can I admit defeat? Li Ning swore in his heart. Okay, I will teach you the ancient method of the golden core. Seito nodded and said. After saying that, Seito waved his arm and swept it in front of the two. In an instant, the father and daughter of the Leaf family felt dizzy. Their eyelids drooped weakly and they fell to the ground. Let me sharpen your mind first. Ito-sei looked at Yingqiong, who was lying on the ground, and said with a chuckle. After saying that, he stood up from the chair and wrapped the two of them with psychokinesis. He carried them to the stone bed at the side and laid them down. Then he stretched out his hands and pointed his sword fingers at Li Ning and Li Yingqiong's foreheads. He completely released their subconscious and formed a world that enveloped their consciousness. Then, Seito raised his hand and waved. Two streams of light flew out from the top of their heads and disappeared in the void. They merged with the willpower of Alea in the Rubik's Cube world. At this moment, an environment that was exactly the same as the one in the cave was built in their minds. And Li Ning and Li Yingqiong groaned and woke up from their dreams. We are. Li Ning shook his head and said, Father, look, there is a letter on the table. Li Yingqiong pointed at the letter on the table. Li Ning reached out and took the letter and read it. The great method has been imprinted in your mind. You only need to think, and you will be able to remember it. There are 2 spiritual pills in the porcelain bottle on the table that can help you open your path. I still have other matters to attend to, and will be back in a few days. You too must remember to cultivate your magical power and wait for me to come back. The black letter was written on the paper. Li Ning put down the paper and closed his eyes to think. As expected, lines of cryptic words appeared in his mind. Yingqiong, you try too. After a moment, Li Ning opened his eyes and looked at his daughter. Yes, father, Li Yingqiong replied and closed her eyes to recall. Chapter 1649. After a while, Li Yingqiong opened her eyes and replied with joy, Yes, father. Read it again. If there's anything you don't understand, tell me. I'll answer it for you, Li Ning said seriously. Yes. Li Yingqiong didn't dare to delay. She quickly closed her eyes again and carefully browsed through the memories in her mind. Every time she encountered something difficult, she would ask Li Ning about it. Li Ning, on the other hand, used his decades of knowledge and cultivation experience to answer the questions that appeared in his mind. Just like that, the two of them asked and answered. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the night. Have you learned it? Li Ning asked again. Yes, Ling Xiong nodded and replied. Good, let's start cultivating. As Li Ning spoke, he reached out and took the porcelain bottle on the stone table beside him. He poured out 2 longan-sized golden pills sealed with wax from the bottle. He kept one for himself and gave the other to Ling Xiong. Take it, then start cultivating the Qi cultivation chapter, Li Ning said. Ling Xiong didn't hesitate. She immediately used a little force with her fingers to break the wax seal and peel the pill out. In an instant, a strange fragrance spread from the pill, making Li Yingxiong and Li Ning beside her feel refreshed. It's indeed an immortal pill, Li Ning praised. Li Yingxiong's eyes were filled with joy. She opened her mouth and put the pill in. As soon as it came into contact with the liquid in her mouth, the pill immediately turned into a clear stream. It flowed down the 12th floor and slid down the esophagus into the stomach. It didn't reach the stomach wall and flowed around the body along the blood vessels. It stirred up the 5 elements with the changes of the 4 seasons. The spiritual qi of life in the stomach. Feeling the fullness in her body, Li Yingxiong quickly got up and sat cross-legged on the ground. She made a gesture with her hands and silently chanted the incantation to cultivate. As Li Yingxiong's breathing gradually changed, waves of primordial spirit qi of heaven and earth rushed in from the surrounding wind, wrapping around Li Yingxiong's body and entering her body through the holes of her body. Following the changes, the primordial spirit qi began to wander around her body. Seeing that Li Yingxiong had entered the state, Li Ning didn't delay any longer. He got up and walked to the side of the quiet room to sit cross-legged. He pinched the wax seal and threw the pill into his mouth. He closed his eyes. He chanted the incantation. He started cultivating. After a while, another spirit qi whirlwind appeared around him. 4 hours later, Li Yingxiong's eyelids moved slightly, and she withdrew from the fixed space. It stinks. Li Yingxiong frowned and exclaimed in a low voice. As he spoke, he instinctively raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. Ugh! An even stronger stench rushed into her nose. This is... Li Yingxiong raised her hand and frowned as she looked at the black stain on the back of her palm. Thinking of something, Li Yingxiong quickly lowered her head and checked the status of her body. Sure enough, it was as she'd expected. Everywhere she looked was covered in black, filthy clothes that were sticky and emitted a foul stench. So disgusting. Li Yingxiong frowned. Ha! As expected of an immortal technique, it actually has the ability to cleanse one's marrow. Just at this moment, Li Ning's delighted laughter sounded from the quiet room at the side. Father. Li Yingxiong got up and quickly walked into the quiet room at the side. Immediately, another foul stench hit her face. It was so strong that Li Yingxiong almost fainted from the smell. Father, what are we? Li Yingxiong endured the stench in the room and asked. This is the rumor of Jianghu. These black stains are the impurities in our bodies. After this change, our bodies have become clear and our physique has been greatly improved, Li Ninghuan said with amusement. Oh, Li Yingxiong finally understood the origin of the mud on her body. But you can't see others like this. Let's go wash up first. Li Ning got up and said. Li Yingxiong naturally had no objection to this. She hurriedly went to the water room at the side with Li Ning and took out a large wooden bucket for bathing. She filled it with water from a small bucket, then took off her clothes and jumped into the bucket to wash up. Naturally, Li Yingxiong was the first to wash up. As for Li Ning, he placed the bucket outside the cave and refilled it with water. Since that day, Li Ning and his daughter diligently cultivated until a few days later when Sei Ito returned. Not bad. Sei Ito nodded and praised as he looked at the 2 people whose bodies were filled with dense qi. Then, senior brother, why are you teaching me this sword technique? Li Yingxiong asked anxiously. Your foundation is not solid yet. You still need some time. Once your foundation is solid, I will teach you. Sei Ito smiled and then turned to look at Li Ning. He pointed at his forehead and said, This is the sword technique of our sect. You can practice in your spare time. I understand. Li Ning cupped his fists. Seeing this, A trace of resentment flashed in Li Yingxiong's eyes. After passing on the sword technique, Sei Ito asked the two some questions and guided them on some important points in their cultivation. Then, he sent them away and let them practice on their own. After more than 3 months, Sei Ito finally passed on the sword technique to Li Yingxiong, who already had a solid foundation. Then, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Sei Ito felt that the two of them had more or less mastered their swordsmanship, so he began to teach them Taoist techniques. The father and daughter of the Li family, who had been looking forward to learning magic, were naturally overjoyed and began to diligently cultivate again. Time passed, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the guidance of Ito, Sei, and the occasional supplement of elixirs, Li Yingxiong, who was blessed by the heavens, and Li Ning, who had a solid foundation, had both entered the Taoist Jindan realm and officially became true Taoist cultivators. On this day, Sei Ito, who had reappeared in the cave residence, called the father and daughter to him. Young master, senior brother. The two cupped their fists and bowed. I see that the two of you have a solid foundation. It's time to go down the mountain to gain experience and cultivate merit. Ito Ching nodded and said with satisfaction, "Can we really go down the mountain?" Li Yingxiong asked excitedly. As a heroic girl, she had stayed in the mountain for 5 years with only her father and the beast as her companions. One could imagine how lonely she was. It was no wonder that she was so excited when she heard that they could go down the mountain. Of course, aside from cultivation, you also have to walk the path and comprehend the Tao. The path of cultivation is needless to say. It is to enter the mortal world and train yourself. As for comprehending the Tao, although it is to comprehend nature, how can you comprehend it without accumulating experience? Thus, you also have to comprehend it as you go. Sei Ito smiled. Then, Sei Ito gave a few more instructions and left the mountain with the two of them, leaving them in the mortal world. Yingxiong, remember to be careful. Li Ning instructed. Don't worry, father. I know. Li Yingxiong smiled. However, from her words, it seemed that she didn't care too much. Li Ning frowned when he saw this, but he couldn't be too harsh on her. He casually gave a few more instructions and flew away with his sword. As per Sei Ito's request, the two of them had to travel alone. After bidding farewell to Li Ning, Li Yingxiong began to play in the mortal world like a wild horse. She didn't know how long she had traveled and how many villages she had passed. Just as she entered another village, a commotion attracted her attention. Help! Someone's killing me. You old woman, you're spouting nonsense. I'm spouting nonsense? Then how did my husband fall? He was the one who poured it. If you didn't push him, my husband wouldn't have become like this. On the ground beside her, a man's entire body was twitching and foaming at the mouth. That's your husband sick. What does it have to do with me? The man shook off the woman's arm and turned to leave. Help! Murder! The murderer is running away. The woman stepped forward and hugged the man's legs, crying, Hey, you man, since you did it, why don't you dare to admit it? At this moment, Li Yingxiong, who was dressed in red, jumped out from the crowd. She pointed at the man and shouted angrily. I didn't do it at all. The man said angrily. If you didn't do it, then why didn't that woman let go of you? How would I know? The man said impatiently. Since you can't explain it clearly, then you did it. Heroine, you must uphold justice for my father. The woman took the opportunity to shout. You evil woman, I don't want to bother with you. The man shouted and struggled to break free from the woman's grasp. He strode forward. Where do you think you're going? Li Yingxiong shouted angrily. She jumped forward and pressed the man to the ground. Come with me to see the magistrate, Li Yingxiong shouted. Then, she forced the man into the magistrate's office with the woman and the crowd surrounding them. The interrogation process was not described, only the result. In the end, the man was sentenced to 5 strokes with a rod in compensation for the woman's husband's medical expenses. Li Yingxiong nodded slightly and flashed out of the crowd with a smug look. Just as she was about to take a look at the woman, a short whisper was heard. Husband, you're good at pretending. You swindled another 2 coins. That's right. It's all thanks to that foolish woman. If she didn't stop you, this business may not have been successful. I guess he's just a fledgling in Jianghu. His head is full of chivalry, and he doesn't know the dangers of Jianghu. That's right. Hearing this, Li Yingqiang understood that she had been swindled. She immediately wanted to kill the two with her flying sword. Fortunately, the righteous heart in his heart was still strong, and he suppressed his killing intent. However, he was not prepared to let the two of them go. Thus, he immediately jumped out from the darkness and beat the swindler couple to the ground with his fists and feet. A moment later, Li Yingqiang, who had vented her anger, did not stay in the town any longer. She jumped into the air and flew away. However, not long after she flew, a sword light flew out from the side. Li Yingqiang, who knew it was a fellow swindler, was happy and chased after it. "Who are you? Why are you chasing me?" The sword light in front of her stopped in midair and revealed the image of a handsome young man. He asked in a deep voice, "Well, I'm sorry. I'm Li Yingqiang of the Profound Heaven sect. I was happy to see a fellow swindler and wanted to make friends. That's why I chased after you with my sword. I hope you can forgive me," Li Yingqiang said with some embarrassment. "So that's how it is. I thought it was some unorthodox sect that wanted to kill me." The young man smiled. He then cupped his hands and returned the greeting. "I'm Li Jinglin, a rogue cultivator." Chapter 1650. After knowing each other's names, they got together and became companions. Along the way, Li Jinglin's humorous words amused Li Yingqiang and made her treat him as a friend. After a while, the two of them landed on Mount Hua. "Brother Jinglin, you're finally here." A burly man cupped his fist and smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Li Jinglin said apologetically. "This is—" The burly man named Yinda looked at Li Yingqiang and asked, "This is Li Yingqiang, a friend I met on the way," Li Jinglin introduced. Then he pointed at Yinda and introduced him to Li Yingqiang. "This is Lu Yinda, a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Greetings, Brother Lu." "Greetings, Sister Li." The two of them cupped their fists and greeted each other. "But, Jinglin, have you forgotten why I asked you to come here today?" Lu Yinda said unhappily. Seeing this, Li Yingqiang frowned slightly. "Of course I know." Li Jinglin smiled. "Then why?" Lu Yinda asked. "Brother Yinda, aren't you looking for help? Isn't she a ready-made helper?" Li Jinglin said with a smile. Li Yingqiang's eyes flickered, and she was wary of Li Jinglin and Lu Yinda. On the other hand, Lu Yinda's eyes lit up when he heard Li Jinglin's words. "Brotherly, what do you mean?" Li Yingqiang asked in a deep voice. "Let me explain," Lu Yinda said. "A few days ago, I got a Dharma treasure by chance. However, when I got the treasure, a disciple of Amei happened to pass by and found me. The other party became greedy and fought with me. Fortunately, my cultivation level was quite high and I won, injuring the other party and forcing him to retreat. However, because of this, I formed a grudge with that person. She was unwilling to give up and invited me to fight to determine the ownership of the Dharma treasure. I didn't want to do it. However, the most hateful thing was, she caught my junior brother when I was unprepared and said that she would kill my junior brother to vent her anger if she didn't let me down. Therefore, I plan to invite 2 or 3 of my fellow Taoists to be witnesses. At the same time, he could also be a helper when the other party went back on his word. Let's have a fight with Disciple Amei." Unfortunately, when my original friends heard that the enemy was Amei's disciple, they were all scared to death. Either he said that he had something to do and was unable to come, or he directly rejected my invitation. Until now, only Brother Jinglin came alone, but I didn't expect that Brother Jinglin would forcefully drag Junior Sister Li over. "Here, let me apologize to Junior Sister on behalf of Brother Jinglin." With that, Lu Yinda cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Li Yingqiang dodged to the side and did not accept his big bow. "Is that true?" Li Yingqiang asked. "Of course. If I'm lying, I, Lu Yinda, am willing to be struck by lightning and die," Lu Yinda said seriously. Li Yingqiang looked at Lu Yinda seriously and finally nodded. "Okay, I'll take part in this." "Really? Thank you so much, Junior Sister Li." Lu Yinda was overjoyed. Then, the 3 of them entered the cave and drank tea while waiting for Disciple Amei's arrival. The three of them did not have to wait for long. In less than 2 hours, a loud shout came from outside the cave. "Luyenda, come out and die." What an arrogant disciple of Mei. Li Yingxiong frowned and said, "Ever since the second sword battle, Mei's influence has grown, and it's like the #1 sect in the world. Therefore, the disciples of Mei are very arrogant, and they don't put us in their eyes at all. If we offend them a little, they will beat us and kill us without mercy." Luyenda sighed helplessly. "So, junior sister Li, you have to be careful later. I want to see what disciple Mei is capable of." Li Yingxiong, who had just left the mountain and was full of confidence, said lightly. Then, the three of them stood up and walked out of the cave together. In an instant, 7 or 8 young men and women appeared in front of Li Yingxiong and the other two. Their bodies were shining brightly, and it was obvious that they had precious treasures with them. Among them, an ugly, pale, and skinny man was held in the hand of one of them like an object. Obviously, he was the junior brother that Luyenda had mentioned earlier. "I thought you were afraid of death," and ran away. The disciple of Mei, who was the leader, sneered. "Fei, let go of my junior brother." Luyenda shouted. "You want it? Here you go." The young man who was holding the skinny man sneered and threw the skinny man to the ground. Bang! The skinny man hit the ground heavily. "Junior brother Wang." Luyenda hurried to the front of the skinny man and called out. Junior brother Wang's eyes were closed, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His breathing was chaotic, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. In addition, after falling to the ground, his breathing was even weaker, and he looked like he was going to die at any time. "Fei, you bastard!" Luyenda's eyes were red as he raised his head and cursed. "Luyenda, if you are honest, hand over your magic treasures." Fei shouted. "Don't even think about it." Luyenda retorted without hesitation. "Since you want to do it the hard way, don't blame us for not being polite. Senior brothers and senior sisters, let's do it," Fei said fiercely. As soon as he said that, Fei and the others dashed at Luyenda with their swords. Dashes of silver sword energies appeared in the air and dashed towards Luyenda. Seeing this, Luyenda dared not hesitate. He immediately waved his hand and shot out a green light to meet the 7 or 8 white lights in the sky. At the same time, Li Jinglin and Li Yingxiong also sent out their flying swords and flew into the sky. Dang, 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 ding. Over 10 sword lights danced about in midair, roaming about and attacking rapidly. They were like divine dragons of the 9 heavens, constantly changing and expanding, surging out one after another sound waves, shattering the airflow in the sky. Although the Amei disciples were domineering, they were very powerful. Not only did they cultivate the Tianfu secret technique, but they also used superior flying swords. They were better than Luyenda, Li Jinglin, and Li Yingxiong in every aspect. Therefore, it did not take long for the 3 sword lights to be suppressed. Seeing that she was about to lose, Li Yingxiong was not willing to accept it. She gritted her teeth and took out a black ball the size of a ping-pong ball. She threw it out. The black ball turned into a light and flew toward the Amei disciples in the sky. "Let's go," Li Yingxiong shouted. After saying that, he took back the flying sword without any explanation. His body merged with the sword, and he quickly flew into the distance. Although Luyenda and Li Jinglin were confused, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately took back their swords and flew away. At this moment, a loud boom was heard in midair. A large amount of lightning bloomed among the Amei disciples. Like dragons and snakes, it shot toward the Amei disciples and broke their protective light. They fell to the ground one by one and became charred charcoal corpses. Why did you kill them?" Looking at the miserable state of the Amei disciples, Luyenda said, dumbfounded. Li Yingxiong frowned, although she did not say anything. However, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. "Sigh, you're in big trouble." Li Jinglin also sighed. "I'll take responsibility for what I did. If you're afraid, just push all the responsibility to me." Li Yingxiong said, dissatisfied. "Sigh, this is not a problem of taking responsibility. It's a problem of whether we can survive or not." Luyenda said helplessly. "Forget it. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Li Jinglin reminded. Lu Yinda nodded and released his flying sword. He gathered his magic power and flew into the sky. Behind him, Li Jinglin and Li Yingxiong quickly caught up. The three of them did not choose a path and flew quickly. Where do you think you're going? However, not long after they flew, accompanied by a long golden rainbow, an angry shout came from afar. Run! It's the Amei expert, Lu Yinda whispered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the golden light had already caught up with dozens of them. Then, the person in the golden light waved his hand, and an invisible force suddenly fell on the three of them, capturing them. Innate Chi, Great Chi Na hand. Then, the golden light flew closer and revealed a figure in front of the three of them. The person was more than 6 feet tall and wore a Taoist robe. His face was ruddy and his skin was as smooth as a baby's. His long black hair was tied up with a crown, and his whole body was emitting a terrifying aura. Which family are you kids from? How ruthless. The person glared at the three of them and shouted, If you want to kill us, just kill us. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Li Xiong said stubbornly. Fine. If that's the case, I'll send you on your way. The person who came was already angry. After Li Yingxiong's stab, he immediately exploded. With a shake of his hand, a thunderbolt shot out. In an instant, there was a loud rumble, and the thunderbolt directly bombarded Li Yingxiong's body, shattering her body. Her spirit disappeared from the world. I'm not satisfied, Li Yingxiong shouted. Yingxiong, what's wrong? At this moment, a voice rang in Li Yingxiong's ears. Li Yingxiong instinctively turned her head and looked at the person who spoke. That person was none other than her father, Li Ning. Father, Li Yingxiong whispered. The next moment, a memory suddenly surged into Li Yingxiong's mind. At this time, although she was still called Li Yingxiong and her father was still Li Ning, her identity was no longer that of a hero of the Jianghu. She was now a country bumpkin who was taught by her teacher. She also had a marriage and would be married at the beginning of next month. Li Yingxiong stared blankly at the dilapidated house and whispered to herself. In the blink of an eye, it was the beginning of next month. Li Yingxiong, who was still in a daze, was sent to the bridal sedan by Li Ning. She was given to her father, the eldest son of the landlord Chun family, Chun Shiqing. After marriage, Li Yingxiong had a violent temper. Chun Shiqing, who couldn't stand it, wrote a divorce letter and chased her out of the house. Because of this, her father, Li Ning, died from anger and became an orphan. In the end, she was depressed and was killed by a strong person who broke into the village. Then, Li Yingxiong's identity changed again. She became a tiger girl from a family of generals. The tiger girl fought for her father and won one battle after another. She was widely known as the goddess of war. From then on, she became arrogant and complacent. She didn't put anyone in her eyes. In the end, because of carelessness, she suffered a defeat and lost her life. Then, Li Yingxiong's identity changed again. She became the daughter of a big family. Chapter 1651. P.S. Thank you to Bull for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Insta-Killing Potato for their tips. Concubines of officials, brothels, actresses, princesses, crazy women, ugly women, mute women, beggars, orphan women, mothers of children, and even teachers, bank employees, career women, nurses, doctors, celebrities, prostitutes, university students, mistresses. In short, Li Yingxiong had done all the jobs that were suitable for women. After going through the trials of reincarnation, Li Yingxiong had finally worn away the sharpness in her temperament. She was like a sword hidden in its scabbard. Seeing this, Sei Ito, who was connected to Aleya, broke the seal on Li Ning and Li Yingxiong's consciousness. Their eyelids moved slightly, and their consciousness left the sea of consciousness. They opened their eyes and looked at the ceiling of the cave with empty eyes. It was obvious that they had yet to escape from the reincarnation cycle and return to their true selves. Wake up, Ito-sei shouted in a low voice. His voice rumbled like thunder and lightning, still reverberating in the two's heads. Li Ning and Li Yingxiong's pupils shrunk. Li Ning and Li Yingqiang, who had regained their senses, sat up. They looked at the surrounding cavern and Sei Ito, who was standing in the middle of the cavern and looking at them with a smile. "What are we?" Li Ning asked. "The ancient method focuses on one's temperament. Therefore, I use the Thousand Autumns reincarnation method to let you experience the vicissitudes of life and understand the mirror of the heart. Only by tempering one's temperament can you cultivate without hindrance." Seito explained. "How do you feel?" Seito asked. "The world changes. It's just like this." Li Ning sighed. "Is all of this real?" Li Yingqiang's eyes flickered and asked seriously. Is it? Is it not? It's all in your mind." Seito said with an unfathomable expression and smiled. Li Yingqiang seemed to understand something and nodded slightly. "This is the spirit awakening pill. You two take it and practice the method you got in the first reincarnation." At this time, Ito-sei turned his hand and took out 2 small porcelain bottles and threw them to the father and daughter of the Li family respectively. "Is that the real technique?" Li Ning reached out and took the porcelain bottle. He said in surprise, "Of course, it's the true technique." Seito smiled. "All right, the 2 of you should cultivate according to that method. If you encounter any obstacles, you can search for the memories in the reincarnation to break through. You can ask me for an answer." Ito-sei continued. "Yes." Li Ning and Li Yingqiang replied in unison, seeing that the 2 of them understood the mission. Seito did not stay in the cave any longer. He left the doppelganger not far from where the 2 of them lived. After that, he left the world of the Rubik's Cube and returned to the colorful world of Mount Shu. White Sun, Hisha, Nanming, Tianshu, which one should I go first? Seito stood on the top of the mountain and looked at the night sky. He muttered to himself, "The foundation is important, and the method is second. Let's go to Wine Cave Mountain to get the White Sun technique." With this thought, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately stepped into the void and quietly disappeared into nothingness. Wind Cave Mountain was located in Fuzhou, far away from the land of Sichuan and Shu. Fortunately, Seito's teleportation method was strange, and he did not have to worry about the obstacles of mountains and rivers. Therefore, it only took a quarter of an hour for Seito to appear in the boundary of Fuzhou. Then Seito did not stop and went straight into Wind Cave Mountain. He found the White Sun Cliff Flower Rain Cave and flashed into the cave. In an instant, a strange humanoid pattern appeared in front of him. It's similar to the Han Daoyin technique. They both use the body to cultivate qi. Looking at the pattern carved on the wall, Seito said softly, "Since the Han Dynasty, the Daoyin technique had been passed down. However, it was mostly passed down to the families of the emperor and officials. Very few people knew about it. It was an ancient method of cultivating qi. It was passed down to later generations, and it was respected as the supreme technique in Buddhism, the I Ching Jing. It could be said that it was just a copy of the wisdom of Taoism." Then Seito did not hold back. With a thought, he opened the world of the Rubik's Cube and scraped 3 feet into the ground to collect the pattern in the cave, including the skin and bones, into the world of the Rubik's Cube. As for the future opportunity of Ling Yunfeng, what did it have to do with him? With a wave of his hand, Seito put away the power of the world that fell from the sky. He did not stay in the cave any longer and disappeared in a flash. After more than 15 minutes, Seito's figure appeared in the sky above the Wugui Gorge at the border of Yungui and Guizhou. Spiritual light gathered in his eyes, and he scanned the scenery of the gorge with the technique of thousands of miles. Very quickly, an ancient and dilapidated temple entered his sight. It should be here. Thinking of this, Seito put away his spiritual eyes and appeared in front of the temple with teleportation. Snake King Temple. On the dusty door of the temple, there were 3 large golden words written on a black plaque with paint peeling off. Seito withdrew his gaze and slowly looked around. The place where the Snake King Temple was located was a barren mountain with few trees. In addition to the knee-high weeds that grew around it, because no one had cleaned it for a long time, there were only a few trees planted by the monks when the temple was opened. They were very lush. Other than that, below the temple's wide platform, there were many fields shaped like 8 gowns, high up and low down, big and small, with distinct levels in picturesque disorder. Inside the field were planted a lot of bean and wheat plants, rice and hemp. They were growing quite well. The lush green color was very beautiful. Seito withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the big temple in front of him. The temple walls were still intact, and there were no signs of collapse. However, many of the walls had fallen off, revealing the mud and grass stalks inside. It looked very dilapidated. On both sides of the temple's door, 2 angry arhats stood by the side, guarding the temple's door. Seito stepped into the temple. However, he did not meet with the 2 siblings who were residing in the temple. Instead, he directly entered the rear hall from the side path. Finally, he stopped in front of a small green stone table that was embedded with a small green jade stone that was about 2 feet wide and 4 feet long. Seito stretched out his hand, and the green jade stone flew out of the green stone table under an invisible force. It fell into Seito's palm. As soon as the jade stone entered his hand, a multicolored light burst out from the jade stone. The entire jade stone looked like it was made of nature. 4 ancient runes of the 5 elemental treasured mantra could be vaguely seen from the jade stone. Needless to say, this thing was the fundamental method of Hesha Daoist sect back then, the Hesha Strange Book. Seito turned his hand and put away the treasure book, and he disappeared on the spot. Almost the next moment after he left, accompanied by a sudden flash of golden light, a person with an immortal temperament appeared in front of the green stone table in the ruined temple. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was silently calculating something with his fingers. However, under the cover of the Rubik's Cube world, no matter how profound his cultivation was, no matter how exquisite the calculation method was, as long as he did not break through to the Zenith Heaven level, he would not be able to calculate the whereabouts of the Hesha Strange Book, even if he exhausted himself to death. Forget it. Forget it. This kind of thing should be left to the people of Amay. After he finished speaking, the golden light flashed again, and just like when he appeared, he disappeared from the temple. I remember that the Nanmingli fire sword is guarded by Mi Ming Yang. Mi Ming Yang lives in the Great Snow Mountain and is a little difficult to find. Since that's the case, I'll take the few scrolls of the Heavenly Book first. After thinking, Seito did not hesitate and immediately teleported to the Qingluo Palace in Qingluo Mountain that was closest to him. The Qingluo Palace in Qingluo Mountain's Qingluo Valley was an important spiritual mountain treasure land in Shu Mountain. It was originally occupied by God Hand Bika Wei Feng's mother and 8 disciples who were known as the 8 demons. However, a man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Because he had a precious jade box with a scroll of the Heavenly Book in it. It was related to the famous wandering immortal Ling Hun of the unorthodox sections. Therefore, Ling Hun had long made arrangements and had his eyes on this place. When the time was right, he would join forces with others to sweep through this place and seize the treasures. He would also conveniently turn this place into the place where he would establish his sect. If it was during the time of the original, this place would naturally be a gathering place for demons and immortals. It would not be easy to hide and steal the treasures. However, the story had just begun. There was still more than half a year before Zhou Chun would go down the mountain to meet Mao Xiong and lead to the sword battle in Ci Yun Temple. Although this place was still within the calculations of others, it was not strict and there were no old immortals guarding it. In addition, Seito himself was an anomaly who avoided the mysteries of heaven. There was no need to worry about others causing trouble. However, at the same time, there was also a troublesome existence in this operation, and that was the owner of the original item, Wei Feng's mother. In the original, because she wanted to meet with Ci Yun Temple, she hid the treasure in the palace, and it became a treasure that everyone could take. But now, the sword battle in Ci Yun Temple had not started, and no one had come to look for it. Therefore, although the jade box should still be hidden in its original place, there was an extra Wei Feng's mother guarding it. If I remember correctly, Wei Feng's mother seemed to be a guy who had just reached the nascent soul stage, right? Seito appeared at the peak of Qing Luo Mountain and looked down at the valley room filled with demonic aura. Thinking of this, Seito's lips curled up slightly. He activated instant transmission and disappeared from the place. In the next moment, Seito appeared in Qing Luo Palace. At this time, it was late at night. Although it was the best time to meditate and cultivate qi, the demons in the palace were not like this. Each and every one of them was hugging beautiful girls and seeking pleasure in their respective side rooms. They were making lewd sounds without the slightest intention to cultivate. This made Seito, who came in stealth, secretly let out a sigh of relief. In his opinion, it was better not to fight if he could. If the battle were to start, it would implicate the heavenly secrets and let Ame or the old beggar find out about this matter. That would not be good. Then, Seito released his divine sense and searched the hall. Soon, a dark room was projected into Seito's mind through his divine sense. Seito quickly stepped forward and came to the side of the main seat in the hall. He bent down and pressed the mechanism. In an instant, there was only a hua sound, and a small sunken space appeared, but there was nothing inside. Seeing this, Seito laughed and pointed forward. In an instant, there was an invisible ripple. Then, there was a crackling sound, and a new darkroom appeared in the original darkroom. However, it was different from the previous darkroom. A new jade box was quietly lying inside, constantly releasing golden light into the sky. However, every time the golden light touched the wall above, distorted runes would appear on the wall, suppressing the golden light. Knowing that he had found the owner, Seito's face lit up. He immediately waved his hand and took the jade box into his Rubik's Cube world. It's done. Then, Seito did not want to stay in the valley any longer. He activated the mechanism and disappeared from the palace. After more than 15 minutes, Seito once again appeared in a mountain range. This place was called Four Gates Mountain, where another heavenly book was hidden. Just like the heavenly book obtained by Qing Luo Palace, there was also an evil cultivator guarding it. This person's name was Zhu Hong, and he was the favorite disciple of the founder of Wutai sect, Ancestor Hun Yuan. He had obtained many Wutai sect's secret techniques. However, his temperament was not good. After Ancestor Hun Yuan died in the second sword battle, he immediately took the sect's treasures and heavenly book and fled here. He cultivated in secret and was ready to come out and sweep the world when he mastered the heavenly book. Seito glanced around. For a moment, his gaze paused and he flew over. This was a valley, similar to the peaks around the Four Gates Mountain. It was bright all around, but there were no weeds growing on it, nor were there any trees to hide it. What was even more strange was that there was not even a shadow of birds, beasts, or insects. It was very strange. Seito, who was looking ahead, sneered. His 5 fingers hooked like claws and scratched the void in front of him from top to bottom like a tiger claw scratching a wall. However, at this moment, clouds of black gas flew out from the mountain wall. They coiled and merged into a large black snake. They opened their mouths and bit at Seito. Seito did not change his first move. His other hand also stretched out like a claw. His 10 fingers were like hooks, bringing out pitch-black cracks as they slashed at the black snake. Puff! In an instant, there was a soft sound. The black snake turned into smoke again, and the scene changed like a mirage. A dark cave appeared in front of him. Seito did not hesitate and stepped into the cave. The passage in the cave was not long, only 14 or 15 meters. With Seito's speed, it did not take long for him to reach the end. Then, an extremely wide hall appeared in front of Seito. 4 red candles as thick as a human arm were embellished in the middle. They emitted a fluorescent glow, illuminating the hall. On the 4 walls of the hall, there were strange pitch-black runes drawn on them. Although they looked strange, the hall exuded a sense of mystery, and one could not help but look sideways. However, the moment Seito stepped into the hall, the environment of the entire hall changed. It became as dark as a ghost cave. Waves of chilly wind blew around him, and at the same time, heart-wrenching screams and roars echoed in the cave. Amidst the screams and roars, Seito felt a sense of absent-mindedness. However, Seito's mind immediately cleared, and he let out a cold snort with the tiger's thunderous roar. In an instant, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from Seito. Chapter 1652. The tiger's roar of thunder was so grand that it suppressed the ghostly howls in the cave as soon as it appeared. However, good things didn't last long. The next moment, the dark cave shook slightly. Young boys and girls who looked like they were carved from jade appeared in the cave. Their eyes stared straight at Seito. The next moment, one of the young girls changed into a terrifying ghost with a green face and fangs. She bared her fangs and claws and pounced at Seito. Behind her, the other young boys and girls also transformed into ghosts and bit at Seito. Little ghosts, how dare you show off in front of me? With a cold snort, Seito waved his hand horizontally. A dazzling and grand thunder instantly appeared from his arm. Then, it suddenly exploded and turned into a sky full of silver rays that jumped throughout the entire cave. The thunder that jumped out was like a big net, enveloping all the ghosts in the cave. Under the bombardment of the thunder, the ghosts' faces distorted and they opened their mouths to scream. They turned into black smoke and disappeared in the cave. Along with the ghost, the pitch-black environment of the cave also disappeared, revealing the original hall once again. Seito took the lead and walked to the small room next to the hall. In that small room, a short and fat Taoist priest with disheveled hair and a sword in his hand was circling an altar. He was fighting there and waving the long sword in his hand, frequently pointing at a black jade gourd on the altar. His forehead was covered in sweat. Just as he was about to bite the tip of his tongue and spit out his life essence blood as a sacrifice, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Don't bother." The fat Taoist priest was none other than the traitor of Wutai, Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly turned around and threw out a white light behind him. As expected of the beloved disciple of the Hunyuan ancestor, the traitor of Wutai, such a response could be said to be appropriate, but it was a pity. His opponent was Edo Sei, whose realm was much higher than his. His opponent was at least at the level of fairy immortal. Therefore, not only did his surprise attack fail, but he was also caught by his opponent. No matter how hard the dazzling white flying sword struggled, it could not fly out of his hand. "May I ask who you are? Why are you here to make things difficult for this poor Taoist? Do you dare to show your name?" Zhu Hong's expression immediately changed when he saw this and asked. Although the tone of his voice was calm and normal, his expression still revealed that he was trying to put on a strong front. "Will you know if I tell you?" Seito sneered. Then, without waiting for Zhu Hong's reaction, he slapped the three-origin flying sword with his left hand. In an instant, a crackling sound was heard, and a thunderbolt exploded on the trembling three-origin flying sword. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire sword was covered in lightning. Puff! The three-origin flying sword was a flying sword that Zhu Hong cultivated with his life. The thought of his primordial spirit existed in it and was connected to his mind. Under the bombardment of the thunderbolt, it was immediately shattered and scattered. It affected his mind, causing Zhu Hong to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Under the bombardment of the thunderbolt, the three-origin flying sword dimmed and stopped trembling. Seito turned his hand and put away the three-origin flying sword. Then he stretched his hand forward, and an invisible force immediately shrouded Zhu Hong's body. Zhu Hong did not bother to wipe off the blood and turned into smoke to escape underground. "Ha!" Seito chuckled and pointed to the ground. "Steel finger. Block!" In an instant, only a crisp sound was heard. Zhu Hong's body reappeared in the cave, and a light bruise appeared on his forehead at the same time. "Seal the sky and lock the earth." Seito's mind moved and linked the surrounding space, forming a square, invisible coffin. Zhu Hong was trapped in it. Then, Seito's 5 fingers contracted and slowly clenched into a fist. Under Seito's palm movements, the invisible space coffin quickly contracted and suppressed Zhu Hong's body. But at this moment, a 5-colored mist suddenly appeared on his body and forcefully resisted the shrinking of the coffin. Wu Tai Sek's defensive treasure, 5 sifting light smoke shield. Seeing this, Seito narrowed his eyes and formed a strange hand seal with both hands. In the next moment, an invisible ripple spread from Seito's body and swept over Zhu Hong, who was trapped in the invisible coffin. In an instant, the mist outside Zhu Hong's body and Zhu Hong's body stopped at the same time. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock. Forbidden technique. Time stop. Taking advantage of this gap, Seito flipped his hand and took out Zhu Hong's triple origin flying sword. While Zhu Hong's eyes flashed, he used this flying sword to pierce through the gap formed by the 5 sifting light smoke shield and pierced into Zhu Hong's throat. Then, Seito's wrist turned and released a blast of extreme yang thunder as the blade spun. Crackle, crackle. A large amount of thunder instantly exploded from the triple origin flying sword and covered Zhu Hong's body, blasting him from the inside out and turning him into a charcoal corpse. Seito withdrew the sword and waved his hand to collect the 5 sifting light smoke shield that had lost its owner's control. He threw it back into the storage space with the triple origin flying sword. Then, Seito pointed again and a ball of fire burned from Zhu Hong's body. This is the famous demonic treasure, the soul-dispersing gourd of Lulu. Seito looked at the black jade gourd on the altar and thought to himself, "It's a pity that I don't know magic and can't refine it. Moreover, this thing is not easy for me. On the contrary, it's a lot of trouble. I don't have the mood to find a virgin boy and a girl to raise this thing. It's better to destroy it again." Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds, poured spatial energy into the blade, and slashed at the black jade gourd on the altar without hesitation. With the slash of the celestial clouds, a finger-wide crack exuding a mysterious aura appeared in the void. Crack! The blade light fell, and the black jade gourd was split into 2. Whoosh! In an instant, a large cloud of black smoke flew out from the soul-dispersing gourd of Lulu. It divided into 36 small clouds of black smoke in the air and flew around the room until it disappeared into the large black flags on the wall. On the large flags, the ferocious demons roared and swallowed the black smoke. They condensed into a tall figure and jumped down from the black flags. With a ferocious look, they pounced on Seito, the only living thing in the cave. "Reckless things," Seito said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible domain instantly spread out from his body, enveloping the entire house in the blink of an eye. Then, with a flash of fire, reddish-yellow flames spread out and surged toward the 36 ferocious demons like fire chasing after oil. Ah! Shrill screams came from the demons' mouths. The demons that were cultivated in the soul-dispersing gourd of Lulu were so powerful that even individual immortals would run away when they saw them. They were a headache for celestial immortals. However, it had not been cultivated, so it was naturally not powerful enough. In addition, it had divided itself into 36 heavenly demons, which caused the demons' strength to decrease again. It was lucky that they had the strength of a gold core. Therefore, it did not take long for the 36 heavenly demons to be burned into nothingness by Seito's true samadhi fire. Of course, the altar, formation flags, and other useless things in the cave were also burned into nothingness. After getting rid of the soul-dispersing gourd of Lulu, Seito put away the divine blade and released his divine thoughts to search the entire cave. Soon, a stone room with a big muscle inside appeared in his mind. Seito flashed and appeared in the stone room in an instant. Then, with a flip of his hand, the big muscle suddenly shattered under the attack of an invisible force, revealing a foot-long emerald jade box that shone with fluorescent light. Seito waved his hand, and the jade box fell into his palm. However, at this moment, a ball of black light flashed across the jade box, and was about to attack Sei Ito with a monstrous devil chi. Obviously, there was a defensive restriction placed on the jade box by Zhu Hong. Sei Ito snorted coldly and used the perfect circle force in his body. He did not care about the changes in the restrictive spell and directly broke it with force. Crack! Suddenly, the jade box shattered together with the box, revealing a book made of unknown materials hidden in the box. On the title page of the book, there were 6 big words written in strange tadpole language. The Heavenly Book, Purple Mansion, First Volume. As expected, the Godslayer's 1,000 Languages ability is also effective on tadpole language. Sei Ito grinned. In fact, it was understandable. The 1,000 Languages could even decipher the ancient Egyptian script, let alone the tadpole language that was popular during the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, even if he could not understand it, Sei Ito was not afraid. At worst, he could find Lu Miaozi and learn it again. Anyway, with the 1,000 Languages ability, as long as he was willing to learn any language, there was no saying that he could not learn it. Therefore, even if Ling Hun did not have the first volume of the Heavenly Book that was specially annotated in tadpole language, Sei Ito could still decipher the 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book that he obtained from the Qingluo Palace. Therefore, this Heavenly Book was the same as the other Heavenly Books written in tadpole language. Now, only the one in the Purple Cloud Palace is left. Sei Ito thought to himself as he put away the first volume of the Heavenly Book. Then, with a thought, he activated teleportation and disappeared from the cave where Zhu Hong was hiding. Not long after he left, a green stream of light descended, and a woman with an unsightly appearance appeared at the entrance of the cave. Looking at the restriction at the entrance of the cave that had been broken, the woman's face changed. She took out a strange treasure from her arms and carefully entered the cave. The Purple Cloud Palace was located overseas, far away from the Central Plains. It was also in the Chuan Mansion of the Central Plains. The distance between the 2 places was very far. Therefore, Sei Ito spent almost an hour to arrive at the sea where the Purple Cloud Palace was located. However, if he wanted to find the main body of the Purple Cloud Palace, he would have to patiently search for it. Relying on the memory in his mind, Sei Ito searched for places similar to the Purple Cloud Palace's environment. Chapter 1653. Fortunately, there was still more than half a year before the plot began. Sei Ito had the time and patience to wander around the sea. Therefore, he was not anxious that he could not find the Purple Cloud Palace in a short period of time. Instead, during his leisure time, he flipped through the newly obtained Taoist books in his hands. There were a total of 4 books. The White Sun solution was found in the Flower Rain Cave at the White Sun Cliff of the Wind Cave Mountain. The 5 Elements formula was found in the Evil Spirit Gorge Snake King Temple between Yunnan and Guizhou. The Hesha Strange Book. The copy of the Heavenly Book in the Jade Box stolen from the Green Conch Palace of the Green Conch Valley and the lower volume of the Heavenly Book in the bottom layer. The first volume of the Heavenly Book of the Heavenly Book, which originally belonged to the Wutai Grandmaster Hun Yuan, was also obtained from Zhu Hong of the Four Gates Mountain. Among them, the White Sun solution was not much to say. It was used at the beginning of cultivation and was used to build the foundation. After Sei Ito recorded a few marks, he gave one of them to Li Ning and Li Yingxiong, who were cultivating so that they could stretch their bodies. The rest were thrown into the various libraries of the Rubik's Cube world for the people in the inner world to study. Hesha's Strange Book was much more profound than White Sun technique, but Ito Sei, who had his own system, didn't have the heart to practice it. He only thought of it as a reference, and he wanted to understand the secrets of the 5 elements. As for the last Heavenly Book, just like the Hesha Strange Book, Sei Ito skimmed through it. From it, he learned 2 or 3 spells that seemed to be quite powerful. Then, he devoted all his attention to the things related to the primordial spirit described in it. After all, when he came to this world, his original purpose was to find some methods of using the primordial spirit at the level of celestial immortals and above. It would be a reference for his own future cultivation. In this way, Sei Ito slowly stayed in the North Sea for 4 to 5 days. On this day, Just as he routinely dived into the sea to search the surroundings with the water escape technique, a magnificent palace building appeared in Sei Ito's mind through his perception. Found it. Sei Ito couldn't help but rejoice as he recalled the description of the Purple Cloud Palace. With a flash of his body, he moved like a fish in the sea and arrived in front of the Purple Cloud Palace. Sei Ito materialized and stood on the platform outside the palace gates. Then, he raised his hand and shot out a white light. As the white light flew out, it triggered a series of multicolored restrictions in its path. Who is so bold to behave atrociously in my Purple Cloud Palace? At this moment, a voice filled with malevolence quickly rang out from the Purple Cloud Palace. In the next moment, a beautiful woman in purple appeared in front of Sei Ito. "Who are you?" The person looked at Sei Ito from head to toe and asked, "I'm Shindaozi. I'm also an independent cultivator of the North Sea. I've come this time because I have something to give to the Violet Cloud Palace." Sei Ito clasped his fist and smiled faintly. "What benefits?" Without waiting for the woman to speak, two other people also dressed in purple, but their appearances were not the same. However, both of them were extremely beautiful women who walked out from the Purple Cloud Palace. Among them, Nuzi, who looked slightly older, asked, "Big sister." The woman who came out first greeted her. "You three must be the three palace masters of the Purple Cloud Palace, right?" Sei Ito asked with a smile as he slowly swept his gaze over the three people. "That's right," Chu Feng admitted with a nod. "Could it be that the palace master intends to talk here?" Sei Ito pointed at the surroundings and asked calmly. Big Phoenix frowned and turned to the side. She spread her arms and said, "We've been rude. Fellow Taoist, please." "Big sister." The woman who came out with Chu Feng called out softly. From the expression in her eyes, it was clear that she didn't want Sei Ito to enter the palace. "It's fine. If this fellow Taoist really wants to harm us, there's no need for him to go through so much trouble," Chu Feng said with a shake of her head. Then, she looked at Sei Ito and continued, "With fellow Taoist strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to forcefully break into the palace." When the two women beside Chu Feng heard this, their expressions changed. Shock and disbelief appeared in their eyes. Sei Ito smiled. He neither admitted nor denied Chu Feng's words. It seems that Chu Feng isn't as bad as the original work described her to be. She still has some intelligence, Sei Ito thought to himself. Under the guidance of the three women of the Purple Cloud Palace, the group passed through a courtyard filled with all kinds of precious flowers and rare herbs and entered the main hall of the Purple Cloud Palace. Then, the three women and Sei Ito sat down as guests and hosts. Servants served the guests tea. Chu Feng, who was sitting in the main seat, shouted. Sei Ito looked around and took in the beautiful scenery of the palace. He softly praised, "As expected, this is a wonderful place for immortals." When they heard Sei Ito's praise, the three phoenixes revealed smug expressions. At this moment, a woman who looked to be around 14 or 15 years old and wore a collar around her neck walked into the hall with a cup of tea in her hand. She placed the cup on the table beside Sei Ito. This must be the mother of stone, Lu Rongbua, Sei Ito thought to himself when he sensed the spiritual energy emitted from a maid. "Fellow Taoist, please." Chu Feng raised her cup and invited him. "Please." Sei Ito also took the teacup beside him and returned the gesture. Then, they opened the lid of the teacup and drank the tea. "Good tea," Sei Ito praised again. Chu Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, she asked, "May I know what benefits fellow Taoist spoke of earlier?" Sei Ito put down the teacup and raised his head to look at Chu Feng. He faintly smiled and said, "An item from the inner palace of the Purple Cloud Palace." With that, the atmosphere in the palace froze. At the same time, a sliver of shock flashed through the three phoenixes' eyes. "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking." Chu Feng's face stiffened as she dryly laughed. They had coveted the inner palace's treasures for many years. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to take them all. Although they were unwilling to give up, they knew that it was because they weren't strong enough. As a result, they would enter the palace every 3 to 5 years and used their magic power to break open the crystal pillars in search of treasures. This had almost become their obsession. Seito looked meaningfully at Chu Feng and slowly said, "Are you really joking?" For a moment, the entire palace fell silent. "Speak. Where did you learn of this?" After a moment of silence, the three phoenixes suddenly leapt up from her seat and formed a hand seal. Rays of multicolored, profound light shone from her. She glared at Seito and questioned him. Seito chuckled when he saw this. Five-colored light instantly shone from the 5 fingers of his right hand. It merged in his palm and formed a streak of 5-colored light that shot towards the 3 phoenixes. The 3 phoenixes let out a delicate cry and sent the streak of light flying out. However, as soon as it came into contact with a 5-colored light, it was shattered by the light and turned into a large amount of light fragments that scattered. The 5-colored light didn't stop there. Before the first and second phoenixes could react, it suddenly landed on the 3 phoenixes. Immediately after, the light expanded and turned into a human-sized ball that trapped the 3 phoenixes. Chapter 1654. Fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? Chu Feng's expression changed slightly, but she knew that there was a huge gap between her strength and the newcomers. She couldn't win by forcing herself to be brave, so she could only swallow her anger and ask, "I saw that fellow Taoist's third sister was arrogant and hot-tempered. I know that it's not the way to immortality, so I'm teaching her a lesson on your behalf." Seito picked up the teacup with his right hand and gently swept the tea lid back and forth with his left hand, as if he was fiddling with the floating leaves in the teacup. "I will educate my sister. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about it," Chu Feng said with a gloomy expression, after saying that the mysterious qi in his chest circulated. He raised his hand and shot a ray of spiritual light at San Feng, who was imprisoned by the 5-colored light ball. The spiritual light was as bright as a waterfall, shooting toward the 5-colored light ball like lightning. Puff! In an instant, there was a sound like leather being torn. The two instantly collided. Then, the 5-colored light ball trembled slightly and swallowed the white light. It continued to rotate as it had in ancient times. Chu Feng's expression completely changed when she saw this. Although the sound of this attack wasn't exaggerated, it was indeed her full-strength attack. She originally thought that since it couldn't really intimidate others, it should be able to break the other party's spell. Who knew that in the end, it would end up like this? It made Chu Feng angry, but also made her feel uneasy. "Fellow Taoist, my little sister was reckless and offended you. Please spare her this time on account of her young and ignorant age." Just as Chu Feng didn't know whether to admit defeat and beg for mercy or continue to hold on, San Feng stood up and bowed. Although the 3 phoenixes were twin sisters, their temperaments were different. San Feng was quite dignified. The second phoenix was gentle and did not compete with others. However, the third phoenix was arrogant and impatient. She liked to fight for the first place in everything. She looked like a rebellious young girl. "Fine, I'll spare her this time on account of the second princess." Seito looked at San Feng and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger at San Feng. A chaotic star shot out like a meteor and hit the 5-colored light ball. Then, the colorful ball shook and suddenly exploded, dispersing into chaotic streams of air. It disappeared from the palace. Once he pounced, he would be able to escape. The third phoenix glared angrily. He pointed at Seito. "Third sister, that's enough," Dafeng said in a low voice. Although the 3 phoenixes had an impatient personality, they were always competitive. However, everyone had always admired him, so they didn't dare to make a fuss after hearing his words. They resentfully retracted their arms and sat back down on their original chairs. "Since fellow Taoist is willing to help us retrieve the treasure, I'm sure you must have a request. May I know what you've taken a liking to in my Purple Cloud Palace?" "Heavenly One Holy Water." Seito raised his head and looked into Xiang Chufeng's eyes. "Only the Heavenly One Holy Water?" Chu Feng asked in disbelief. "That's right. It's just Tiani Holy Water." Seito nodded. What he wanted was the heavenly book, but he remembered the time wrongly. He got the year when the slave of the golden whiskers appeared, so he mistakenly thought that the slave of the golden whiskers hadn't been saved by Chu Feng yet. However, when he entered the Purple Cloud Palace, he discovered that the slave of the golden whiskers had not only entered the palace, but he had also lost his pure young body. It was obvious that he had become husband and wife with Xiang Chu Feng. From this, he deduced that the original 19 golden court jade pillars and the items hidden in them must have been obtained by Chu Feng, including the jade spirit case with the heavenly book of multiplication seal. According to the original, after being burned by the slave of the golden whiskers, pure young Nanming Li fire for 49 days. The seal on the jade case was broken, but the heavenly book escaped due to an oversight. Only the Earth Palace golden seal, cultivated by Mother Earth, was obtained by the two of them. After being cultivated by everyone, it also turned into nothingness. Not even a scrap was left behind. Naturally, there was no way to steal it. Therefore, after thinking about it, the only thing left in the entire Purple Cloud Palace that was worth his time was the heavenly one divine water. As for Lu Rongbua, who was close to becoming a heaven immortal, even if he really saved her, she wouldn't be willing to stay in the mortal world and be ordered around by him. At most, she would stay in the mortal world for 3 to 7 years to nurture her infant body. Then, she would ascend to the celestial realm and obtain the Tao fruit of the celestial immortals. To say Ito, the gains didn't make up for the losses. Therefore, he didn't even think about it, and threw the idea of saving her out of the sea of bitterness to the back of his mind. How much does Tao friend want? Chu Feng asked. All of it, Sei Ito said without holding back. Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Chu Feng immediately frowned. However, when she thought about the number of treasures in the inner palace, she didn't feel the heartache anymore. She nodded heavily and agreed. All right, we'll do as you say. Thank you very much, eldest princess. Sei Ito cupped his fists and smiled. Chu Feng smiled in response. After drinking some tea for a while, Chu Feng asked, when do you plan on taking the treasures? Any time, Sei Ito said confidently. Good. Let's not delay. Let's do it now. Chu Feng's heart leaped. She wanted to immediately fly into the inner palace to take the treasures. I'll do as you say, Palace Master, Sei Ito said with a smile. Soon after, Chu Feng, Air Feng, San Feng, and the 3 women stood up with Sei Ito. They met up with the golden whiskered slave, who had been hiding in a corner. The 5 of them left the main hall and headed into the depths of the palace. The Purple Cloud Palace was located deep under the sea. It occupied a large area. Thus, the distance between the main hall and the inner palace was quite large. It was about 3 to 4 miles. Fortunately, they weren't mortals. Their flying techniques were exceptional. In a short moment, they arrived outside the inner palace. At that moment, Chu Feng stepped forward. She formed a hand seal and removed the restriction on the door. She then took the lead and led Air Feng, San Feng, the golden whiskered slave, and Sei Ito into the inner palace. In the blink of an eye, a vast and empty space appeared before Sei Ito and the others. Although there was no light in the cave, it was as bright as day. 19 human-sized crystal pillars flickered with golden light. They were arranged in a picturesque disorder in the cave. They formed a strange pattern. There were empty, circular holes on the pillars. It was as if they were describing the richness of the treasures here. After entering the hall, Chu Feng stopped. She closed her eyes and formed a hand seal. Soon after, a series of muffled rumbles were heard. Along with the rumbles, another 18 human-sized crystal pillars flickered with golden light rose from the ground. Together with 18 of the original 19 crystal pillars, they formed a heavenly astral formation. They gave off a heavy and oppressive aura. There were also holes on the 18 new crystal pillars. However, they were different from the 19 crystal pillars. Apart from a few holes that were empty of treasures, the rest of the holes were covered in restriction light. They sealed strange and indescribable treasures. After the rumbling stopped, Chu Feng turned around and looked at Sei Ito. Fellow Taoist. Ito-sei nodded slightly and didn't speak. He walked slowly to the front of the four people. Then, with a thought, an invisible force instantly spread out with him as the center. Almost in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire space of the inner hall. Afterwards, Ito didn't seem to do anything. Pitch-black knives that gave off mysterious and profound auras abruptly appeared above the crystal pillars. They quickly slashed down as if they wanted to cut the pillars in half. Puff, 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 puff. As the black knives slashed down, a series of muffled sounds reverberated through the silent inner palace. At the same time as the dull thuds, images of the restrictions sealing the crystal began to appear. Chu Feng became excited when she saw this. Her heart was filled with joy and excitement from the treasures she was about to obtain. Although Second Phoenix was also delighted, she was much more indifferent. It seemed like she didn't care too much about the treasures. On the other hand, Third Phoenix's excitement was written all over her face. She wanted nothing more than to rush over to the crystal pillars and take the treasures for herself. Under the slashes of the knives from the laws of space, it did not take long for all the restrictions on the 18 crystal pillars to be destroyed, revealing the treasures hidden behind the restrictions. Fortunately, I've succeeded. Ito dispersed his spatial energy and withdrew his domain. He turned to Third Phoenix and smiled. Fantastic! Third Phoenix cheered and rushed over to a crystal pillar. She took out a treasure from it. Thank you for your assistance. Chu Feng forcefully suppressed her excitement and clasped her fist. You're too kind, First Princess. Ito smiled faintly before asking, but may I ask when I can obtain the celestial purity water? Chu Feng turned to Air Feng and said, Air Feng, take fellow Taoist to get the one heavenly chaste water. Yes, elder sister, Second Phoenix replied. Please come with me. Second Phoenix extended her arms and invited him. Second Princess, please, Ito said politely. Then, he was led out of the inner palace by the two phoenixes. They flew along the path they came from and turned to another hall. It turned out that there were many other halls around the path they came from. They were built according to the 8 trigrams, and the entire Purple Cloud Palace was arranged in an orderly manner. Clusters of immortal flowers, exotic herbs, corals, and shellfish were planted in between the halls, embellishing the scenery. A few minutes later, the two of them stopped in a magnificent palace that was equally beautiful and definitely not something ordinary people would ever see. Please wait for a moment, Second Phoenix said. Then, she ignored Ito and went around a wall, disappearing from Ito's sight. It was not until 5 or 6 minutes later that she reappeared in front of him. But compared to before, there was a yellow jade gourd in Second Phoenix's hand. Needless to say, the gourd must be a tool to store the celestial purity water. Fellow, this is all the celestial purity water stored in the palace. Please keep it well, Second Phoenix said as she handed the yellow jade gourd to Ito. In that case, thank you very much, Second Princess. Ito reached out and took the gourd. He opened the gourd and looked down at the liquid in the gourd. Then, he closed the gourd again and put it away. Chapter 1655. P.S. Thank you to Solon, Wongit, and Xerbatangii for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Seckle Potato and Halcyon for their tips. In addition, I think the First Princess has no time to meet guests now, so I won't disturb you too much. Please apologize to the First Princess on my behalf. Ito cupped his hands and said politely, we were negligent. Airfeng hesitated for a moment and then smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. Goodbye. Ito smiled and said politely, then said goodbye. I'll see you out, Airfeng said. After that, she led Ito out of the palace. Because they didn't dare to waste time, the two didn't use the escape light, but moved out on foot. Along the way, the two talked a little to pass the time. After more than 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at the water-repelling passage outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Second Princess, please wait. Ito stopped and said, In that case, I won't see you out. Take care, fellow Taoist. Airfeng stopped and chuckled. Itsunari cupped his fist and bowed to the two phoenixes. Then he jumped out of the water channel and plunged into the sea. Immediately, he cast the 5 elements water escape technique. His body merged with the sea and instantly disappeared from the eyes of the 2 phoenixes. After an unknown period of time, Seito's figure jumped out of the water and floated in the air. There are many heavenly tomes in Shu Mountain, but there are only a few that can be taken. 3 of them are already in my hands, and the rest is the one in Guangchengzi's old residence in the western Canton Mountain. Unfortunately, that book is entangled with the mysteries of heaven, and I can't get it now. Seito thought to himself as he flew inland. In other words, the heavenly tomes are closed, and it's time to get the treasure after a moment. With a plan in mind, Seito turned into a streak of silver light and flew towards the continent. A few moments later, Seito returned to the mainland. At this time, the sky was close to dusk, and it was not the time for action. Fortunately, Seito entered the Rubik's Cube world and merged with the shadow clone in the eastern forest to check on the progress of the father and daughter. Liang Xiong was indeed worthy of being the main character of the original novel and her biological father. Not even a week had passed, and Liang Xiong, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, had already achieved Qi sense. By storing true Qi, one would become a mediocre expert of the Jianghu. As for his father, Li Ning, who had a solid foundation, he had even converted the true Qi in his body to the Khanate stage and began to nurture his soul. He comprehended the Tao of sword kinesis flight and stepped onto the path of a sword immortal. Seeing this, Seito was quite satisfied and encouraged the 2 of them. He once again separated from his main body, leaving behind a shadow clone to guide the 2 of them. His main body returned to the southern ecological city to accompany his family. Unknowingly, a day passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day, Seito once again left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to Shu Mountain. However, unlike the previous day, there was one more person by his side this time. She was dressed in Han clothing and had green hair that fell to her shoulders. Who else could it be but Cici? Let's go. This time, the 2 of us will have a good time. Seito smiled. Boring. See. Calmly glanced at Seito and replied. Seito chuckled and reached out to grab Cici's hand. It was not convenient for him to change directions. He held her hand and slowly walked in a direction. Along the way, the 2 of them talked and talked, completely ignoring the fact that there was no one around. It was as if they were climbing a mountain on a normal day. They leisurely walked through the mountain path in the forest. With Seito's skills, even if they really encountered some mandrill in the forest, he would not care at all. There was no need to worry about his safety. In this way, the 2 of them walked for 3, 4, 5 days before finally leaving the forest and arriving at a village. It seems that you need to temporarily change the color of your hair. Seito looked at the strange gazes of the passersby on both sides of the road and said with a faint smile, No need. Cici coldly said, Okay then, as you wish. Seito looked at Cici's face and saw that she really did not care about the gazes of the people around her. He also gave up the idea of helping her disguise and nodded in agreement. But thinking about it, as an old witch who had lived for thousands of years, she had endured all kinds of gazes. If she was so easily affected, she would not be the current Cici. But since we have seen people, we should get down to business. Seito softly said, I knew it. It's impossible for you to bring me out without a plan. See, said with a dissatisfied face. Well, it's just on the way. Seito chuckled. Humph, Cici coldly snorted. After that, the 2 of them found an inn. After having their meal, they settled down in one of the guest rooms. I want to eat pizza. See, looked at Seito and said, Didn't you just eat? Seito was surprised. I want to eat pizza. See, was unmoved and repeated. Okay, let's eat pizza. Seito helplessly said. Then, with a flip of his palm, a box of pizza suddenly appeared in his palm, and he handed it to Cici, who was on the wooden couch. C reached out and took the pizza box, turned it on, and put it aside. She opened the lid, took a piece of pizza from the cut inside, put it in front of her mouth, and opened her mouth to bite it. I don't know what's so good about that. Seito curled his lips and secretly said. As for pizza, Seito really didn't dare to compliment the taste of the authentic pizza made by an Italian chef. It was as disgusting as it could be, and the taste was very strange. So, since then, he would rather use the China method to bake fake pizza than use the traditional method to make cheese pizza. That was simply asking for trouble. Looking at CC, eating happily, Seito, whose appetite was also aroused, turned his hand again and took out a piece of pastry from a pastry shop in the Rubik's Cube world and sat down to eat. Then, after about 10 minutes, C finally had enough pizza, took some white paper, and wiped her fingers clean. Then C closed her eyes and breathed deeply, and then a mark covered her entire forehead. A strange V-shaped pattern that emitted a red light immediately appeared on her forehead, causing her emerald green hair to flutter in the air silently. A mysterious and inexplicable aura began to spread from CC's body. Seito's eyes were filled with light as he looked up at the sky. At this time, in the sky, there were strips that were invisible to the naked eye and undetectable to others. The ribbons, which even cultivators could not identify, floated out of the void. Like thousands of streams returning to the sea, they flew to the top of the inn where the two of them were. Then they turned and descended, passing through the wooden boards and landing on CC's body. And at the same time, C raised her head and let out a low moan. Then the red light on CC's body brightened, emitting an even stronger mysterious aura, and using a stronger method to attract the invisible strips from the sky. Seeing this, Seito withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. He merged his consciousness with Alea in the Rubik's Cube world, and through a special connection channel with CC, he extracted the energy of human consciousness that fell on CC, condensed it, and then projected it back to Seito's body. In an instant, the same mysterious and inexplicable aura was emitted from Seito's body. Fortunately, this aura was not overbearing, so it didn't produce a similar aura explosion. The destruction of the building saved the two of them some unnecessary trouble. After a few hours, CC's hair fell, the red light on her forehead disappeared, and she fell on the wooden bed. Bang! Huff, huff, CC, who was lying on the bed, gasped for breath. How are you? Hearing the sound, Seito quickly returned to his body, opened his eyes, got up, and stepped to the side of the bed, looking at CC with concern. I'm fine. C said softly. But what kind of world is this? When I was guiding it just now, there were several powerful forces that attacked me. C asked Seito after panting for a while. What? Seito's expression changed slightly. He whispered, Are those forces strong? Then Seito asked, It's okay. CC thought for a while and replied, Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Seito frowned and lowered his head to think. Seeing this, CC didn't say anything to disturb them and lazily moved his body inside. She let Seito sit down on the bed and close her eyes to rest. It seems that the complexity of this world is more troublesome than I thought. After a while, Seito exhaled a long breath and sighed softly. The only thing that can fight against Alea's power is Alea's power, the will of the planet, and some kind of force that can drive Alea's power. Needless to say, this world definitely did not have the will of a planet. Otherwise, based on the fact that this group of sword immortals would kill at the drop of a hat and destroy mountains and rivers, it would have jumped out like a huge snake to annihilate them. Then, the only thing left is Alea's power itself, and some kind of force that could drive Alea's power. The former is nothing to say. As long as human consciousness gathers, it will be born. The only difference is whether it will breed a core consciousness and whether it can be awakened. But no matter what kind of Alea it is, as long as it is not strong enough, Seito is not afraid. After all, although his Alea's consciousness is only in the awakening stage, because of his intervention and the influence of the Rubik's Cube world, its state is no worse than a grown-up Alea. At most, there is some difference in the accumulation of time compared to some alea that has grown for tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years. But these can be surpassed by devouring the world. But the latter is a bit troublesome, because a person who could drive alea with a human body must have a high level of cultivation and must have meritorious deeds in the human world, be widely praised by the world, be on the path of Tao, and become an immortal. In other words, at the very least, he must be an immortal who is widely praised and worshipped by a lot of people. Of course, in addition to this, it is also possible that there are people in this world that are similar to the 3 divine artifacts of the King of Fighters' world. But this possibility is very small. But if they are immortals, Seito may not be able to easily take them down. Chapter 1656. P.S. Thank you to the Silencer for your precious monthly votes. Let's hope that the other party is an immortal with incense offerings. Such people need to be on duty in the heavenly court. Usually, they can't leave the heavenly court to enter the spiritual space, immortal realm, let alone enter the realm through the spirit bridge, immortal realm. Seito thought to himself. Then, Seito temporarily put this troublesome thought aside. He lay down, stretched out his arms, and hugged C into his arms. Just like that, he fell asleep with her in his arms. The night passed by peacefully and peacefully. In the morning of the second day, Ito Sei and CCC took a simple bath and had a light breakfast before embarking on their journey again. But this time, the two of them didn't walk. Instead, they took out a carriage and drove along the pipeline to other towns. Do we still need to guide them? On the way, CC, who was eating pizza casually, asked, "In the last battle, do you think those people used their full strength?" Seito asked. "I'm not sure," CC replied. Seito lowered his head and thought. If it was for safety, it was naturally best to stop and not guide them. But this way, it would seem like he was afraid of the other party. Not only would it affect his state of mind, but it also made him somewhat unwilling. Then, Seito looked up at CC and decided, let's do it again. But this time, you have to slow down and try not to attract the attention of those people. C nodded slightly and agreed. But you don't have to worry too much. If those people come looking for trouble again, you can directly use the full power of Alea to guide the remaining human consciousness in the void. Seito continued. You want to lure those people out? C asked with a frown. No, I want you to frighten them once and make them more obedient. Make them behave. Ito-sei said in a deep voice. As mentioned before, those who could use the power of Alea were powerful people. None of them were below the immortal realm. However, as mentioned before, the other party had to have meritorious deeds in the human world. Then what was merit? Imparting the Tao was a merit. Serving justice was a merit. Eliminating evil and promoting good is a meritorious deed. Saving the people is a meritorious deed. In short, whatever is beneficial to people. All of them could be used as merit. And this point had directly cut off a portion of the influence that the Alea could exert on the Shushan world. For example, the legendary Buddha Tathagata, Guanyin the Savior, the 3 pure ones of Taoism, and some of the righteous gods of the heavenly court. This was because although they had received incense, they had not done anything meritorious in the world of Mount Shu. Thus, although the letter was present, it was different. Alea would not cooperate with them. Moreover, these mighty figures were all people who illuminated the heavens and received the worship of billions of worlds. They wouldn't care about a small change in a single world. They might not even care about it. That was why Seito dared to speak like this. However, Seito had also prepared a way out. As long as the situation was slightly off, Seito would immediately bring C into the Rubik's Cube world and leave the Shushan world at the first moment. Anyway, other than those magic treasures that were dispensable to him, his main goal had been achieved, so there was no need to stay here for too long. All right, C responded. Then, C sped up and finished the pizza in her hand. Then, She closed her eyes and activated the power of Alea once again. As the strange V-shaped pattern emitting red light appeared, C's hair fluttered on its own again. Then, waves of mysterious and inexplicable strange power once again emanated from her body, stirring the void. Then, in the next moment, invisible strips emerged from the void. Under the guidance of an invisible force, they quickly entered C's body. At the same time, Seito's expression also changed. His face was full of the majesty of an emperor and the indifference of a god. He quietly looked at C opposite him, and absorbed the power transmitted from her body. 5 or 6 minutes passed like this. At this moment, an invisible force suddenly shot out from the void and shot toward the Alea power that C had released. It's coming. Seito and C thought at the same time. Then, with a thought, they immediately burst out all the power of Alea. In an instant, a ripple of the void that was almost visible to the naked eye quickly spread out from the center of the carriage where the two were in. In the blink of an eye, it left the two's perception and continued to rush into the distance. Boom! An explosion that resounded through another dimension was immediately transmitted to Seito and C's hearts. Amidst this explosion, the incoming attack was like an egg that had been struck by a rock. It abruptly exploded and turned into fragments that filled the sky, quickly disappearing without a trace. Come on, Itosi said in his mind. Almost at the moment his words fell, C suddenly raised her head and opened her eyes, letting out a loud cry. An invisible sound wave instantly spread out, shattering the void and creating a thick energy channel. It guided the energy of the human will down and swallowed it into her body. How dare you? In the void, an angry roar came. If you continue to be noisy, be careful that I'll make you fall from the altar and be entangled with karma. Seito shouted coldly. If it was before, it might not be possible. But now, with the connection with the human consciousness of the Shushan world and the dominance of the Alea power, it was almost possible to evolve the power of the people Dao. It was possible to make a god with a single word. It was not impossible to knock down an immortal, let the world curse him, and even let him directly step into the reincarnation cycle. It was just that the price was a little too high. It would consume a lot of Alea power, and there was a possibility of being rejected and suppressed by this world, leading to a terrifying effect, like a fatal calamity. After all, no matter what, the other party was an immortal who had meritorious deeds in the human world. He had merits on him and was not easy to deal with. You, in the void, the voice said angrily. Who are you? Do you dare to tell me your name? At this moment, another voice came from the void. I don't want to dirty your ears with my lowly name. It's better not to say it. Seito smiled faintly. You have such a powerful ability, but you hide your head and show your tail. Are you afraid to show your face? Do you have any ulterior motives? The person said again. Whatever you say. Seito sneered. Then, Seito's tone changed slightly. He said coldly, You're really cunning. You want to use this to stall for time and track my position. How can I let you do as you wish? Break. As soon as he finished speaking, Seito immediately cut off the torrent of human consciousness with his mind. The upper part of the torrent that was entangled with the few immortals was pushed back into the void. Don't let us know who you are. In the void, the voice of the first immortal said faintly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he disappeared along with the restored void barrier of the human consciousness. Phew, that was dangerous. After devouring and absorbing the human consciousness that was intercepted, Seito, who had left the state of Alea, exhaled softly. He did not expect that his original intention of guiding the consciousness of Alea into his body so that he would have the ability to speak and the aura of unkillable to protect himself. He did not expect that he would be so unlucky as to meet an expert like Li Jingshu the Ji Lejunren, who was at the level of a golden immortal on the land. His self-defense plan had led to such trouble in the end. However, the good thing was that both sides had only exchanged words and fought a little with the human consciousness. They did not meet face to face, so he did not have to worry about them coming to the lower realm to find trouble with him. As for the future, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. When the time came, it would not be up to them to decide who would win or lose. "Forget it. I'll send you back," Seito said as he turned his head to look at C, who was panting softly. Upon hearing that, C rolled her eyes at Seito, but she did not refuse. Seeing that, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately changed his mind and sent C, and the carriage he was in back to the Rubik's Cube world. After that, Seito, who had returned to being alone, did not waste any time. He immediately used his mind to teleport and moved toward the secluded palace where the father and son of Wu Hua were buried near the White Sun Cliff of Mount Baiyang. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the higher-ups of the Buddhist sect, the Taoist spiritual masters of Amei, or the demonic path giants of West Kunlun, they were all shaken by the Alaya power that CC had unleashed. They gathered in twos and threes to discuss what had just happened and the various situations that might arise from it. Seito was completely unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he was not prepared to pay attention to it. He had made up his mind to enter the village quietly and try his best not to shoot. After a few minutes, Seito's figure appeared in a graveyard that was covered in weeds. It was as tall as a hill and was surrounded by tall emerald trees. "This is the tomb of the father and son of Wu Hua." Seito, who was suspended in midair and looking down at the graveyard below, thought to himself, the so-called Wu Hua was the king of the mountain people in ancient times. He was a kind person. However, his son, Rongdun, was born from the strange chi of heaven and earth. He had divine strength since he was young. He could fight a flying dragon and kill a rhinoceros. He was very brave. Back then, when Qiyu and the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan were fighting for the world, Rongdun was on good terms with Qiyu. He also led the army of his country to fight against the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan. Later, after Qiyu was killed, he was also captured by the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan. He was imprisoned for 3 years and 5 months. He was only released after his father confessed and begged. Rongdun was extremely violent and thought that this was the greatest shame in his life. On the way back, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He fell ill halfway and died of anger before he reached the country. When his father, Wu Hua, saw his beloved son die, he was so sad that he wanted to die. He cried and regretted every day. In less than a year, he also died. The new king who succeeded the throne was a powerful minister of the Wu Hua. His name was Bei Che. He was cunning and cruel. He used the excuse of remembering the late King Dawei to set up a vicious trap. In this Mount Baiyang, which was known as the Wu Hua Cave in ancient times, a huge tomb was built for the father and son. The manpower used was more than 100,000. The wise and brave people of the country were all working for the king. They had no time to do anything else, so he could be the stable king. Chapter 1657. After 3 days of work, the tomb was first built. At that time, Bei Che locked up all of the former king's close subjects and told the people that they were willing to die for him. After 17 years of work, the tomb was finally completed. At that time, the entire country was in an uproar, but in the end, he died at the hands of the mob. However, Bei Che's actions benefited the father and son of Wu Hua, because the place where the tomb was buried was excellent and filled with yin qi, and the father and son were not ordinary people. After a long time, they obtained the spirit domains earth qi and became zombies. In this spirit cave of heaven and earth, the father and son could have achieved good results if they had followed the right path. However, their son, Rongdun, had a strange temperament and an inextinguishable pent-up anger in his heart. He only made things difficult for good people. Wu Hua loved his son dearly and had no choice but to kill many people. In the end, he became an evil spirit. Of course, whether the father and son were good or evil had nothing to do with him, but the two treasures in their hands were his goal. Then, Seito spread out his divine sense and scanned the entire tomb. Under the scanning of the divine sense of the true fairy/god level, soon, a cave on the mountainside of the tomb was reflected in Ito-Sei's mind through his perception. Knowing that he had found the place, Seito did not hesitate and immediately arrived in front of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, countless vines hung down, faintly blocking the cave. If one was not close enough, it would be difficult to find that there was a deep place hidden under the lush green. Seito stepped forward, pushed aside the vines, and flashed into the cave. However, as soon as he entered the cave, an invisible force pressed down on his body like a mountain, incomparably heavy. It was like the ordinary cultivators in this world who only cultivated their nascent soul and did not care about their physical bodies. It was extremely difficult to bear. It would not take long for them to be crushed into a bloody pulp by this pressure. However, for Seito, who already had a divine body and could withstand the radiation of the universe, it was very easy. He continued to walk slowly into the cave as if he did not feel anything. The cave was not long, only a dozen or so meters long. It did not take long for them to reach the end. But just as Seito was about to reach the end, a roar suddenly rang out. Then a monster rushed out of the cave, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The monster's head was like a dragon's. It had 2 horns that were as big as tree trunks. It had a bird's body and a pair of wide wings. It was unknown how long it was. Its eyes were as big as a bucket and flickered with black light. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Seito's head. However, although it looked ferocious, its aura was extremely weak. It was only around the human immortal stage and could only rely on its body to commit such atrocities. However, in terms of physical strength, Seito was not afraid of anyone. He immediately let out a low roar. He lowered himself into a horse stance and hooked his feet into the ground. The strength in his entire body condensed into a huge dragon, and he twisted his body to deliver an uppercut to the monster's jaw. Bang! With a loud bang, the monster's head exploded under the explosive force of the fist. The monster's head shot towards the surrounding rock arms, making a crashing sound. Even so, not a single drop of blood splashed out from the monster's head. Seito looked carefully and realized that the monster was a stone statue. It had been in this place where spiritual energy gathered for a long time and gained spirituality, turning into a monster. No wonder its cultivation is so low. Seito suddenly realized. Then, Seito did not stop and continued to walk into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, a large amount of black and green chi immediately rushed towards him. Seito saw this and flipped his palm. He took out a small stone bottle that emitted a faint cold aura and poured his power into it. A suction force instantly gushed out from the small bottle and wrapped around the black and green chi. Like a whale swallowing water, it absorbed all of it into the small bottle. This small bottle was not something else. It was the small bottle that Ito-Sei found in a cave somewhere in the Shenangjia when he first stepped into the A level. At that time, although Seito had the yin-yang technique, he did not know how to use it, so he could not use it. Moreover, he did not like this method of raising ghosts. Thus, even after he understood the method of cultivation, he still put it aside and never used it. However, he did not expect that he would get the first reward here. The treasure of the cultivator under Feng Yu, absorbing the yin ghost chi in the tomb of Chiyo's good friend. Sure enough, the changes in the world are very strange. Looking at the stone bottle in his hand, Seito shook his head and muttered to himself. He was no longer the young man from back then. He had long understood that the so-called Feng Yu was Chiyu. It was just that Feng was the surname of his tribe, just like how he also had the title of Yendi. That's right, Chi was not only the ancestor of Jiuli, but also the last Yendi. However, just like in the legends when he caused the chaos of the Yellow Emperor, he also used force to seize the power of the previous Yendi and became the leader of the entire Yendi and Jiuli tribe. Therefore, the Battle of Yin and Huang not only referred to the battle between the Yellow Emperor tribe and the Yendi tribe, but also refer to the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Chiyu. After collecting the soul ghost aura that was naturally derived from the land of profound Een, Ito-chun once again took a step forward and walked into the depths of the cave. This time, there were no changes on the way. Seeing this, Sei-Ito was slightly happy. While carefully observing the possible restrictions around him, he sped up into the cave. Not long after, Sei-Ito came to the end of the tunnel. This was a stone room. Of course, on the way forward, he also passed by many stone rooms, but unlike those narrow stone rooms, this stone room was extremely large, like a secular conference hall. Inside, there were quilts, mattresses, cabinets, and other daily necessities, and all of them were rare treasures that were difficult to find in the outside world. If he guessed correctly, this must be the residence of one of the Wuhua father and son, or the Cheongqi demonic beast. Sei-Ito looked around and simply searched the situation in the room. He found that there were no treasures that were worth his attention, so he did not stay in the room any longer and walked into the depths of the tomb through another door. However, they didn't walk for long before a faint, strange smell wafted into their nostrils. Sei-Ito's heart trembled. He quickly held his breath, closed the pores all over his body, and, at the same time, released his Xian Qi to protect his body. He concentrated on checking the condition of his body. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual. Sei-Ito, who was a little relieved, was still alert. His eyes quickly searched around. Soon, two pools of black oil, which seemed to be the source of the strange smell, came into Sei-Ito's sight. The black oil was contained in 2 pots and jars, placed on both sides of the stone couch. There were 3 thick black sticks on each of the jars. He didn't know what they were for. This is not the divine oil, right? Sei-Ito, who saw the black oil, guessed. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito stretched out his hand and waved. He wrapped a small drop of the oil from the jar with psychokinesis, and then released a fire spell. In an instant, he saw a flame exuding of blazing heat, and the surrounding air was distorted by the heat. It really is the divine oil. Feeling the change in the power of the fire spell, Sei-Ito was overjoyed. Then, without hesitation, he immediately opened the Rubik's Cube world and wrapped the 2 jars of black oil without hesitation. After taking the divine oil, Sei-Ito carefully searched the stone room again. After confirming that there was nothing worthy of his attention, he did not delay and walked into the depths of the cave again. This time, there was no pause along the way. Not long after, he came to the deepest part of the tomb, in front of a wide passage. Sei-Ito stopped, hid his figure, and listened to the sound in the passage. Walala, pung pung, walala. In an instant, a series of sound of stones falling to the ground came from the passage. Looking at the situation, I came early this time. I can't even break the outer wall of the imperial tomb, let alone steal the 2 treasures. Sure enough, in a world like Shushan where time is blurred, it is very difficult to accurately pinpoint a certain point in time. Sei-Ito sighed silently. But forget it, if I can't break it, I can do it myself. It's better than waiting here and waiting for Yang Jin to come. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito did not hesitate anymore. He immediately changed his mind and opened his own domain. In an instant, an invisible force spread from Sei-Ito's body. In a blink of an eye, it poured into the passage, enveloping the few people who were busy in the passage. Then, without waiting for the few people to react, Sei-Ito quickly raised his hand and made a gesture, mobilizing his power to launch his own attack. In an instant, an invisible ripple spread throughout the entire domain, bringing with it an inexplicable force descending on the people in the passage. Under the influence of this force, Wu Hua and the others immediately stopped moving, as if they were wax frozen, unable to move at all. Forbidden technique, time stop. Then, Sei-Ito's mind moved again, and a pitch-black hole immediately expanded above Wu Hua and the others, swallowing them in one gulp. Phew! After doing all this, Sei-Ito let out a long breath. Then Sei-Ito stepped back into the passage, and a moment later, he reached the end of the passage. In an instant, a stone wall with a bumpy surface appeared in front of Ito's Sei. According to the time mentioned in the original book, although the stone wall had not been broken through, there was not much left. It only needed a few more days of grinding to break through. Of course, this was referring to Wu Hua and the others. For Sei Ito, it was not that troublesome. At this time, a light flashed in Sei Ito's hand, and a pitch-black long sword fell into his hand. It was the divine sword, Celestial Clouds. Sei Ito stirred up the energy in his body and poured it into Celestial Clouds' blade, causing it to emit a faint black light and directly pierced into the stone wall in front of him. Clang, clang, creak, creak. In an instant, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing, and Celestial Clouds' blade heavily struck the stone wall. Then, with Sei Ito's hand pushing, the surface of the stone wall cracked. With the tip of the sword as the center, a small crack line spread out in all directions, and as the blade slowly sank in, it spread outwards at an undetectable speed. Chapter 1658. P.S. Thank you to Reading AI and NXCX for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Instant Potato, and Halcyon for their tips. Pong! The blade was pulled out of the stone wall, leaving behind a trail of sparks. Whoosh! Under the force of friction, the stone wall that was separated from the main body of the stone wall fell down with a whistling sound. It fell heavily to the ground and scattered into pieces of irregular gravel. As it rolled, it made a crashing sound. After a series of forceful cuts, the stone wall in front of Sei Ito finally collapsed, revealing the pitch-black cave behind it. Although nothing strange had happened, from what he understood from his memories, he knew that this seemingly defenseless cave was protected by the Holy Emperor's talisman. It would be extremely difficult to enter without some effort. Sei Ito stepped forward 2 steps, stepping on the rubble. He slowly thrust the divine blade in his hand, Celestial Clouds, forward. Not long after, a resistance was transmitted from the blade. Sei Ito did not stop, continuing to thrust the blade forward. As the blade advanced, a resistance that grew stronger and stronger rebounded. Then, a translucent barrier that flickered with multicolored light gradually appeared in the air. It was like a heavy piece of cloth, with the tip of Tian Songyun's blade at the center as it caved in. After confirming the existence of the barrier, Sei Ito immediately withdrew his sword. Although he was fast, the rebounding force of the barrier was even faster. The moment he withdrew his sword, a strong force acted on Sei Ito's body, forcing him to quickly turn around. Only then was he able to disperse the force. As expected of the Holy Emperor's talisman, Sei Ito sighed softly. However, that was what he said. However, he didn't hesitate in the slightest, thrusting Tian Songyun over once more. Without a sound, a black shadow flashed and instantly pierced the transparent barrier, striking a finger-sized dent on it. At this moment, Sei Ito twisted his palm, and an indescribable force spread out from the tip of Celestial Clouds. Fixed point domain, forbidden spell, time stop. Under the influence of this ping-pong ball-sized force, even though Sei Ito slightly moved the tip of his sword away from the barrier did not immediately rebound like before. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled. Then his arm instantly turned into a shadow. Bang. Pooh. Then 2 different muffled sounds suddenly echoed in the mausoleum. With the final sound of leather tearing, the invisible barrier formed by the Holy Emperor's talismans in front of Ito, Sei, was instantly broken, and an inch-wide hole appeared. It turned out that in that moment, Sei Ito took advantage of time stop. He continuously stabbed the same spot on the barrier dozens of times. Only then did he remove the effect of time stop. He let the accumulated attack erupt at the same time, forming an attack that exceeded the upper limit of the spiritual talisman's defense to break the spiritual talisman barrier. And the result was just as he expected. The spiritual talisman barrier was broken. With a hole, the rest of the matter was much more convenient. First, he followed the same pattern and created a few holes in the barrier. Then, He connected these broken points with the first broken point, forming a small path for the blade to move. Then, he used this small path in combination with the time stop technique to cut to both sides, expanding the length of the seam until he created a hole that could allow people to pass through. About 15 minutes later, a door appeared in front of Seito. Seito stepped forward and walked in. However, before he could travel for long, another invisible barrier stopped him. Seito did not hesitate and continued to use the previous method, just like that. After breaking through 9 invisible barriers, Seito finally stepped into the Sage Emperor's tomb. And because he entered through a special passage opened by the father and son of the Wuhua family, he directly passed through the front mausoleum and the seals set by 16 celestial immortals. He arrived at the middle section of the Sage Emperor's tomb, which was the main mausoleum. He walked forward slowly for another 2 or 3 minutes. A door appeared in front of Seito. Seito walked to the door and stood still. He raised his blade and gently thrust it forward. Clang! Unexpectedly, the saber was not obstructed at all. Instead, it directly slashed the stone door, causing a crisp sound to burst out. Seito raised his eyebrows. He withdrew his blade and stood in front of the door. He pressed his hand against the door and pushed it forward. But even with the strength of his body, he could only push the stone door open slightly. If he wanted to push it open completely, he would not be able to do so. I'm the strongest and the one who holds all victory in my hands. No matter if it's man or demon, I am the one who defeats all enemies. I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. O bull with a shining golden horn, give me your aid. Seito's murmured chant echoed in the silent mausoleum. It was the spirit of the voice of the mighty bull, one of the 10 incarnations of the Eastern Army's divine power. As Seito chanted the spirit of the voice, a powerful force instantly emerged from his body and poured into his arms. It gave him strength that was several times stronger than before. Finally, Seito moved and acted on the stone door. Hum, 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 hum. Under the push of the monstrous force, the stone door was slowly pushed open. Phew! Fortunately, I don't have the same restrictions as the grass shaving hall. Otherwise, I would have to use the monstrous force fist to destroy the stone door, Seito said to himself after opening the stone door. He withdrew his arms and sighed. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at the space behind the door. It was a long stone path. Like the rest of the mausoleum, it was pitch black and empty. However, when Seito saw this, he could not help but frown. According to common sense, any mausoleum of emperors, especially the path leading to the main room where the coffin was, should have traps and mechanisms. If it was in a Xinxia world, there would be restrictions and formations lying in ambush. It definitely wouldn't be like this, where there was nothing weird about it. Even if the Yellow Emperor was a kind and benevolent ruler, there would still be restrictions and formations. The craftsman who built the cenotaph for him should not have made such a mistake, unless that person was dissatisfied with the Yellow Emperor. But in that era, other than Qiyu and Julie, who would be dissatisfied with the Yellow Emperor? Not to mention that the other party had managed to get past the Yellow Emperor and many ministers, as well as the great task of building the Yellow Emperor's cenotaph after the Yellow Emperor. Thinking of this, Seito flipped his hand and produced several pieces of broken stone. He raised his hand and threw them into the passage. Walla! The broken stone fell to the ground and rolled along the passage. However, even after 2 or 3 minutes, he did not see any signs of the restrictions being activated. Is there really nothing? Seito raised his eyebrows and said, there was no other way. Seito really did not know much about the situation inside the Yellow Emperor's Sacred Mausoleum, because in the original work, Yang Jin killed the demon and stole the treasure after the Wuhua father and son stole the treasure from the Yellow Emperor's mausoleum. The location of the battle was also in the Wuhua father and son's mausoleum, Yu Palace, and not inside the Yellow Emperor's Sacred Mausoleum. Thus, even Shu Mountain's description of this place was not complete, so it was almost impossible to use it as a reference. Moreover, this was not a novel, but a real world where all the worlds in the Shu Mountain books written by the Huanzhou Manor's lord were combined. There were more changes, and Sei Ito needed to be even more careful. Otherwise, if he used his small body to test the power of the Yellow Emperor, one of the three ancient emperors, it would be no different from early death. Then, without seeing Ito Sei make any movements, a piece of wood that looked dry protruded from his back and changed into his appearance at a very fast speed. It jumped down from his body. Would release. Would clone technique. The wood clone nodded at Sei Ito. Without hesitation, it stepped into the passage. The first two steps did not change at all, but when the wood clone took the third step, it suddenly paused, and then quickly transformed from a humanoid form back into a humanoid wooden puppet, falling heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Sei Ito frowned and once again released a shadow clone. This was because when the wood clone died, it did not send back any information at all. However, the shadow clone was different. If it died, it would immediately explode. At that time, no matter what happened, it would send back information about the passage. The shadow doppelganger did not hesitate either. It walked into the passage. Just like before, after 3 steps, the shadow clone exploded and disappeared from the tunnel as expected. So that's how it is. At the same time, Sei Ito, who had received the information from the shadow clone, showed a look of understanding. From the shadow clone's information, the reason why it and the wood clone died was because of a strange sealing power in the passage. It would seal energy, so the wood clone, which was powered by energy, would turn back into a wooden puppet, and the shadow clone, which was completely made of energy, would explode on its own. However, this kind of sealing passage is appropriate in this world full of immortals. After all, without true Yuan, those guys who only cultivate nature arts and not life arts are no different from ordinary Jianghu heroes. When the time comes, a few slightly stronger traps will be enough to keep them in the passage. Sei Ito, who understood the possible problems in the passage, thought to himself. Thinking of this, Sei Ito's mind moved and took out a set of Black Sphere Technologies' second-generation black clothes from the Rubik's Cube world. It was the black clothes that had been added with spiritual technology. You can seal true Yuan, but I don't believe you can seal the energy of biological cells and bioelectrons. Sei Ito, who had changed into the black clothes, held the celestial clouds in his hand and stepped into the passage, thought to himself. Sure enough, just as he thought, although the perfect force in his body was suppressed to a certain extent, the energy and various functions of the second-generation black clothes on his body were still working normally. With them, he could fully display an S-rank battle strength. Although he might not necessarily win against celestial immortals or earth immortals, he could still easily defeat human immortals. Most importantly, he did not know if the quality of his perfect round force was high enough or if there was a certain level of exalted immortals in the channel that sealed his mana and vital essence. He was still able to use a small amount of the sealed mana and vital essence like an ordinary person. In this way, even if he encountered some danger, Sei Ito had enough power to deal with it. The passage was very long, more than 300 meters long. He walked straight for 3 to 4 minutes before he reached the end. But at this moment, 4 armored and armed mud dolls suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito and stood side by side, blocking his way. Looking at the stone dolls in front of him, Sei Ito could not help but recall the mud dolls that stopped him from exploring the pyramid in the depths of Shinnon. But compared to the dolls at that time, these 4 dolls were obviously much taller and looked like giants. Just as Sei Ito's clone was recalling, the 4 dolls moved together and slashed the wide stone swords in their hands at him. They were as fast as lightning, bringing with them a biting cold wind and explosive whistling sound. Before the sword arrived, they were 1 step ahead of Sei Ito. Sei Ito's figure flashed and activated the space movement function of the armor, instantly escaping from under the 4 dolls. Boom! The 4 stone swords fiercely smashed to the ground. Sei Ito's right leg was half bent, and the black armor around his leg instantly twisted into lines that looked like muscle lines. The wrinkles on the armor expanded slightly, then suddenly straightened, pushing Ito back to the front of the puppet like the wind. He stepped on the stone sword with one foot, jumped up, and slashed at the puppet's head. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard in the tunnel. Looking at the white mark left on the puppet's head, Ito's expression changed slightly. What a hard puppet! At this moment, another puppet once again waved its hand and attacked him. Ito moved his mind to put away the divine blade, celestial clouds, and activated the space movement function again. He escaped from the puppet's attack by a hair's breadth and reappeared on the ground of the passage. Then, Ito waved his hand to his waist and took out a fist-sized, oval-shaped black object that looked like a duck's egg. He pressed the tip of his thumb down and threw the black duck's egg out. The duck's egg rolled along the ground and stopped at the feet of two of the puppets. Then, a black light burst out from the duck's egg, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded into a sphere with a diameter of about 3 meters, enveloping the two puppets. Antimatter grenade. Under normal circumstances, an antimatter grenade's explosion diameter was about 5.5 meters. But in this place, it was unknown if it was affected by the hardness of the ground, but it was actually able to block the antimatter grenade's downward expansion. It only caused a dent of less than 30 centimeters. In addition to the puppet's material characteristics, it was able to forcefully reduce the effective attack range of the antimatter grenade. 5 seconds later, the black ball formed by the antimatter grenade disappeared, and the battered puppet was revealed. It was missing an arm, a leg, and half of its body. A small piece of its head was missing, and it looked like it could fall off at any time. Needless to say, just by looking at the situation, it was obvious that these two puppets were basically useless. Chapter 1659. Ito was here to take the treasure, not to destroy it. What's more, this was the tomb of Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Even if it was just a cenotaph, Ito couldn't be too presumptuous. Therefore, after crippling the two puppets, Ito didn't want to continue fighting. He quickly rushed forward and passed through the gap between the two puppets, continuing to go deeper into the passage. Next, it was a smooth journey. Other than the power in his body being suppressed, there were no other traps or puppet guards. However, good things didn't last long. Just as Ito was about to run through the passage, 4 tall puppets appeared in his sight. Ito narrowed his eyes and once again took out an antimatter grenade from his waist. He pressed the switch and threw it out. As soon as he reached the side of the 4 stone puppets, the antimatter grenade suddenly exploded, silently creating a pitch-black sphere with a diameter of about 4 meters, enveloping 2 of the stone puppets. Then, after waiting for 5 seconds, 2 puppets appeared in the passage, directly lying on the ground. Obviously, compared to the damage caused by the explosion on the ground, the antimatter grenade that exploded directly next to the puppets and had a larger effective attack range was more powerful. It directly turned the 2 puppets into scrap metal. Ito's veins protruded, and like a gust of wind, he passed through the 2 puppets that hadn't reacted yet. This time, a new passage appeared in front of him. Ito didn't hesitate and rushed through the passage. Sure enough, it didn't take long for 4 new mud golems to appear in front of Ito's eye through the infrared night scan. Ito still didn't hold back this time. He took out an antimatter grenade from his waist and threw it out. The result was needless to say. Without any surprise, the 2 puppets were paralyzed, and it could be said that it was an unexpected gain. There was also a puppet that had half of its arm and the weapon it was holding destroyed by the antimatter energy, turning it into a toothless tiger. Seeing this, Ito chuckled and sped away from the puppet. A moment later, Ito arrived at the end of the tunnel. This time, there were no more crossroads or mud puppets in front of him. Instead, a huge stone door stood in the middle of the passage. It blocked his path. Ito slowly walked in front of the stone door and pressed his hands against it. The black clothes on his arms bulged, and the veins on his muscles bulged. It also seemed like it hadn't been washed properly, full of wrinkles like a garment. It maximized the strength of his arms. Then, Ito pushed the door open. Unexpectedly, the stone door wasn't as heavy as he had seen before. Instead, It was unusually light, and an ordinary person with a little bit of strength could push it away. Therefore, Sei Ito, who was completely unprepared, immediately lost his center of gravity and fell forward. Fortunately, Sei Ito's reaction was quick. He took the opportunity to turn around and stabilize his body, so he didn't fall flat on his face. Then, Sei Ito raised his head and looked at the space that appeared behind the door. Behind the stone door was a large hall. It was the size of a football field and a half. There was nothing inside, and it looked abnormally deep, as if he was in front of the mouth of a giant beast. But what was strange was that the floor of the hall was a full 50 to 60 meters lower than the bottom of the door. It was like a bottomless pit that made people feel cold. Sei Ito, who was standing at the edge of the door, frowned. He took out a large piece of gravel from the Rubik's Cube world and threw it into the hall. Boom! A few seconds later, a dull sound echoed in the empty hall. Clang, clang. But in the next second, a series of mechanical sounds were heard. Then, Sei Ito discovered that in front of him, on the wall of the hall, hundreds of doors suddenly opened. Mud puppets holding axes, daggers, swords, halberds, spears, shields, and other weapons ran out. But they were different from the previous mud puppets that looked like giants. Although these puppets were also very tall, they were generally within the range of a normal person. They were no different from the puppets that Sei Ito had seen in the depths of Shinno. Looking at the puppets gathered in the hall, Sei Ito couldn't help but narrow his eyes and think, could that pyramid also be the tomb of some great emperor from ancient times? Trespasser of the emperor's tomb, die! The 1,000 puppets shouted in unison. In this empty mausoleum, such a loud shout was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone's ears and eyes. Sei Ito, who came back to his senses, did not hesitate. He immediately moved his hands, took out 2 antimatter grenades from his waist, opened them, and threw them at the puppet soldiers in the hall below. The grenades fell, exploded, and silently expanded into 2 huge black balls. However, at this moment, a change that exceeded Sei Ito's expectations suddenly occurred. The moment the antimatter grenades exploded into antimatter balls, a large amount of dark green clouds erupted from the puppet soldiers, forming a tidal wave of clouds that shrouded all of them, resisting the invasion of the antimatter. And under the shroud of this dark green cloud, they really blocked the bombardment of the antimatter grenades and survived. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to move again, a large amount of lightning and flames spewed out from their bodies, shooting straight at Sei Ito, who was standing at the edge of the door. Sei Ito dodged and hid behind the door on the side. Boom! The lightning and fire that missed their target immediately exploded with a loud bang. Then, Sei Ito reappeared, and without waiting for the puppet soldiers to attack, he immediately jumped into the hall and rushed into the middle of the puppet soldiers like a fish. Then, Itsunari treated the puppets around him like how he treated the moving wooden puppets when he was practicing martial arts. He used his palms to push and kick, shoulder to shoulder, and arm to throw. He used all kinds of martial arts to send the puppets around him, flying into the group of puppet soldiers one by one. He used them as meat bombs to bombard the other puppet soldiers, hindering the operation of their battle formation. Under this method, a small safe space appeared in the middle of the puppet soldiers. However, Sei Ito knew that this was only a temporary way to protect himself. If he did not find a way to escape as soon as possible, he would be in danger sooner or later. Therefore, during the process of attacking, Sei Ito used various detection tools on the battle suit to search the room. His efforts paid off, and soon, a door was reflected in Sei Ito's sight through the detection equipment. Of course, at the same time, he also saw nearly 100 puppet soldiers standing there like an iron wall. Under the protection of the other puppet soldiers around them, they stood there firmly, guarding the door. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately understood that it was a way out. He immediately kicked the puppet soldier in front of him with all his strength, causing it to hit 4 or 5 other puppet soldiers, then raised his head and opened his mouth, letting out a shout. Ah! Amidst the sharp and high-pitched sound, A visible sound wave rippled out rapidly with Sei Ito as the center, shaking the surrounding puppet soldiers and pushing them back. In just a few seconds, an empty space about 3 meters in diameter appeared. Then, Seito looked straight ahead and opened his mouth again to shout. But this time, the sound wave did not spread out horizontally like before. Instead, it gathered into a beam and blasted straight in the direction of the door. Under the impact of the sound wave beam, the puppet soldiers' bodies were shattered one by one, creating a small, unobstructed path for Seito. Seeing this, Seito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately rushed forward and once again cleared the puppet soldiers on the path with his fists and feet. Then, when the surrounding puppet soldiers gathered to a certain extent again, he once again released the sound wave attack. After repeating this several times, Seito finally broke through all the obstacles and rushed in front of the door. At this time, Seito did not consider the problem of whether to leave the door open or not. He directly swung his arm and punched the stone door in front of him fiercely. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud noise, and the stone door was immediately smashed by Ito-sei's fist, creating a hole as thick as an arm. Then, Seito waved his arms and hurriedly smashed the stone door. After 4 to 5 seconds, a hole just big enough for a person to lower their head to pass through appeared on the stone door. Seito ignored the puppet soldiers behind him and quickly rushed through the hole in the stone door. As soon as he arrived behind the stone door, the suppression force that had been there before suddenly disappeared, causing the energy in Seito's body to become active again. Ito-sei rushed forward 2 more steps, then turned his head to look behind him at the position of the stone door. For some reason, the ferocious puppet soldiers did not chase after him. Instead, they blocked the door again and stared at Seito's face. Seeing this, Seito laughed and turned his head to look at the stone room. The stone room was very large, about the size of a bird's nest stadium. It was square in shape, and the surrounding walls were carved with countless portraits and records. Looking at the situation, it was similar to the legend of the Yellow Emperor's battle with Chi-Yu in ancient times. In the center of the stone hall, there was a stone table about 10 square meters. On top of it, there were ancient sacrificial tools. On both sides of the stone table, there was a large oil cauldron. In each cauldron, there was a 10,000-year-old eternal lamp. There was a lot of oil in the lamp, which was used to burn the flames of several feet high. Behind the stone table, there were 9 3-legged cauldrons. They were placed in the position of the 9 palaces, surrounding a huge coffin in the middle. Seeing this, Seito understood that this stone room was undoubtedly the main room of the Yellow Emperor's tomb. The coffin was used to store the clothes left behind by the Yellow Emperor after his ascension. As for the 9 cauldrons surrounding the coffin, there were the 9 cauldrons of Huaxia that gathered the fortune of the 9 provinces. To be honest, Seito was somewhat interested in the 9 cauldrons of Huaxia. However, when he thought about the things that would be involved, Seito immediately extinguished the thought of taking the cauldrons. He focused on searching for the purpose of his visit to the tomb, the Xinyuan Erbao. Chapter 1660. The so-called Xinyuan 2 treasures referred to 2 treasures, namely the 9 Doubts Cauldron and the Haotian Mirror. Both of them were primordial treasures. The Haotian Mirror could break all kinds of restrictions and spells, especially the 9 Doubts Cauldron. The 9 Doubts Cauldron could store magic treasures and flying swords. However, other than that, under the effect of its core, the Chaos Origin Embryo, this treasure could also manifest the void world. If it was real, it would be real. If it was fake, it would be fake. It could be created and destroyed at will. In his memory, the Haotian Mirror should be on the vault of the tomb, which meant that it was on the roof. Following this information, Seito raised his head and looked at the vault. Instantly, a quaint oval mirror appeared. The surface of the mirror was green, like a puddle of spring water. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was an extremely strange force that seemed to be sucking in his consciousness. Seeing this, Seito's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retracted his gaze. However, he had confirmed the location of the Haotian mirror. Then, Seito summoned a barrel-shaped, multifunctional intelligent robot from the Rubik's Cube world and placed it beside him. Take down the mirror from above. Seito pointed at the mirror on the vault and ordered the robot beside him. Yes, Private R. The three spherical crystals on the front of the robot flickered, and an electronic voice replied. Then, the intelligent robot opened both sides of the barrel, and two three-headed hook claws reached out and shot toward the vault. Clang! Instantly, a crisp sound was heard, and the two hooked claws bounced back as if they had hit a hard shield. I forgot. The hardness of the rocks here. Seito squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Thinking of this, Seito summoned the godly saber equals celestial clouds and held it in his hand. He used his teleportation ability to create a space tunnel between him and the wall beside the Haotian mirror. Then he stabbed the sword into the tunnel. Bang! In an instant, there was a clang as the tip of Tion Sonyun's blade sank into the rock above the mausoleum. Then, Seito moved his arm slightly and used the celestial clouds as a lever to tilt the Haotian mirror beside him. Creak, creak. Fine sounds immediately reverberated through the silent mausoleum. Clack! After 3 to 4 seconds, a strange sound was heard. The oval Haotian mirror fell from the sky. Seito didn't need to instruct it. The intelligent robot quickly shot out a rope and wrapped it around the Haotian mirror and pulled it back. Master, the intelligent robot presented the treasure. Itose was not polite and directly reached out to take it. He looked at it. It was indeed like what was written in the book. It was neither gold nor jade. It was the ancient seal script with tadpole characters on its back, and the shape of a cloud dragon and a strange bird seemed to be bulging, but to the touch, there were no marks. It was not carved, yet it was carved deep into bones. At first glance, it was still the same faint green light that he had seen before. He stared at it, but the more he looked, the farther he could see. Inside, there was a colorful rain of flowers and golden clouds. Wind, cloud, water, and fire appeared in the golden clouds one by one. They were constantly changing. However, Seito didn't dare to look at it too much. He immediately stopped when he felt that his consciousness was being pulled away. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. At the same time, he began to recall some of the treasure-worshipping methods that he had seen in the heavenly book. All treasures of the heavenly sanctum like this required a set of special treasure-worshipping methods to be used successfully. Of course, it didn't mean that one couldn't use it without a secret method. However, compared to the secret methods of the heavenly sanctum, the ordinary treasure-worshipping methods were not only difficult to use, but also consumed a lot of time and energy. It was many times more troublesome than the secret methods. After a while, Seito opened his eyes again. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of pure and round energy onto the Haotian mirror. Then, he began to perform a simple sacrificial ritual on the Haotian mirror according to the secret method in his mind. Although it was a simple sacrificial ritual, it consumed a lot of Seito's energy in just a few minutes. He sighed. It's hard to refine a great treasure. Fortunately, the Haotian mirror could be used after a simple sacrificial ritual. He could use its power to deal with the other great treasure, the 9 Doubts Cauldron. Then, Seito poured his energy into the Haotian mirror. It lit up the mirror and illuminated the entire main room of the mausoleum. In an instant, the entire mausoleum became green, as if it was the aquamarine cave hidden deep under the water. Under the illumination of this misty green light, there were places in the entire tomb that were shining brilliantly, and there were places that were still the same. However, there were places that had completely changed their appearance, showing a completely different scene. For example, in the void above the coffin, a small cauldron that seemed real and illusory suddenly appeared in Seito's eyes. The small cauldron was golden. On the lid of the cauldron, there was a strange beast. It had the head of a bull and the body of a snake, the nose of an elephant and the tail of a lion. It had 6 legs and 4 wings. Its front legs were high, and its back legs gradually lowered. It looked extremely ferocious. The lid of the cauldron was not big, but the monster was ferocious and powerful. The belly of the cauldron was filled with the shapes of all kinds of things, including the sky, the earth, the mountains, the wind, the clouds, the thunder, the rain, the sun, the moon, the stars, the flying plants, the monsters and evil spirits that had never been seen before, small insects and scales. There were also many red books and talismans in the middle. The strangest thing was that the cauldron was only a few feet in radius. However, the shapes of all kinds of things on it were too numerous to count. They were not especially vivid and fluttering. The countless things, no matter big or small, looked ethereal and independent. They all had their own positions and did not show any signs of confusion. Seeing such a scene and recalling the description of the Nine Doubts cauldron in his mind, how could he not know that this was the true body of the Nine Doubts cauldron? Immediately, Ito activated the Haotian mirror to shoot out a misty green light, shining on the Nine Doubts cauldron. As expected, under the illumination of the green light, the Nine Doubts cauldron that seemed to exist in another dimension condensed and showed its physical body. It floated above the coffin. Ito held the Haotian mirror in his left hand and kept shining. His right hand reached into the void with the power of space and appeared beside the Nine Doubts cauldron. He grabbed the body of the cauldron and pulled it toward himself. However, unexpectedly, although the small cauldron was not big, it was extremely heavy. It was as heavy as a mountain rock. Ito, who knows that it is Babe's own superpower, is not surprised. The muscles on his arms are tied up, and lines of muscle texture like wrinkles appear on his black clothes, adding strength to his arms and helping him to drag the cauldron. With the support of his black clothes and Ito's own strength, the small cauldron finally moved and slowly moved towards Ito. This stalemate lasted for more than 10 minutes. When Ito left 2 deep footprints under his feet, the small cauldron was finally pulled in front of him under the effect of the green light emitted by the Haotian mirror. Phew, I finally got it. Ito, who was holding the Nine Doubts cauldron in his hand, let out a long sigh. Without refining it, he directly threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. However, at this moment, Ito's expression suddenly froze. No way. Are you sure you want to eat it? Ito thought in shock. That cauldron has something that the Rubik's Cube world needs. The Rubik's Cube's information naturally appeared in Ito's mind. I feel that eating it will benefit me. The world tree in the center of the Rubik's Cube world borrowed the power of the Rubik's Cube to transmit its thoughts into Ito's mind. After hearing the Rubik's Cube's information, Ito understood that it was definitely the chaotic origin embryo in a Nine Doubts cauldron that had caused this. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was normal. After all, the chaotic origin embryo was an item of chaotic origin. It was a treasure that only existed at the beginning of the world. Moreover, it had the ability to evolve into an illusory world. It was the best supplement for the Rubik's Cube world. For the same reason, it was the same for the world tree, a divine item that could support the heavens and the earth, as well as the various other worlds. Forget it. Swallow it. Swallow it. Anyway, the original purpose of taking it was just in case. If I were to fight with the guys here in the future, it wouldn't be of much use. Ito thought. Of course, it was still the Rubik's Cube world that was allowed to swallow the Nine Doubts cauldron. Under normal circumstances, when it and the world tree were interested in something at the same time, Ito would choose to let the Rubik's Cube world swallow it. This was not only because the Rubik's Cube world was his foundation, but also because the world tree would often be given certain benefits by the Rubik's Cube world. It was equivalent to swallowing 2 things at once. It was the most cost-effective. Almost at the moment Ito agreed, the Nine Doubts cauldron stored in the Rubik's Cube world's auxiliary storage space automatically moved to the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Under the strange power of the Rubik's Cube world, it quickly melted and turned into a liquid. It glowed with a blue and white light and looked chaotic and not very transparent, an egg-sized bead. The innate chaotic origin embryo was exposed. The bead-sized innate chaotic origin embryo stood upright. The blue and white light immediately separated. The blue light rose, and the white light fell. After a while, countless celestial phenomena of the sun, moon, stars, wind, clouds, thunder, and rain appeared in the upper half, and mountains, lakes, and seas, flying and diving plants appeared in the lower half. It was similar to what he had seen in the cauldron's belly. However, everything in this cauldron seemed to be alive. It was just that their movements were slightly slower. If it stood upside down, it would become chaotic again. It was as if the scene just now was an illusion. Then, the liquid wrapped around the innate chaotic origin embryo disappeared into the void of the Rubik's Cube world, exposing the innate chaotic origin embryo to the strange power. Then, the innate chaotic origin embryo exploded and turned into a huge torrent like the sea. It instantly spread out like a sky curtain and slowly merged into the void of the Rubik's Cube world like the previous liquid. Then, about 10 minutes later, the entire Rubik's Cube world suddenly stopped. A large amount of chaotic gas surged out of the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Some of it was still hidden in the void, and some of it was transformed into innate immortal energy, pervading the entire Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, monster shadows that could only be seen in the classic of mountains and seas appeared on some special continents of the Rubik's Cube world. Just like the creation of the world before the creation of the sky, they hid in stone caves, mountains, magma, and seas. Chapter 1661. P.S. Thanks to Boring Saint for his precious monthly votes, and thanks to Instant Potato for his tip. The change lasted for nearly an hour before it completely calmed down. However, just as the change outside of Sei Ito ended, a green-white light shot out from the void of the Rubik's Cube world and went straight into the world tree planted in the center of the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, the trunk of the world tree lit up slightly, and a green light immediately appeared. It was like blood flowing through the veins of the world tree. It climbed up along the lines of the trunk of the world tree and flowed to the tip of the branches. Finally, it entered the green sphere that had been nurtured for an unknown period of time, and the shape of a human could be vaguely seen inside. As soon as the light entered, it was as if a person in a vegetative state was about to wake up. The figure inside immediately moved slightly, and even the entire body trembled slightly, as if it was about to fall off the branch. However, this situation didn't last for long. After a while, it returned to normal, but a breath of life faintly emitted from the figure wrapped in the fruit skin. However, the change didn't stop here. At this time, the Wuhua father and son, Qiongqi, Zhongong, and Zhonggan, who were thrown on an isolated island in the endless ocean of the Rubik's Cube world, all stopped in their movements. Then, they uncontrollably rose from the island and flew straight into the sky. During this process, no matter how the five of them struggled and roared, they couldn't break free from the inexplicable confinement force. A minute later, the five of them appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Then, they saw a flash of fire. Suddenly, a few faint purple flames appeared around the five Wuhua clan men, burning them ragingly. Miserable screams immediately rang out from the mouths of the five Wuhua clan members. Upper Immortal, spare us, spare us. Qiongqi, Zhongong, and Zhonggan screamed as they begged for mercy. Qiongqi, an ancient monster with a fierce reputation, was personally suppressed by the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan. Because the Wuhua dug a deep tunnel to break the seal, it was able to escape from the cage and mix with the Wuhua father and son, Zhongong, the leader of the Golden Flower religion. However, his sect was destroyed by a Mei in the name of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Only he and Zhonggan were left alive. He was good at using a set of spirit stone escape technique, which allowed him to shuttle between all kinds of mountain rocks. In addition, he also knew a kind of stone softening technique. It could turn hard stones into ordinary stones. It was precisely because of these two unorthodox secret techniques. Only the Wu Hua father and son, who wanted to break into the holy mausoleum, would have the patience to interact with him and conspire with him. Zhonggan, son of Zhonglong. Same goes for the rest. These three were the unexpected gains Sei Ito obtained when he sneaked into Wu Hua's tomb and ambushed the Wu Hua father and son. However, no matter how they screamed and begged for mercy, the purple flames continued to burn, quickly depleting the mana in their bodies, destroying the flesh they had tempered for thousands of years, refining their primordial spirits, and calcining them into a spinning ball of mysterious liquid the size of a ping-pong ball. Then, the flame disappeared, and the liquid ball shot into the Tree of World like a shooting star. The World Tree that had swallowed the elixir was like a person that had drunk a cold drink on a hot summer day. The tree trembled slightly, making the tree rustle in the night. At this point, all the changes caused by swallowing the innate chaos embryo in the Nine Doubts Cauldron had been completed. Sei Ito, who slowly withdrew his mind from the world of the Rubik's Cube, thought to himself with a face full of surprise, I didn't expect that a primordial spirit close to the level of celestial could be used as fertilizer. In fact, it was not surprising if he thought about it carefully. After all, although celestials were celestials and not gods, their levels were the same. Therefore, the primordial spirit of a celestial who had some similarities with gods was also one of the fertilizers that could be used. It was not much different from the Eva, Apostle, and Nova that he had fed to the Tree of World in the past. They were all dimensional creatures that were one or several levels higher, which met the needs of the Tree of World. Isn't this forcing me to kill celestial immortals, steal their primordial spirits, and raise the Tree of World? Sei Ito muttered softly. Of course, he would not recklessly kill people for a toy like the Tree of World that he had no idea how many years it would take to raise it. Otherwise, it would not take long before he became a wanted criminal in the world, a sinner rejected by the world. He would be scurried by the earth immortals, celestial immortals, and even some golden immortals all over the world. Then, he would be killed in exchange for merit on some unlucky day. Then, Sei Ito straightened his body and cupped his fists. With a solemn expression, he bowed to the Yellow Emperor's cenotaph in front of him. Then, he turned around abruptly, holding the Haotian mirror in his hand. With a thought in his mind, he shot a ray of misty green light at the puppet soldiers at the entrance of the cave. Under the illumination of this green light, all the puppet soldiers that came into contact with it paused in their movements, as if they had become puppets that had run out of electricity, truly stopping in their tracks. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately expanded his clothes and exerted his strength. Like a fish in the tide, he swam through the gaps between the puppet soldiers and returned to the edge of the hall. Then, he bit his knees and jumped back into the passageway that had the ability to seal mana. Right, I remember that in the world of Mount Shu, other than the innate Qi talisman in Amei's hands, there is another treasure called the innate Qi talisman in the Emperor's mausoleum. Just as Sei Ito was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Thinking of this, Sei Ito stopped in his tracks and began to search the Emperor's mausoleum again. This time, because of the existence of the Haotian mirror that specialized in breaking all kinds of spells and restrictions, the various restrictions and puppets in the Emperor's mausoleum were no longer a hindrance. Therefore, it didn't take long for Sei Ito to find the treasure he was looking for, the innate Qi talisman crossbow and the 49 arrows that came with it. Sei Ito used the Haotian mirror to break the restriction and waved his hand to put it into the Rubik's Cube world. Sure enough, as Sei Ito expected, as soon as this treasure entered the Rubik's Cube world, the Rubik's Cube wanted to devour it. Devour it. Sei Ito sighed. After saying that, he ignored the changes that were about to happen in the Rubik's Cube world and turned his head to look at the other treasures in the treasury. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea of leaving the treasury. In the end, he gave up on the idea of taking the entire treasury. He turned around and left the treasury. He followed the original path and rushed out of the tomb. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ito-se reappeared in Mount Byakuyo. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Ito turned around to look at the cave entrance in front of him and smiled lightly. He flipped his hand and took out several palm-sized jade talismans, shooting them out one by one. He set up a compound array at the entrance of the cave that had 3 functions: concealing, confusing, and attacking. I've taken someone's money, so I'll take it as a contribution to His Majesty, the Yellow Emperor. Ito said to himself with a rather wicked sense of humor. The array that he set up with his current cultivation strength, although it didn't say that it couldn't be broken by those below the level of Sky Immortal. But it definitely couldn't be broken by people like Yang Jin. Of course, if the opponent had a magic treasure like the Haotian Mirror that could break restrictions and spells, or if the upper limit of the attack was extremely high, like the fire that Li Yingqiang held in the original work. If it was something that could directly burn through the void, it would be useless. But that was a matter for the future. It had nothing to do with Ito. After doing all this, Ito didn't stay in Mount Baiyang any longer and went straight to Mount Zhongnan. He was going there to get another magic treasure that could absorb people's treasures, the green mirage bottle. Under the continuous travel of the 5 elements escape technique, it took only a quarter of an hour for Ito-se to appear in Zhongnan Mountain. Mount Zhongnan was also known as Tai Mountain, Earth Lung Mountain. Since ancient times, it had been a wonderful place for immortals. It was where the heavenly abode was located. In the past, there were countless people who came here to seek immortality. However, other than a few people, how many people were happy for nothing and wasted their time? Ito glanced around, and then his body swayed. Dozens of shadow doppelgangers instantly appeared in the forest. They nodded slightly at him, and then flew away from where they were, exploring the strange places from mountain to mountain. Ito stood in place, waiting for news from the shadow doppelgangers. He didn't have to wait for too long. In about 20 minutes, a message suddenly appeared in Ito's mind. It was the message sent by the shadow doppelgangers. Ito, who received the message, didn't hesitate. He immediately released the shadow doppelgangers that were searching in other directions, activated instant transmission, and appeared at the last place where the shadow doppelgangers that sent back the message were last. This place was a valley between 2 peaks. It was away from the sun, so the air in the valley was a bit humid. The weeds were dense, and there were a few snakes and insects. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and it was a beautiful scene. However, Ito came here to get the treasure, not to enjoy the spring scenery in the mountains, so he didn't have the heart to look. He directly used his mind to search around. Sure enough, in the next moment, there was an obstacle that blocked his divine thoughts. Ito-se, who knew that it was the right place, immediately started to move and quickly walked over. After arriving at the place where the treasure was hidden, Ito didn't hesitate and immediately acted. In an instant, a large piece of brass essence flew up from the ground, and then a golden light bloomed from where the brass essence flew up. Ito reached out and grabbed the brass essence and used his mind to throw it into the storage space. At the same time, he turned his hand and took out the Haotian mirror. The mirror turned down and aimed at the golden light rising from the ground and shot out a green light to shine down. Almost at the moment when the green light fell, the golden light quickly disappeared like snow and fire, revealing a stone box that was about 3 feet long and several feet wide. Its surface was covered with simple and crude talismans. Ito waved his hand, and the stone box immediately flew up from the cave and fell into his palm. "Who are you? How dare you steal from my Zhongnan mountain?" However, just when Ito was about to take the treasure and leave, a flustered and exasperated voice came from afar. Ito took the treasure and turned around, looking at the person who came. The person who came was wrapped in 5-colored light and dressed as a Taoist. His face was long and narrow, and his face was ruddy. He had 3 strands of long beard under his chin. His hair was black and shiny, and his eyes were bright. He looked like a real Taoist. Although his appearance was good, his actions were very fierce. While talking, He raised his hand and shot a 5-colored light. Ito sneered when he saw this, and also raised his hand and threw it. In an instant, there was a boom, and a crimson lightning instantly emerged from the void. It flew straight to the 5-colored light, and then gently hit it, shattering the 5-colored light. Then, Ito raised his hand again, and another crimson lightning shot toward the person. Qianyang third fire true thunder. Why Yaya? You are a monster. See how I will take you. With that, the Taoist shouted angrily, and once again met the lightning with a 5-colored brilliance. Boom! The two bolts of lightning and fire collided in mid-air, bursting forth with a deafening boom. However, at this moment, a bright white streamer instantly passed through the white clouds and smoke caused by the thunder and fire, and it went straight to the neck of the person. The person's expression changed when he saw this, and he hurriedly threw out a blooming yellow light to meet the white light. The white light seemed to be intelligent. It circled around the yellow light, rubbing the bottom of the yellow light, and continued to shoot toward the person. The person's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his hands and threw out a series of 5-colored lightning. The lightning exploded into a group, turning into a sea of lightning, trying to block the path of the white light. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the person. The black blade in his hand slashed across the person's neck with a PU sound. How could it be? The person's head was spinning, and his face was full of disbelief. His mouth was slightly open. Then the person's head lowered, and an illusory figure floated out of his head. The figure was the person who was beheaded. Ito sneered silently. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the weak primordial spirit of the person. He put several seals on it and threw it into the magic cube world. Then, Ito put away the divine saber in his hand, celestial clouds, and let the white light enter his body. He raised his hand and threw a ball of crimson fire on the lifeless body of the person. Whoosh! The raging flames burned instantly, and in a while, the person was burned into nothingness. It could be seen that the temperature was high. After doing all this, Ito waved his hand to flatten the entrance of the cave. He launched an instant movement and disappeared from the place. Almost at the same time he left, far away in the land of Sichuan, on Mount Amei, in a simple and unadorned hall, a beautiful woman frowned and silently began to calculate. However, no matter how fast her fingers flew, she could not understand the reason for the throbbing in her heart. It's time to get the Nanming Leaf Fire Sword. Ito, who appeared out of nowhere, said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the world once again. Then, after a few minutes, Ito's figure appeared in the big snow mountain not far from the land of Sichuan. Ito, who was suspended in the air above the snow mountain, shook slightly. Dozens of shadow doppelgangers, who were wearing the same clothes and appearance as him, instantly appeared beside him. Then, they flew apart at the same time and disappeared into the big snow mountain. However, this time, Ito did not wait in the same place as he did in Mount Zhongnan. Instead, he chose a direction and jumped down, searching for the ugly woman Mi Ming Yang's whereabouts within a radius of hundreds of miles. Chapter 1662. This search lasted for more than a week. There was no other way. Compared to Zhongnan Mountain, which was only as big as a fart, the Great Snow Mountain could be said to stretch for thousands of miles. It was deep and wide. There were many mountain spirits, ghosts, and evil people hiding in it. Under the premise that they did not want to alarm them, it was very troublesome to search properly. Fortunately, Ito was strong and proficient in all kinds of strange skills. Therefore, after more than a week of searching, he was finally able to determine Mi Ming Yang's general location. Of course, during this process, he would inevitably have a conflict with some evil cultivators. For them, Ito's usual method was to kill them, then seal their primordial spirit and throw it into the Rubik's Cube world to be refined later. Finally found her, Ito, who had just retracted his divine sense, lightly exhaled and chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, in a cave hidden in the depths of the snowy mountain, Seito's figure suddenly appeared. Who? Feeling the light change in the cave, the woman in the cave fiercely turned around and looked at Seito. This woman's appearance was very ugly. Her skin was dark, and her lower jaw protruded forward. She looked like an ape in the mountains, but also like a native of Africa in the main world. She had a few loose strands of yellowish hair on her head, and a single eyebrow on her forehead that was thick and long like a hairband, tightly binding her forehead. Coupled with her short stature that was only about 4 feet tall, she really looked like a strange monster. Behind her, there was a large piece of mud and rock with the words South Ming, self-opening engraved on it. It stood tall in the middle of the cave and became the only strange object in the cave. Seito looked past Mi Ming Yang, and his gaze fell on the large piece of mud. This is the mud that sealed the Nanming Leaf Fire Sword, Seito thought. Seeing the person's actions, Mi Ming Yang knew that something was wrong and almost didn't think about it. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of dim yellow light towards Seito's face. Seito chuckled when he sensed the incoming attack. He flicked his finger and shot out a reddish-yellow flame to meet the black light. They collided with each other. Bang! In an instant, a muffled explosion sounded. When the flame and the black light collided, the black light immediately exploded and was burned into nothingness by the flame. Seeing that her spell was broken, Mi Ming Yang's expression truly changed. Her eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, and resentment. Don't worry, there will be opportunities to compensate you. Itose saw this and said with a smile. Then his eyes focused, and 2 silver lights shot into Mi Ming Yang's mind. Like huge waves in the sea, they attacked Mi Ming Yang's weak, primordial spirit. In an instant, Mi Ming Yang let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Seito waved his arm and collected Mi Ming Yang and the mud and stones in the cave into the Rubik's Cube world. It's done. Seito was delighted. Then, he didn't stay in the cave any longer. He immediately used teleportation, which was a very strange escape technique in this world, and disappeared from the cave. Almost as soon as he left, a brilliant golden light rapidly flew over and hovered in the sky outside the cave. A beautiful young girl wrapped in golden light was revealed. Her face was cold as she glanced at the empty cave in the mountain. Humph. Then, the girl coldly snorted and turned into a brilliant golden light again, flying towards the southwest. On the other side, after obtaining the Nanming Leaf Fire Sword and capturing Mi Ming Yang, Seito didn't stop. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the boundless mountain realm with the most treasures. The cinnabar fruit should have been Li Yingxiang's. Although she is now my fellow disciple, she should get what she deserves. So let me help her get it. Seito stood in the dense forest and laughed strangely. Then, Seito once again split into dozens of shadow doppelgangers, just like he did in the Great Snow Mountain and Zhongnan Mountain. They searched in all directions. Unlike the small Zhongnan Mountains and the Great Snow Mountain, where most of the evil cultivators and demons lived, the Boundless Mountains had a senior master who was ordered by the Longbrow Immortal to guard this place, Fairy Green Sack Hua Yaosong. Her strength was close to the celestial fruit. In addition to her, there were several rogue cultivators whose strength was above the earth immortal level and below the celestial immortal level. They were not comparable to those evil cultivators in the Great Snow Mountain who could only muddle along in the bitter cold places. Therefore, Seito was very cautious in searching here. He was afraid that he would accidentally stir up a hornet's nest and draw out the people of Amei who had been irritated by him recently. Fortunately, as the place where the protagonist Li Yingxiang made her fortune, the description of this place in the legend of the Swordsman of Mount Shu was quite detailed. There was a lot of reference information that could be used. It was much easier to find than Mi Ming Yang, who was still running around. Therefore, after spending about a day and a half, Seito found the strange beast of the Boundless Mountain that led the way for Li Yingxiang, the horse bear. Then, with this as the center, he searched around. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the cinnabar fruit tree with several gemstone-sized red fruits to be found. In this regard, Seito was not polite. He immediately opened the Rubik's Cube world, including the fruits, trees, and soil were all put into the Rubik's Cube world, leaving only a very bright semicircular pit. Then, Seito did not stay here any longer. He used the wood evasion technique to hide in the surroundings and move towards the shadow of the boundless mountain. Under the wood evasion technique, Seito quickly arrived at the shadow of the boundless mountain. The shadow of the mountain and the sun of the mountain were separated by a peak, as if there were two different worlds. The mountain forest on the sun side was dense, with abundant flowers and plants. Insects, beasts, snakes, and ants freely traversed through it. It was a primitive forest scenery. On the other hand, the mountain was bare without trees, the soil was dry without grass, and the rocks were severely weathered. Sand and dust filled the sky, as if it was a barren, lush plateau. One after another, the tornadoes swam between the mountains. When they collided with the other tornadoes, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The tornadoes sent gravel flying in all directions, creating clusters of sparks. Anyone who saw this would be terrified and terrified. However, Seito also understood that this was the best time to enter the cave to obtain the treasure. Because the wind in the mountain cave had dissipated, the inside of the cave should be much calmer. If the wind returned to the stream and merged with the inside of the cave, under the pincer attack of the two forces, although he would not be able to do anything, he would definitely not feel good. Thinking of this, Seito waved his hand and created a tornado. It directly bombarded one of the wind pillars, scattering it. Then, his body turned into a rainbow and quickly entered the open cave entrance, rapidly falling down. Just as he had expected, although there were tornadoes in the cave, it was many times calmer than the apocalyptic scene outside. Relying on the protection of the spirit light, Seito continued to move forward. However, as he continued to descend, dark, cold tornadoes began to appear in the cave, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly drop. Seito knew that this was the 1,000-year mysterious ice and black frost chi stored in the cave. Seeing this, Seito raised his eyebrows and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world, appearing in the void. Then, with a flip of his hand, the stone box from Mount Zhongnan appeared in his hand. Then, Seito's hand gently touched it, as if he was touching dust. The ancient runes on the stone box were immediately destroyed, causing the stone box to crack open. Then, Seito opened the lid of the box, revealing the contents of the box. The items were divided into two types, a bottle and a sword. The bottle was about the size of a palm and was not as wide as a fist. It had a thin neck and a thick stomach, like a small vase that had been shrunk many times. The sword had 3 parts, all 3 of which were 3 feet and 3 inches long. The 3 stars on the hilt protruded and corresponded to each other. These 2 items were the treasures used by immortal Zhang Mian of the Han Dynasty to refine demons. They were the green mirage bottle, which could collect magic treasure smoke, and the 3-yong 1 sword, which could repel demons and kill enemies for protection. Seito reached out and took the porcelain bottle. He waved his hand and put away the 3-yong 1 sword and the stone box. Then, with a change of mind, he used the green mirage bottle in his hand to refine the green mirage bottle. Almost as soon as the power flowed and poured in, the green mirage bottle and Seito got in touch and completed the preliminary refining. Then, Seito did not stop and continued to refine and nourish the bottle. Until a moment later, when there was no more magic treasure, he stopped again. At this time, more than half of the green mirage bottle had been refined by Seito. The rest would be completed in a few days. It was much faster than the ancient treasure Hao-Ian mirror. Then, Seito held the green mirage bottle, flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world, and returned to the wind cave. Whoosh! The violent whirlwind and the black millennium frost chi immediately blew towards Seito. Seito smiled gently. He used his mind to pour power into the green mirage bottle in his hand. Five-colored mysterious light flew out from the mouth of the bottle and shot toward the mysterious ice and black frost chi. It wrapped the mysterious ice in black frost chi and returned to the bottle. Of course, the Millennium Frost Chi, which was carried by the Chi, also entered the green mirage bottle. Seeing this, Seito smiled even more. He continued to urge the green mirage bottle to absorb the Millennium mysterious ice and black frost chi around him. At the same time, he went down the cave. Along the way, Seito dived very fast. It did not take long for him to go down nearly 1,000 meters. But at this time, Seito could no longer rush, because from this moment on, the suction force in the cave was getting stronger and stronger. If he did not resist, it was very likely that he would be completely pulled into the abyss by this suction force. Therefore, Seito adjusted the way of going down. On one hand, he resisted the strong suction force from the deep cave below, and on the other hand, he continued to go down slowly. After going down for another few thousand meters, Seito saw a chubby white silkworm that was 1 foot long. It was the treasure that he came here to take, the Millennium Ice Silkworm. As for the reason why he said it was on the way, it was because other than being able to breathe in cold air and spit out some 1,000-year silkworm silk, it really did not have much use. However, since he had come to this boundless mountain, there was no reason to let it go. Thus, he decided to collect it. Immediately, Seito urged the green mirage bottle in his hand again. A long 5-color waterfall shot out from the mouth of the bottle and shot toward the ice silkworm. As a demon that had lived for 1,000 years, how could ordinary things be compared to it? It immediately opened its mouth and spat out a long crystal silk at Seito. Chapter 1663. Seeing the silk approaching, Seito did not dodge. Instead, he created a bowl-sized spatial passage in front of him and swallowed the silk into the spatial passage. Then he opened another passage behind him, and the silk shot out, hitting the cave wall. Bang! After thousands of years of being blown by the cold wind, even if it was only an ordinary stone, it had now become abnormally hard, comparable to a precious material for refining weapons. Therefore, when the silk that seemed to be able to penetrate a person's body hit the wall, not only did it not leave a single crack, but it also bounced back with a crisp sound as if it had hit metal. Then, Seito pointed down with one hand and shot out a thick and long flame at the ice silkworm. The flame and the yuan chi in the cave turned into a sea of wind and burned towards the ice silkworm. The ice silkworm made a strange sound, and a large amount of icy white mist appeared around its body to resist the burning of the flame. But at this time, Seito pointed forward again, and the sea of fire instantly cooled and solidified, condensing into pieces of gravel that flew towards the ice silkworm. The application of the 5 elements transformation method, fire gives birth to earth. The ice silkworm's plump body shrank into a ball and carefully moved its body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Seito moved the green mirage bottle in his hand. The long 5-colored ribbon quickly flew down and wrapped around the ice silkworm. As a 1,000-year-old baby, the ice silkworm's intelligence was not weak. Knowing that it could not do anything, it slowly withdrew the icy mist around its body and the silk that it had shot out before. It did not resist and allowed the 5-colored ribbon to wrap around it and put into the green mirage bottle. At this point, there was nothing else in the cave that Seito cared about. He withdrew his hand and turned around. He jumped up along with the Order of the Whirlwind. Compared to the troublesome and time-consuming time of coming up, the return journey with the help of the wind was much easier and longer. In less than a moment, he had flown more than 4,000 meters and reappeared in the boundless mountain shadow. Next, it should be Wonyu, Seito thought. Thinking of this, Seito condensed his spiritual eyes and looked at the world around him. Because the Ancient One, a 1,000-year-old evil, was sealed here, there would always be energy lingering in the air above him. Hence, As long as they could find the location of the Een energy, they would be able to find the place where the Ancient One was sealed. Very soon, Seito saw a thick cloud of smoke. Seito, who knew that it was the place of the seal, did not hesitate. He immediately turned into a wisp of smoke and sank into the ground, using the earth escape technique to move toward the sealed area. To be honest, it wouldn't be a problem even if he used earth escape to fly. But the key point was that he was in a bad position. Boundless mountain shade. Black winds wreaked havoc in the wind cave all year round. If one were to use the earth escape technique to move forward, if he used earth escape to travel through the wind cave, as long as there was a gust of wind, he would be able to find his way to the cave abode of an itinerant immortal and have a fight. Using the earth escape technique, Seito traveled for a few minutes before he arrived at the place where the Ancient One was. Are these two the people who were imprisoned by the Ancient One? Seito muttered to himself as he looked at the two people who had just flown over. The two of them looked like Mi Ming's mother. They were like freaks. One of them had a leopard's head, a flat nose, rat's ears, eagle's cheeks, and a pair of strange triangular eyes. The other was as thin as firewood, with a wolf-like head and a deathly pale face. They were both extremely ugly. Each of them had a black gourd hanging from their waists. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the cave that led to the sealed area of the Ancient One. One of them was called Mi Su, and the other was called Lu Yuan. Just like Seito, they both wanted to steal the Ancient One's 10,000-year-old warm jade. However, according to the Book of the Past Life, the two of them were even more ambitious. They even wanted to steal the destined May Green Rope. They didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and were seeking their own deaths. However, the two of them were lucky. The Ancient One wanted two attendants. Firstly, they could help him gather information from the outside world. Secondly, they could help him find things to replenish the primordial chi he had used up when he was imprisoned by the flaming cloud chains. Therefore, the Ancient One didn't kill the two of them. Instead, he captured them alive and placed restrictions on them to make them his servants. From the looks of it, they had just obtained some tonics and were on their way to deliver them to the Ancient One. If that's the case, I'll just wait a little longer, Seito thought to himself. With that thought, Seito turned around and disappeared. He used the wood elemental technique to hide in the branches of a nearby tree. After about 15 minutes, the two of them flew out of the cave at the same time. They cursed and swore as they flew towards the boundless mountains where the monkeys and horse bears were gathered. It seemed that they were still going to pick up the tonics. After the two of them had left, Seito reappeared from the tree. Then, Seito's body shook and a clone of himself appeared. At the same time, he used the transformation technique to change himself and his clone into Lu Yuan's and Mi Su's appearances. Of course, their appearances were exactly the same. After that, Seito and his clone looked at each other. Then, they flew to the entrance of the cave and walked into it. But soon, a restriction appeared in front of them. Looking at the black smoke lingering around the spell, it was obviously an evil spell. Needless to say, it must have been set up by the Ancient One. I forgot about it. Seito sighed. Then, he and his clone went out of the cave and returned to the outside. If that's the case, I'll borrow those two. After that, Seito canceled the shadow doppelganger technique. Then, he jumped up and chased after Mi Su and Lu Yuan. Seito had already known the location of the horse bears and monkeys when he was searching for the scarlet fruit. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to find Lu Yuan and Mi Su, who were hiding in the dark. The two of them were standing behind the gourd. They were making gestures and chanting spells. At the same time, hundreds of black gossamers, which were as thin as hair and emitted a faint stench, flew out of the gourd. They fell from the sky into the group of horse bears and monkeys and pierced into their brains. Then, the horse bears and monkeys stopped moving. They turned around with dull eyes and walked toward the place where Lu Yuan and Mi Su were hiding. Then, they were captured by the two of them. The Shinin method is really mysterious. Although it's an evil spell, this kind of beast-controlling skill is really unique Ito praised secretly. However, Ito-sei didn't hesitate to attack. First, he appeared beside the two of them with instant transmission technique, and then, before the two of them could react, he quickly attacked and captured the two of them. Plop! The two of them, whose true spirit was sealed, fell to the ground awkwardly. Senior, why did you make such a joke with us? Compared to Lu Yuan, who was so scared that his face turned pale, Misu was much calmer. She asked in a trembling voice, "Do you want to live or die?" Ito looked at the two people on the ground indifferently and asked in a low voice, "Live." Lu Yuan and Misu looked at each other. Then they knelt down one after another and said in a hurry, "Live." Ito said in a low voice. Then he turned over his palm and took out a test tube bottle with purple liquid. He flicked the cork with one finger, and the liquid in the bottle disappeared instantly. Then, at the next moment, Lu Yuan and Misu screamed together. They covered their chests with their hands and rolled on the ground. The pain in their voices was as if they had been severely punished. "Senior, please spare our lives. Senior, please spare our lives." Lu Yuan and Misu shouted in unison. "Stop!" Ito shouted in a low voice. Then, Lu Yuan and Misu felt that the previous pain in their hearts disappeared and their bodies relaxed. How did it feel just now? Ito narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. "It was better to die." Lu Yuan and Misu looked at each other and said in unison, "Very good. I can make it clear that the two of you have a restriction placed on your bodies. No one can remove it without making a move. So whether you two live or die now depends on my thoughts." Ito Chung said coldly. Lu Yuan and Misu's faces turned pale, as if they were about to die. "Now, I need you two to help me. If you do it well, I will help you remove the restriction in your bodies. If you don't do it well, Ito said in a low voice. "Senior, please tell us. We will do our best. We will not slack off." Lu Yuan and Misu clasped their hands and bowed. "I hope so," Ito said in a low voice. Then he changed the topic and continued, "I know that the two of you have been captured by the Ancient One and have become his slaves. So what I want you to do is very simple. Take me into the Demon Corpse Ancient One's cave." "Senior, do you want to get rid of the Demon Corpse?" "Of course, no problem." Misu was very excited and said quickly. Ito snorted and did not refute. Seeing this, Misu was very happy. She asked, "Senior, what do you want us to do?" "I will use the transformation technique to turn into a worm and attach it to each of you. Then, you two can go back as usual," Ito said in a low voice. "Then attach yourself to me." Misu quickly showed off her achievement. "Okay." Ito glanced at Misu and said. Then, he turned into a small insect in a sudden burst of pale, white smoke and landed on Misu's shoulder. "Okay." Ito's voice sounded. "Yes, Senior." Lu Yuan and Misu replied in unison. Then, they picked up Ma Xiong and Yuan Ho, put away the mysterious Yin gourd, and flew back to the Demon Corpse Ancient One's cave. In a moment, they were back in front of the cave. Then, they adjusted their spirits and stepped into the cave. According to their previous movements, they broke through the layers of inhibition formations in the cave and went into the depths of the cave. Not long after, a human figure appeared in front of Ito. It was like a skeleton with a thick skull, a fleshless face, a flat nose, and sunken eyes. It was as thin as a dead tree with very little flesh. There was no need for Ito-sei to guess. He knew that this was the 1,000-year-old demon corpse, the Ancient One. Chapter 1664. P.S. Thank you to Reading A.E., Spectator the Gray World, and Goo168-878-0145 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to JD and Instant Potato for their tips. Thank you to YenXIN for your comments. At this moment, the Ancient One was cultivating with his eyes slightly closed. He wasn't sure if it was because he had just received the beast blood or if it was a coincidence that he was in a meditative state. There was a ball of purple light on his chest that was glowing brightly. Seeing this, Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately revealed himself and shot out a ray of light from his hand. Like a bolt of lightning, the beam of light shot towards the Ancient One and severed the mystic silk pouch around the Ancient One's neck. With a wave of his hand, the Ancient One used a teleportation technique to retrieve the pouch and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Ito then recalled the ray of white light and quickly retreated, ignoring Lu and me. The Ancient One had used the 10,000 years warm jade to nourish his body. When he lost it, he woke up immediately. With a loud roar, dozens of banners appeared on the walls of the mountain. The banners were of different sizes and had drawings of demons on them. They vibrated together and shot out hundreds of black gas, as thick as a man's arm. They were like black rainbows, accompanied by blood-curdling screams. The banners intertwined in the air and formed a large net of smoke that enveloped the area. This was the Ancient One's famous treasure, the Dark Een Beast Amassing Banner. It was the Dark Een soul-refining formation. This formation was one of the top formations in the Shushan world. It was extremely powerful. If he hadn't retreated quickly, he wouldn't have been able to escape without paying a heavy price. As for Lu and me, who were left behind by him in the formation. Anyway, they were the scum of the demons. Their lives had nothing to do with him. He was just using the Ancient One to do justice for the heavens. Ito didn't stop. He quickly retraced his steps and rushed out. "Stay here," the Ancient One shouted angrily and shook the banners. Thousands of black murderous threads shot out again like a torrential rain. Moreover, there were over 100 sparkling and translucent profound lightning pearls mixed within as if they were unable to be taken down. Seeing this, Ito did not dare to be too slow and immediately extended his arm. With a flick of his fingers, he created a curtain of fire, blocking the mountain path and blocking the pursuers behind him. Boom, 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 boom. A violent explosion reverberated in the cave. Ito didn't stop moving forward. He once again set up a curtain of fire behind him as he rushed out of the cave. In just over a minute, Ito successfully flew out of the hole. However, at this moment, then a figure appeared behind him. The newcomer had a handsome appearance and a handsome figure. However, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent, coupled with the strange aura emanating from his body. How could Chung not know that this was the primordial spirit of the Ancient One? Ito knew that if he didn't fight with the Ancient One, he wouldn't be able to leave. Therefore, he didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and raised both his hands. A reddish-yellow lightning bolt appeared in the sky and struck towards Gu Chen's primordial spirit. It was the Qianyang Fire Divine Lightning and the first Wood Divine Lightning. The reason why he used these two lightning bolts was that they were of the extreme Yang attribute. They were the bane of Gu Chen's profound demonic aura. Furthermore, they were mutually reinforcing and could be combined to strengthen one's primordial spirit. Even if his primordial spirit had turned into Yang, it would still be difficult for him to escape the pain of being struck by the divine lightning. As a cultivator, Gu Chen knew the power of these two lightning bolts. His expression changed. He raised his hand and shot out several black and green profound lightning balls towards the lightning bolts. Boom! In an instant, a violent roar resounded in the air. However, right at this moment, a streak of white light suddenly shot over, heading straight for Gu Chen's soul. Gu Chen snorted. He waved his hand and created a dark cloud in front of him. It exuded a sinister aura and enveloped the white light. However, at this moment, the front of the white light disappeared. The entire beam of light suddenly disappeared from under the dark cloud. In the next second, it drilled out from the top of Gu Chen's head and shot towards Gu Chen's primordial spirit. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. He forcefully turned his body to the side. However, the white light appeared too close to him. It was less than a finger's width. It was also very fast. Even with his primordial spirit's speed, he couldn't dodge it completely. The white light brushed past his primordial spirit's arm. Guchen's primordial spirit felt a searing pain. Seeing that the surprise attack worked, Ito-sei was even more unforgiving. He waved his arms again and again, shooting out strange red, blue, white, black, and yellow thunderbolts. Together with the rain of flowers in the sky, they shot towards Guchen. 5 elements divine thunder. Guchen, who knew how powerful it was, didn't dare to hesitate. He escaped from the bombardment of the lightning bolts. Boom! The missing lightning bolts collided with each other. There was an earth-shattering roar and a dazzling white light. However, in the next moment, a little chaotic color was born from the white light. It quickly evolved into a thick lightning bolt and shot towards Guchen, who had just stopped. Heaven 5 Thunder Technique. Heaven 5 Thunder Technique was righteous. It was the beginning of the heavenly way. 5 Thunder Technique was the law. It oversaw the good and evil of all creatures in the world and educated them. When the two were combined, it was the power of heaven and earth. It was the master of killing and upholding righteousness. Guchen, who felt that he was locked by a brilliant heavenly power, narrowed his eyes. He moved his 10 fingers and made an inexplicable gesture. Then, he threw it forward. An area formed by the Dark Thunder technique appeared in front of him instantly. Then, Guchen didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately dispersed his primordial spirit and returned to the cave. Boom! The primordial 5 lightning technique collided with the restricted area formed by the Dark lightning technique, causing a huge explosion to erupt. After that, it continued to fly forward without losing any momentum. Boom! 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 It was not until the Dark Thunder restriction was completely destroyed that it could be considered to be free. However, at this time, the Heaven 5 Thunder technique had no power to speak of. After 2 vague flashes, it completely disappeared between heaven and earth. He actually ran away? Ito said in surprise. In fact, it was understandable if one thought about it seriously. After all, the current Guchen was the Guchen who used to run amok in the world. All of his magic treasures and weapons were destroyed by the white-brow spiritual master. His body was sealed, so he could be said to be poor. He could only use the dark spiritual power. However, it was suppressed by the brilliant Yang Thunder technique. He didn't even have a magic treasure or weapon to block the disaster. How could he fight with the enemy? In addition, no matter how one looked at it, Ito's spiritual power realm was not lower than his. He was even more difficult to deal with. Only a fool would want to continue fighting with him. However, was Guchen willing to give up the 10,000 years warm jade that could nourish his body? The answer was of course no. At this moment, a stinky black cloud filled with a sharp whistling sound that made people dizzy rushed out of the cave and attacked Ito. Moreover, Ito, who had sharp eyes, also noticed that in the black cloud, under the encirclement of the banners, Guchen, whose primordial spirit had merged with his body, was hiding and staring at him with cold eyes. So he took the magic treasure, Ito said secretly. Then, Ito laughed in a low voice. He shook his body, and dozens of shadow doppelgangers, which were exactly the same as him, spread out quickly and formed a big circle. The black cloud was completely surrounded by the black cloud. Shadow, doppelganger? Guchen's expression changed greatly. What was shadow doppelganger? Once one became a divine immortal, one's primordial spirit would be condensed and could be divided into thousands of doppelgangers with a thought. They could wander around the world and accumulate merits to pass on down. It was a great magic that ordinary divine immortals could not use. It was a magical method similar to one person with a thought. No matter what, it was not something that Guchen could have. Therefore, at this moment, Guchen hesitated. Do I really have to become enemies with such a great magic for the 10,000 years warm jade? However, while he hesitated, Ito did not. Almost at the same time, the shadow doppelgangers waved their hands and threw out red fire and thunderbolts, bombarding the black cloud that Guchen had created. Boom, 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 boom. Under the bombardment of the thunderbolts and flames, the black cloud began to boil. The black smoke immediately rolled and evaporated, locking inwards. At the same time, Gu Chun, who had been hesitating, was awakened. "Let's fight!" Gu Chun, who was furious, shouted and stopped flying. He used his mind to release the Xianin beast-gathering banner around him. It formed the evil formation that was famous in Shu Mountain, the Xianin soul-refining formation. In an instant, an even thicker and more filthy black cloud spread out and covered Gu Chun and the banner, blocking the thunderbolts and flames outside the formation. However, it was a pity that the number of banners was not enough. It could only make up a small formation, but it could not completely set up the big formation. Then, the black cloud rolled and thousands of black threads flew out of the black cloud, shooting toward the shadow doppelgangers around him. The shadow doppelgangers moved and dodged the attacks of the black threads. Roar! However, at this moment, a loud roar came from the black cloud, forming a huge shock wave that spread and shook the consciousness of the shadow doppelgangers. As expected, under the influence of this loud roar, a few shadow doppelgangers could not dodge in time and had their heads pierced by the black threads. They exploded into clouds of smoke and disappeared in midair. Camouflage? Gu Chun frowned as he looked at the white smoke that was created when the shadow doppelgangers died. Pray to the heavenly Lord. Descend to answer the thunder and kill the demon. Divine thunder of the 9 heavens, echoing origin. Pardon. At this moment, a prayer that was originally very small, but in the blink of an eye, resounded between heaven and earth. Then, heaven and earth lit up, and a blazing white thunderbolt that was as thick as a man fell from the sky and hit the black cloud that Gu Chun was hiding in. Boom! There was a loud boom, and the thunderbolt exploded. The black cloud was like snow under the sun and disappeared quickly, exposing Gu Chun, who was hiding in it. However, at this moment, Gu Chun's demonic corpse was charred black and full of traces of being hit by thunderbolts and flames. Then, Sei Ito did not wait for the aura in his body to connect. He forcefully activated his energy and rubbed his hands together to create a chaotic 5 elements divine thunder. He raised his hands and attacked the exposed demonic corpse Gu Chun. Gu Chun shouted and tossed out a small black flag with a demon drawn on it. It was none other than the Xianin beast-amassing banner that he had painstakingly created. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud explosion. The 5 elements divine thunder exploded on the surface of the Xianin beast-amassing banner. It broke the surface of the banner like a chisel hitting a rock. The lightning spread and burned the banner made of Xianin black silk into tatters. However, it was also because of this that Gu Chun found a chance to escape with a black wind. Of course, he could not escape far away unless he was willing to lose his body. Otherwise, the flaming cloud chain on his body would activate and force him back into the cave. Therefore, his escape this time was just an act. Since you want to pretend, I will play along with you. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction that Gu Chun had left and sneered. Then, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared in the air. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a figure walked out of the forest cautiously. The person was not old, about 20 years old. He was dressed in a white robe and had an elegant face. He looked like a scholar from the secular world. This person was called Zhuang Yi. He was the disciple of Ku Yitzi, a disbanded immortal of the unorthodox school. Because of Ku Yitzi's relationship with Amei, he had reached an agreement with Amei. He pretended to be a traitor and joined Gu Chen's sect. In the future, when Liang Qiong and other Amei disciples came to establish their power, he would be a spy. Judging from his current appearance and behavior, he must be scouting for the enemy, for Gu Chun to see if the enemy had left. After carefully searching the area, Zhuang Yi made sure that there were no enemies around. Then, he forcefully crushed a jade tablet. The next moment, Gu Chun, who had left before, appeared outside the cave again with clouds of smoke in the air. However, at this time, in addition to the injuries caused by Sei Ito's thunder, Gu Chun also had burn scars on his body. Obviously, they were caused by the fire cloud chain when he pretended to escape. Gu Chun, who was suspicious by nature, flew around the cave several times and used his divine sense to observe the surroundings. After confirming that the enemy was indeed not hiding nearby, he put away the black cloud and the Xian beast gathering banner and descended from the air. However, just as his feet were about to land on the ground, a white light suddenly flew out from the air and slashed directly at Gu Chen's body. Gu Chen was shocked when he saw this. He desperately rolled to the side and dodged the sword attack. However, before he could stand up, another black sword suddenly appeared beside him. The sword slashed down from above and broke his protective light. Gu Chen's corpse that had been condensed for thousands of years was cut in half. At this time, Gu Chen did not dare to hesitate. He summoned a demon wind and rolled up Zhuang Yi in the lower half of his body to fly into the sky. Want to run? It's too late. With a soft shout, the surrounding space shook, and a transparent barrier that was invisible to the naked eye instantly blocked in front of Gu Chen. With a dang sound, it stopped him and wrapped around him and Zhuang Yi before he could react in time. Who are you? Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Gu Chen, who had revealed himself, glanced around with an ugly expression and questioned. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you just had to chase after me at that time. Fate is like this. Who can you blame? At the same time, Seito's figure also appeared from the void. He silently looked at Gu Chen, who was trapped by the space lock. Hearing Seito's words, Gu Chen's expression turned ugly. Chapter 1665. P.S. Shamelessly ask for a subscription. Although I know I'm not good at writing. But I'll still ask for it. Looking at the data dropping, I felt a little helpless. After chatting for a while, Ito-sei ignored Gu Chen and Zhuang Yi, who was imprisoned by him. He directly activated the rules of space and compressed the space that imprisoned them into a black ball the size of a baseball. Then, he threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Needless to say, it was also waiting to be extracted and refined into tree fertilizer. After that, Seito didn't stay in this dangerous place any longer. He flew in the conveyance light to find the sky's silkworm collar in the boundless mountain. He was ready to go there to get the last two treasures he wanted, 10,000-year empty purity and heavenly fire spirit pearl. Among them, the 10,000-year empty purity was something he must get on this trip. As for the other heavenly fire spirit pearl, he still needed to wait for a while. He could only get it during the Dragon Boat Festival next year. However, at that time, he would have to compete with the Amei disciples. Fortunately, the Boundless Mountain was one of the few treasures in the Shushan world. The description in the book was quite detailed. The various sceneries could be compared. In addition, the book emphasized the description of the surrounding foreign objects, so it wasn't too difficult to search. In less than half a day, Seito successfully found the sky's silkworm collar. Then, Seito flew down and landed in the collar. He released his divine sense to search for the cave. Because according to the book, the 10,000-year empty purity was hidden in a certain cave. Soon, he felt the pain of several caverns, and his divine sense perception entered his mind. Seito memorized the space coordinates one by one and teleported there. The first cave was an empty space. The environment inside the cave wasn't big. It was the size of a small house. The air was still dry, but the smell wasn't good. There was a fishy smell of animals. However, it was a pity that there were no square stones inside like what was written in the book. Knowing that the 10,000-year empty purity wasn't here, Seito didn't hesitate and teleported to the second cave. This cave was the same as the previous one. It was also an empty space, but the area was much bigger. At least it could accommodate a black bear. The fishy smell was also strong. Obviously, animals often came here to piss, and claim the right to use. It was also a pity that there were no square stones inside, like what was written in the book. Then, Ito-sei's mind moved again, and he arrived at the third cave. This time, there was finally something different. First, there were living things in this cave. It was a nest of fox-like animals. Secondly, The situation in this cave was different from the other two. The interior was filled with rocks, and the top of the rocks occupied the space, compressing what should have been a very large cave into a small one. It was just enough for the nest of fox badgers to live in. Itose looked around and finally stopped at the back of the fox badgers. It was 6 feet square with a flat surface, and the outside was about 3 feet above the ground. It is similar to what is described in the book, Itose said. It's a touch to say it. The one hung in his hand was completely different from ordinary stones. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate. He clasped his 5 fingers on the surface of the blue stone, instilled his inner chi, and went down the stone wall. He broke through the hard soil and pulled the long blue stone out of the ground. Looking at it again, the blue stone was tall, wide, and thin. It was like a cube carefully polished by a master. Seito raised his sword finger and cut the stone wall bit by bit, shaving off the thin layer of stone. Not long after, the original 6 feet square bluestone was cut into a cylinder about 8 inches thick and 6 feet tall. Traces of light green light were faintly reflected from the cylinder. Looking at the cylinder in his hand, Seito smiled and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he closed his eyes and waited for the change. Sure enough, in the next moment, a strong desire to devour came from the world tree. Just as he had guessed, the Ewood essence, Tai vitality essence, and 10,000-year hollow azurite were all-powerful nutrients that could supplement the world tree's foundation. Swallow it. I got it for you, Seito said with his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, a thought full of joy emerged in his mind. Then, the 6-foot stone pillar he threw into the Rubik's Cube world moved. With the help of the Rubik's Cube, it instantly appeared in front of the world tree. Then, in the green light radiating from the world tree, it slowly disappeared into the body of the world tree as if it was sinking into a quagmire. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the entire world tree lit up, blooming with a bright green light and strong vitality. Taking advantage of this time, Seito controlled the Rubik's Cube to move the evil demon's primordial spirit that he had killed and captured in the Great Snow Mountain, as well as the demon's corpse that he had just captured, Guchun, and his fake disciple Zhuang Yi, into the void and burned them with the purple heavenly fire. Mournful and painful screams echoed in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. The evil demon's primordial spirits were not stable enough, so in less than a minute, they were easily refined into a black liquid that floated in the void. On the other hand, the demon's corpse, Guchun, was still firmly not refined, either because he was used to being burned by the flaming cloud chain or because his body was strong enough. He continued to howl in pain. As for his fake disciple Zhuang Yi, his physical body was destroyed long ago. His primordial spirit was refined into a black liquid just like the evil demons. After about 10 minutes, the demon's corpse, Guchun, was no longer able to resist the purple fire. His physical body was destroyed, revealing a primordial spirit that was close to that of a celestial being. After about 10 minutes, he followed in the footsteps of the evil demons and Zhuang Yi's footsteps and turned into a clear black liquid. He mixed with the other black liquids and turned into a clear stream that shot towards the world tree. Almost instantly, the black liquid entered the world tree. It flowed along the veins of the tree to the tip of the branches and into the body of the person that was still being nurtured. Another near-God tier nourishment. I wonder what level you will be when you're born. Seito thought to himself as he scanned the fruit with his mind. Perhaps sensing Seito's mind, the person in the fruit trembled slightly when Seito's mind swept past. Seito then withdrew his thoughts and threw a wave of spiritual energy into the fox badger's body. He then activated teleportation and disappeared from the cave, appearing in the sky above the boundless mountains. His figure flashed again and disappeared from the boundless mountains. After an unknown period of time, Seito's figure appeared as the void rippled. At this moment, he was in the air above a river, surrounded by mountains and verdant trees. Below his feet, The river water was surging, and the blue waves were rippling. Under the illumination of the sun, it reflected specks of silver light, dazzling the eyes. This was the Yuan River, the place where Guangxing Zi's golden ship sank, the #1 treasure trove in the original novel. This time, I should be considered to have destroyed the entire Shu Mountain Sect's property. Sei Ito muttered to himself with a strange expression as he looked at the blue waves below his feet. Then, with a twist of his body, he turned into a puddle of liquid and fell from the sky. Pond. The water surface rippled and water droplets bounced, creating circles of faint ripples. Sei Ito, who turned into water and dived into the river water, released his senses. He followed the flow of the water and slowly moved under the water while searching for the golden ship. Needless to say, his luck was pretty good. Not long after, a rebound force was transmitted back to him through his senses. Found it. Sei Ito, who was using the water escape technique, muttered to himself. Then, his figure scuttled and quickly rushed towards the location of the rebound force. A moment later, Sei Ito appeared in a body of water. This body of water was the same as the previous body of water. The water was clear, and there were plenty of fish. However, Sei Ito, who was observing with his spiritual eye, knew that there were layers of hidden restrictions in front of him that emitted a dangerous aura, blocking his path forward. The reason why there were restrictions here was very simple. First, it was to prevent others from using their water techniques to steal the treasure. Second, it was also to prevent others from taking the treasure. However, the goal was to prevent the golden ship from appearing in the world and to make it stay in the water forever. This was because for some people, the treasure hidden in Guangchengzi's golden ship was their nemesis. They set up the restrictions with the intention of not letting their fatal points be grasped by others. However, it was precisely because of the different intentions of both parties and the influence of the conflict between good and evil that this place was full of restrictions. Unless one's cultivation had reached a certain level, it would be extremely difficult to break through the layers of restrictions and rush to the place where the golden ship sank. One could only wait for the right time to retrieve the golden ship using normal methods. However, all of this had no effect on Sei Ito. He flipped the bowl in his hand and held a small oval mirror in his hand. It was the ancient treasure that specialized in breaking restrictions, the clear sky mirror. Then, he infused power into it and shot out a ray of green light towards the body of water in front of him. Under the illumination of the azure light, the restrictions were like snow under the sun, and they quickly disappeared, revealing a passageway that was completely unobstructed. Sei Ito held the glowing clear sky mirror in his hand and used the water escape technique to travel in. As Sei Ito went deeper and deeper, waves of suction came from the body of water not far away, pulling in the surrounding water and filling the body of water with chaotic torrents. The torrents formed whirlpools and blocked his path. Sei Ito maintained the activated state of the clear sky mirror. Then, he waved his hand and stirred the water, creating visible ripples that quickly spread out. Bang, 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 bang. Under the impact of the ripples, the water and whirlpools seemed to have been hit by a heavy object and suddenly exploded. White water surged out and filled the entire body of water. Then, Sei Ito's arm once again spread out another ripple. Under the influence of this ripple, the white water retreated and the water became calm. A safe path appeared in front of Sei Ito. At this moment, the black shadow of a huge, ancient ship appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Sei Ito knew that it was Guangchengzi's golden ship. Chapter 1666. Seeing the golden ship, Sei Ito no longer hesitated. He immediately released the power of concentration on his body and followed the powerful suction force produced by the water eye to float forward. Under the powerful suction force produced by the water eye of the Yuanjiang River, Sei Ito was almost instantly pulled to the location of Guangchengzi's golden ship. However, when he was still 4 or 5 meters away from Guangchengzi's golden ship, Seito suddenly stopped and floated in the torrent. Guang Chengzi's golden ship, as a treasure ship left behind by Guang Chengzi, naturally had defensive restrictions set up by Guang Chengzi in the past to prevent those who did not respect the rules from forcibly opening the ship and selling the treasure, or if the golden ship fell into the hands of evil and became an accomplice in persecuting the righteous path. Therefore, for safety, Seito had no intention of testing the power of Guang Chengzi's golden ship's defensive restrictions in such a chaotic underwater environment. Then, Seito's eyes slightly focused as he admired Guang Chengzi's golden ship in front of him. The golden ship was in ancient times, especially the style of the Song and Ming dynasties. It was about 20 meters long and 5 or 6 meters wide. There was a pavilion built in the middle of the ship, which was a 3-story style. On each floor, there were more than 10 wooden windows. On the top of the highest floor, there was a pagoda-like roof protruding high. Ropes were connected to the 4 corners of the ship, and ribbons and flower cloths were hung, decorating the ship. In terms of appearance, it was very similar to the flower boats on the Qinhuai River in the TV series. Seito could not help but have a strange thought that perhaps Guang Chengzi was also a romantic character. Seito shook his head and threw away this somewhat absurd thought in his mind. He used his mind to open the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, a dark hole appeared 6 meters above Guang Chengzi's golden ship, and then quickly expanded into an elliptical black hole with a central length of about 30 meters. It shone down on Guang Chengzi's golden ship. Because it did not touch the restriction, Guang Chengzi's golden ship also lost the power to resist, so it was absorbed into the Rubik's Cube world without any resistance. Bang! At the moment when the golden boat disappeared, due to the suction force of the water eye and the force of the water flow, the surrounding water instantly surged and fiercely collided with each other, bursting out with a muffled explosion. White flowers tumbled. The water surged. Like an undercurrent, it surged out in all directions, sweeping away everything that could be moved in the surroundings. With this push, Seito immediately activated the water escape technique. Under the green light of the Haotian mirror, he quickly left the area of influence of the water eye. Next, Seito quickly swam outwards for a short distance before he completely escaped from the underwater restriction formation. Seito stopped and turned around. Looking at the restricted area behind him, he let out an inexplicable chuckle. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the bottom of the Yuan River. Almost at the same time as he left, the 3 Amei immortals, who were practicing their swordsmanship in the distant East Sea, frowned at the same time. It felt like they had lost something important. Here we go again. The white-faced old man sighed. We can't go on like this. The yellow-faced, middle-aged man dressed as a monk with a sad face said. Indeed, we can't go on like this. The black-haired man, who was wearing a plain Taoist robe with a base of golden thread and had a ruddy face and a dignified expression, said with flickering eyes. Junior brother, what are you going to do? The white-haired old man asked. I'm going to invite all the Buddhist masters to work together with us to deduce the heavenly mystery and find out the whereabouts of that person. The man in the luxurious robe said faintly. Good. The white-haired old man nodded slightly and replied softly. After that, he closed his eyes again and his mind wandered. Similarly, the monk with a bitter face on the side also nodded slightly and closed his eyes to comprehend Tianxian. The man in the luxurious robe did not care about the 2 people's actions. He turned his hand, and a 1-foot-long sword appeared in his palm. He silently operated his primordial spirit and left a wisp of spirit on it. Then, he raised his hand and threw out the short sword. The next moment, a golden light flashed on the short sword, and it disappeared in front of the 3 people's eyes like a meteor. Half an hour later, in a large hall on the golden peak of Mount Amei in Sichuan, a charming woman who was meditating with her eyes closed had a change in expression. She withdrew from the state of meditation and opened her eyes to look at the front door of the hall. Then, in the next second, a golden light flew in from the door and gently fell on the woman's gently open palm. The woman held the sword silently for more than 10 seconds. Then, she turned her hand and several small, exquisite swords of the same length appeared. She silently operated her mind and focused on them. Then, she raised her hand and threw out the golden short sword that she had previously obtained. In an instant, several golden and silver lights flashed and disappeared from Mauname. Not to mention the actions on Mauname, Sei Ito, after leaving Yuanjiang, did not have the mood to wander around and return to the land of Sichuan. He stopped at a place called Qiujiaba in the middle of Sichuan and rented an idol house from a rich man. He moved in and then flashed into the world of the Rubik's Cube. The first place he appeared was in front of Guang Chengzi's treasure boat that he had just obtained. Rubik's Cube banned the air within a radius of 100 meters. Seito stood in front of Guang Chengzi's golden boat and ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding void trembled slightly and suddenly solidified. It was as if a transparent barrier had enveloped an area with a radius of 100 meters, making the people within it feel as if they were looking at the scenery through a glass. The reason why he did this was that he remembered that when the restriction of Guang Chengzi's golden boat was activated, the treasures hidden inside would fly around like elves. Although they could not leave the world of the Rubik's Cube, they would still be captured in the end. It was better not to let them escape from the beginning and forcibly suppress them. Then, Sei Ito took out the restriction-breaking weapon, Haoyan Mirror. He faced the golden boat with the mirror and poured his power into it. Then, a green light shot out from the mirror. Under the green light, dense and crisscrossing restrictions emerged from the void and appeared in front of Seito. According to the normal procedure, it was time for the people of Mauname to take out the restriction-breaking bronze talisman, because that thing was left by Guang Chengzi before he ascended. The purpose was for his successors to take the treasures hidden in his boat. It was a pity that Sei Ito did not have that kind of skill, but he had the Haoyan Mirror that specialized in breaking restriction spells in his hand. Under the illumination of the light, even the defensive restrictive spell set up by Golden Immortal Guang Chengzi did not last much longer than the other restrictive spells. It was also penetrated and eliminated, revealing the main body of the golden ship. Just like before, as the restriction was broken, balls of golden light immediately flashed out of the ship and flew out of the ship like fairies. However, because Sei Ito deliberately shone in one direction, although many of the restrictions on the whole boat were broken, there were still some restrictions that were not affected. Therefore, those treasures that were about to fly away were immediately blocked by the remaining restrictions and flashed with light. Of course, there were a few lucky treasures that happened to fly out of the broken restrictions, but they were immediately intercepted by the surrounding no-fly zone. No matter how they collided, they could not fly away. If I remember correctly, the most suitable thing for me in this boat seems to be the true explanation of the heavenly book left by Guang Chengzi, right? Sei Ito thought to himself, ignoring those treasures that missed their target. Then, the energy in Sei Ito's body moved again, enlarging the green light in the mirror and illuminating the whole treasure boat. Under the magnificent illumination of the green light, no matter how the restrictions changed, they still could not escape from being broken. In the end, all of them disappeared, revealing the body of the treasure boat. However, it was also because of this that the magic treasures that were originally blocked had to break free and fly in all directions before being blocked by the space restriction. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled gently. While maintaining the green light, he walked onto the treasure boat, crossed the deck, and walked into the middle of the building. In an instant, a spacious space was reflected in Sei Ito's eyes. The furnishings in the space were very simple, just like the legendary flower boats. Round tables were arranged separately from each other, surrounded by 4 or 5 round chairs. The two sides of the room were covered with pink gauze, showing a quaint and elegant feeling. However, hanging on the walls on both sides were not calligraphy, paintings, or simple decorations. Instead, there were long and short spears, dagger axes, swords, and other ancient weapons. They emitted a cold light, and after sensing Sei Ito's aura, they trembled incessantly, as if they were about to fly away at any time. Sei Ito covered the mirror in his hand, and an invisible barrier appeared in an instant. Then it quickly disappeared, releasing all of these weapons. Sei Ito didn't care about those weapons that flew away on their own. He continued to walk forward and used the green light to illuminate the surroundings of the pavilion. Dangerous, invisible restriction formations appeared, destroyed them, and found those precious treasures that might have been hidden. Among them, he didn't leave those that would fly away on their own. He only took those that stayed where they were. In this way, it took him more than half an hour to walk through floor after floor. Finally, he walked through all the pavilions and rooms of Guang Chengxi's golden ship and came to the core of the golden ship. Here, Sei Ito obtained the Zifu enlightenment left by Guang Chengxi that was sealed in a jade box. It was recorded in the tadpole language, and several golden elixirs of Guang Chengxi that were refined by Guang Chengxi, which was equivalent to 1,000 years of cultivation. Sei Ito put away these two important items, and then turned around and walked out of the ship along the original path. Along the way, he continued to use the green light emitted by the Haoyan mirror to search for any missing treasures in the cabin. At the same time, he suppressed those treasures that didn't fly away even if they hit the wall, and sent them away to be stored. In this way, Sei Ito spent almost an hour walking out of the ship and returned to the outside world. At this time, a large number of golden lights were flashing in a no-fly zone within a radius of 100 meters around the ship. Needless to say, these lights were the treasures that flew out of the ship but couldn't escape from the no-fly zone. Chapter 1667. P.S. Thank you to 33 Levels and Blessed Premonition for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato, JD, XX Huaxia Empire, and Halcyon for their tips. Sei Ito, who was standing outside the ship, waved his arm and released a series of thunderous flames. They turned into 5-colored auspicious lights and shot into the void within 100 meters like rain. In an instant, there was a series of rumbling sounds. The white light was dazzling, and the thunder rumbled. The magic treasures that were colliding with the void immediately stopped. The light around them dimmed, revealing their true forms. Seeing this, Sei Ito's palm did not stop. He raised his hand again and released a series of flying thunderbolts. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, there was only the rumbling of thunder in the entire world. There was not a single sound to be heard. After a quarter of an hour, the magic treasures had their protective spiritual light destroyed and revealed their true forms. They fell to the ground like small beasts that had been subdued. At this time, Sei Ito waved his arm. All the magic treasures within the 100-meter forbidden zone stopped falling and flew to Sei Ito on their own. They floated in the air like soldiers waiting to be inspected. Sei Ito looked around and saw dozens of strangely shaped magic treasures. These magic treasures included sets of long swords, simple daggers, ancient spears, ancient knives, and all kinds of strange objects like jade tablets, needles, chains, basins, balls, and needles. Together with the magic treasures he had collected before, there were more than 90 of them. It could be said that it was a great harvest. Sei Ito waved his arm and collected all the magic treasures. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the eastern forest on the mountain where Li Yingqiong and her father lived. At this moment, Li Yingqiong and Li Yingqiong were each holding a long wooden sword. They looked serious as they compared their sword skills. Bang, 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 bang. A series of sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed in the air. Bang. Then at this moment, there was a muffled bang. The wooden sword in Li Yingqiong's hand was immediately knocked out of her hand. Her throat was held by the wooden sword in Li Ning's hand. Father, I lost, Li Yingqiong said with some unwillingness in her eyes. Qiong, there's no need to be like this. You should know that when I was your age, I wasn't as powerful as you, Qiong. Li Ning withdrew his sword and laughed lightly. Li Ning, who had passed the age of knowing his destiny, was very satisfied with his current life. Although it was a little boring, he could practice the Tao and live forever. At the same time, he would be able to teach his daughter to slowly become a talent. This was many times better than the previous days when he didn't know where he would return to. The only thing that bothered him was that his daughter's talent was too good. She was so good that she had only been learning the sword for a dozen or so days, but she was already at his level. He needed to treat her more and more seriously. Pa 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 pa. At this time, a sudden round of applause interrupted Li Ning's thoughts and attracted his and Li Yingqiong's attention. Greetings, young master, senior martial brother. The Li father and daughter cupped their fists and greeted together. If there was anything else that was more depressing, it would probably be the issue of how to address this young man who had said that he and his daughter were fated to be husband and wife. Every time this happened, he would involuntarily think about it. In fact, he was a generation younger than his daughter. How could he, as a father, endure this? No need to be so courteous. Sei Ito waved his hand and smiled. Li Ning and Li Yingqiong didn't argue and straightened up. Sei Ito walked to their side and pointed at the ground. A stone table and 3 stone chairs suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, Sei Ito sat on one of the stone chairs without hesitation. Then, without greeting the father and daughter of the Li family, he willed it, and a 4-foot-tall man wearing a black robe appeared. His face was extremely ugly. His hair was dry and messy, and he looked like a strange ape appeared in front of him and the Li father and daughter. This person was none other than the ugly woman who had taken away the Nanming Li fire sword earlier. Mi Ming Yang. Seeing the ugly woman suddenly appear, Li Yingqiong, who was startled, instinctively let out a low cry. Mi Ming Yang. Sei Ito calmly called out. Hearing her name being called, Mi Ming Yang's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Sei Ito. This was because she remembered very clearly. Regardless of whether it was when she was captured or when she was thrown on a deserted island, the other party had never asked for her name. But now, her name was called out by the other party. How could she not be frightened? I said that I wanted to give you an opportunity. Now I want to lead you into the sect and teach you the celestial immortal method. Are you willing? No matter what Mi Ming Yang was thinking, Ito Sei said in a low voice. Are you serious? Mi Ming Yang was moved. As a cultivator of the Orthodox Tao, she had a very strong desire for the Orthodox Tao. So when she heard Sei Ito say this, even if she knew that he wanted to use this method to exchange for the treasure in her hands, she was still moved. What's more, Mi Ming Yang was very clear in her heart that with her own strength. So what if the other party really snatched the treasure away? Would she have any room to resist? To be able to exchange for such compensation was already a great fortune. Not to mention that the immortal Tao was the kind that could directly cultivate to the immortal Tao. However, it was precisely because this compensation was too great that Mi Ming Yang was somewhat afraid, thinking that he was using words to trick her. Of course it's true. And do you think that I need to lie to you? Sei Ito chuckled. Yes, he really has no reason to lie to me. Mi Ming Yang mocked herself in her heart. What kind of person was Mi Ming Yang? She was a rogue cultivator of the Orthodox Tao with no roots and no foundation. The immortal Tao, she knew, was a mainland product that she had obtained by chance. She was also ugly. Unless there was something wrong with his head, he would not covet her body. As for the treasure, since it had already been taken by him, was it still considered her treasure? Thinking of this, Mi Ming Yang did not hesitate. Her knees immediately went weak, and she knelt on the ground, bowing her head. Disciple Mi Ming Yang greets master. Your master is not me, but her, Sei Ito said lightly. Mi Ming Yang raised her head in surprise. Her gaze just happened to meet with the beautiful girl Li Yingqiong, who was sitting on a stone chair with her shoulders pressed down by Sei Ito at some point. She was at a loss as to what to do. Senior brother, Li Yingqiong cried out in panic. Young master. Li Ning also frowned slightly and called out. It's fine, Sei Ito said lightly. Seeing Sei Ito say so, Li Ning and Li Yingxiong could not say anything else. They could only accept it, even though she felt very strange. Mi Ming Yang, who had already accepted her fate, did not care. She knelt down again and kowtowed to Li Yingxiong. Only after 9 kowtows did she get up. Now you need to make a choice. Which path to take? Sei Ito looked at Mi Ming Yang and said lightly. Mi Ming Yang frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. My sex techniques can be divided into 3 types. First, ancient techniques. Secondly, there are different methods in the world. And thirdly, there are methods that can be passed down in the world. Ito Sei told Mi Ming Yang what he had told Li Ning and Li Yingxiong. After hearing Sei Ito's explanation of the 3 paths, Mi Ming Yang could not help but lower her head in thought. Seeing this, Sei Ito and the Li family's father and daughter did not say anything. They silently waited for her to make her choice. A moment later, Mi Ming Yang raised her head and replied with a serious expression, I choose a different method in this world. As a loose cultivator of an unorthodox sect, Mi Ming Yang knew very well that with her temperament, she was not worthy of the ancient method. This was because she considered her own situation, but also because of her lack of confidence and inferiority. Mi Ming Yang was even more uncertain about the aptitude that was mentioned in the teachings of the present age. She had been cultivating the evil sex techniques for so long and had yet to see how far she had progressed. Therefore, after a calm and practical comprehensive consideration, Mi Ming Yang made the current choice. She chose what Ito Sei said, which was that there were different methods in the world that were not powerful enough. However, for Mi Ming Yang, who was not even sure if she could cultivate to the sky immortal realm, would there be a difference? All right, I'll teach you contemporary techniques. Sei Ito nodded and agreed. Then, he pointed at Mi Ming Yang's forehead and sent a message. White sun diagram. Mi Ming Yang first felt dizzy. Then a large number of images suddenly appeared in her mind. They were like movies that had been downloaded to a computer's hard drive, constantly playing in her mind. This is a righteous technique that is specially used to polish one's Tao foundation. Use it to polish the essence in your body. Then I'll teach you the specific cultivation method. Sei Ito's voice sounded in Mi Ming Yang's ears. Yes. Mi Ming Yang came back to her senses and replied. Also, this is the 3-yang-1 sword. It was used by Han Dynasty Taoist Zhang Mian to protect himself and slay demons. I'll bestow it to you today. Cultivate it well. At this moment, Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out 3-foot-long flying swords that were stacked together. He used psychokinesis to deliver them to Mi Ming Yang. Thank you, martial uncle. Mi Ming Yang knelt on the ground and received the flying swords with both hands. Rise, Ito Sei said softly. Then he reached out and touched Mi Ming Yang's forehead again, imparting the secret sacrificial refining method from the Tianfu book to her. Sei Ito said, Go to the mountain and open up a cave. Yes. Mi Ming Yang nodded and immediately flew into the air in a faint yellow light. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at a nearby mountain peak. Senior Marshal Brother is biased. At this moment, Li Yingxiong's voice sounded. Oh. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the dissatisfied Li Yingxiong with a smile that wasn't a smile. You gave father the 3-origin flying sword, and now you gave my disciple Mi Ming Yang the 3-yang single sword, but you didn't give me a flying sword. If this isn't bias, then what is? Li Yingxiong sullenly said. The 3-origin flying sword was the flying sword that Sei Ito had obtained when he killed the traitor Zhu Hong. After he used some materials to refine it, its quality was not inferior to the 3-yang single sword or the other famous flying swords of Shu Mountain. Sei Ito had given it to Li Ning when his cultivation was high enough and he could practice flying swords. Who said I didn't prepare it for you? Sei Ito strangely laughed. Li Xiong was pleasantly surprised and looked at Sei Ito with shining eyes. I've already prepared your flying sword for you, but have you reached the Qi disciple stage? If you haven't, I won't give you the flying sword. Sei Ito rubbed Li Yingxiong's head and lightly laughed. Li Yingqiong's cheeks turned red and her voice froze on the spot. It couldn't be helped. Although she was talented and had excellent qualifications, Chi Disciple was still a painstaking effort. Without elixirs and without eating treasures, she wouldn't be able to succeed without at least a year and a half, let alone reach the stage where she could use her chi to nourish her primordial spirit and use a flying sword. Even in the original work, Li Yingxiong first practiced chi on Mount Amei with Li Ning and Zhou Qingyin's father, Zhou Chun, for half a year. Later, she cultivated on Mount Amei for 3 to 4 months and ate many elixirs and treasures before she succeeded. So work hard. When the time comes, I'll give you the flying sword, Seito said with a smile. Then, the tone of his voice changed slightly. He moved his head close to Li Yingxiong's ear and whispered, "And I can tell you that the flying sword is better than the flying swords given to your father and mother Ming." Feeling the heat in her ear, Li Yingqiong's cheeks became even redder. But after hearing Seito's words, she no longer cared about the shyness in her heart. She raised her head and asked, "Really? More real than real gold?" Seito laughed. "Well, I'll go cultivate now," Li Yingqiong decided. After that, she casually said goodbye to Li Ning and immediately used her qigong to rush back to the cave room on the mountain. "You also go cultivate. I'm leaving." Seito turned his head and said to Li Ning. After that, he didn't wait for Li Ning's reply and directly disappeared from the place in a flash. Li Ning, who stayed in the same place, sighed softly. With a flash of light, he turned into a bright white to golden light and flew back to the cave room on the mountain. On the other side, Seito, who appeared in a deserted place, summoned the mud and stone that sealed the Nanming Li fire sword in front of him. Then, Seito waved his hand, and a yellow jade gourd suddenly appeared in his palm. This gourd was none other than the Tiani primordial water that he had asked for from the Purple Cloud Palace. Seito took the gourd in front of him and pulled out the cork. He extracted a drop of Tiani primordial water from the gourd and shot it at the mud and stone in front of him. Almost at the moment when the two came into contact, the drop of Tiani primordial water immediately sank into the mud and stone. At the same time, a misty and mysterious brilliance emerged from the mud and stone and wrapped the whole stone. At this time, although the shape of the mud and stone didn't change, it felt like it had softened. Then, Seito stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A loose ball of mud immediately fell into his palm. Then, a blazing red brilliance shot up into the sky, illuminating Ito-sei's face and everything around him with a bright red light. It was very bright. Because they were in the Rubik's Cube world, they were isolated from the outside world. There was no need to worry about the treasure light shooting into the sky and causing trouble. Therefore, Seito didn't use any restrictions to stop it. The sword light flew all over the sky like a cloud pillar. Chapter 1668. The Nanming Li fire sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, while the hilt was 3 inches long. It was about 4 feet in total and was 2 fingers wide. Its entire body was white and clear, emitting a cold light. Occasionally, a bright light flashed across the sword, emitting the scorching heat of the Li fire. Seito, who felt that it was about time, reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Nanming Li fire sword. In an instant, a scorching hot feeling was transmitted from the sword to his hand. "Humph!" Seito snorted and activated his elemental energy, pouring it into the sword. Buzz! The sword vibrated and buzzed slightly, as if it was unwilling to give up. Soon, it quieted down again, and the red light on its body disappeared, revealing its original appearance. "Don't worry, I won't bury you," Seito said faintly. Buzz! The sword vibrated slightly, as if it was responding to Seito's words. Seito smiled gently and put it away. Then his gaze fell on the mud ball in his hand. This mud ball seemed to be used to seal the Nanming Li fire sword. It was black and ugly, but its origin was not small. It was the divine mud from the bottom of the 8 Merit ponds in the Western Pure Land. It had endless magical uses and great power. It was not inferior to a top-grade magic treasure. Seito's 5 fingers moved with flowing light, exerting force to compress the divine mud. After a while, the huge stone mud ball was compressed to the size of a marble, dark and gloomy. However, if one looked closely, one could vaguely see the 5 colors of red, white, gold, black, and yellow. They were constantly changing, appearing and disappearing at will. Why did I suddenly think of Ji Gong? Looking at the black mud ball in his hand, Seito could not help but ask in astonishment. Because just now, he suddenly remembered that he had seen Ji Gong, played by Yu Benchong, when he was young in his previous life, especially the most famous part. The scene of Ji Gong rubbing the mud on his chest, making pills, and feeding people to save lives made the black mud ball in his hand uncontrollably have some different emotions. It's better not to think about it. If I continue to think about it, I'll probably throw this thing away. Seito, who quickly put away the mud ball, shook his head and threw away the unpleasant scene in his mind. He thought to himself. Then, when he returned home, he buried the 10,000-year warm jade in the ground and connected it with a magnifying array. The effect of the 10,000-year warm jade was amplified and used in the whole house to improve the physique of his mother, eldest sister, Linai, and the others. He stayed until the next day. Only then did he bid farewell to his family and return to the Shushan world. He appeared in the house that he had rented. Itose walked to the wooden bed in the bedroom, sat down, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. He began to deduce the cultivation method in his mind. Of course, it was not the cultivation method he wanted to cultivate. Instead, he wanted to use the flying celestial sword manual he created in the Tang Dynasty world as the core, combined with all the cultivation methods he saw in the Qishan, Lushan, and Mingfeng Mountain Sect Sutra pavilions in the main world, as well as the various secret methods in the heavenly book in his hand, to deduce a cultivation method that could reach the celestial realm. After all, since he had already accepted her as his disciple, even if she was not his disciple, she was still one of his people. There was no reason to give her the secret methods of the 3 sects, which he found to be problematic and to hinder others. At the same time, he also sorted out the knowledge system in his hand again, so that he could extract the essence from it and add it to his own cultivation method to increase his strength. In this way, Seito silently deduced, and a few days went by smoothly. On this day, on the golden peak of Mauname in the center of Shu, in a large hall, there were dozens of monks, Taoists, men, and women. Unsurprisingly, all of them were celestial immortals who were close to reaching the level of celestial immortal. They sat silently on the chairs. In the center of the hall, on the main seat, there was a Taoist with a red and black face, wearing a luxurious Taoist robe with golden embroidery. His expression was full of majesty, and he wore a green spiritual crown on his head. Qi Shuming, the headmaster of Mauname, sat on the high seat. His eyes were half open, and there was a faint light flashing in them. Everyone, let's begin. At this time, Qi Shuming opened his eyes slightly, and his gaze swept over everyone in the hall. Good. All the Buddhas, Taoists, and individual immortals in the hall responded in unison. Then a light flashed. Gold, silver, or green light bloomed in the hall instantly, and intertwined with each other to form a bright light curtain, enveloping all the people in the hall. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure, which made the disciples guarding outside the hall turn pale and tremble, suddenly burst out, turning this area into a forbidden area where birds and beasts were extinct. Almost at the same time, in the middle of Shu, in a house in Shiojiaba, Seito, who had been sitting cross-legged and silently practicing the martial arts, frowned and instantly opened his eyes. At this time, outside his body, a thick layer of clouds and mist wrapped around him, like a sea of clouds in the mountains, churning endlessly, as if something was stimulating it. This cloud of clouds and mist was not anything else, but the camouflage barrier that Seito created every time he entered a new world, which was used to deceive the world's consciousness. And it was the first time that he saw a camouflage like this, except for when he first entered a new world. Then, Ito frowned and said to himself in a low voice, "Someone is tracking me." Then, he immediately closed his eyes and moved his hands, using the calculation method recorded in the 3 scriptures of Yishui, Lianshan, and Gue Zong that he mastered, as well as the method of investigating the mysteries of heaven in the Chimen Duanjia, to track in reverse. It was also at this moment, in the dark void, 2 forces fiercely collided. Puff! A light explosion that ordinary people could not hear was immediately transmitted in the void. Although this sound was inaudible to ordinary people, at this time, it was like a thunderclap that suddenly exploded in Ito's mind, shaking his head, his chest, and his face became pale. What a strong force! This is definitely not the means of a divine immortal. It's more like a golden immortal. Ito silently operated the mysterious martial arts to clear the abnormalities in his body and mind. Then, Ito opened his eyes again, turned his hand, and took out a dozen top-grade white jade. Chi blades turned into needles, piercing the skin on his fingertips, and using his own blood, he quickly wrote a mysterious and strange blood-colored rune on these jade talismans, and then ejected them in the Chimen Duanjia's Lu Ding and Lu Jia positions, and used a trace of the world's power to activate the jade talismans. In an instant, a Duanjia formation that could disturb heaven's secrets to a certain extent suddenly emerged with a bright green light and enveloped the entire room. As soon as this formation was formed, the rolling clouds and mist outside, Ito's body immediately became much calmer, but they were still rolling incessantly, obviously still resisting the mysterious force. Seeing this, Ito did not hesitate. He turned his hand again and took out a dozen jade pieces, using his blood as runes, and threw them out, setting up a new Duanjia formation in the room. Immediately, the rolling of the clouds and mist decreased by a lot. Ito's movements did not stop, and he continued to do the same thing. It was not until more than a minute later that Ito, who had set up a full 6 layers of formations, finally calmed down the clouds and mist outside his body. At this time, all that was left was to wait for the other party to stop. Fortunately, Ito did not have to wait too long. After a little more than 3 minutes, the clouds and mist that had calmed down disappeared again, revealing Ito's figure. Obviously, the other party had stopped calculating. Who is it? Ito frowned and pondered. The first person he thought of was Chang Mei, who had already ascended. He had enough power to cause all this, and he was also related to Amei Sisi, who he had broken many opportunities and fate. However, he immediately ruled him out. I didn't touch Amei's foundation, the purple and green twin swords. Also, it's not like I didn't obtain Fu Jie's treasures and secret manuals. It shouldn't alarm him. Then, Ito thought of the few people that he had fought a while ago through Alea. Could it be them? The reason why they didn't track me previously was to numb me and then take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Ito, who was somewhat uncertain, temporarily put this possibility aside and continued to speculate. Finally, there's only Amei left. If it's just Chi Shuming and a few others, it shouldn't be to the extent that I need to set up the 6 paths of escape formation to hide the sky. In other words, they have hired help. It's not impossible. After all, in the world of Shushan, Amei is destined to prosper. In order to cling to this golden thigh, the group of rogue cultivators, unorthodox sects, and heavenly immortals of Buddhism in the original work are all extremely shameless. It's really possible that they came together at Amei's invitation. The more he thought about it, the more Ito felt that this speculation was the most likely. However, this was only his speculation, and the real situation was another story. Therefore, Ito did not forget the first 2 possibilities and silently remembered them in his heart. I hope it's not the worst-case scenario. After all, I'm still preparing to use the evil sects and unorthodox sects here to train my troops. Ito sighed softly. Then, Ito closed his eyes again and silently deduced the cultivation method. Then, after about 14 or 16 hours, The cloud formed by the power of the world emerged from Sei Ito's body again, rolling slightly to protect him. At the same time, a large expanse of azure light appeared in the room, illuminating the entire room. Here it comes again. Is it not finished yet? Sei Ito frowned and muttered to himself with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then, with a thought, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito decided that before the cultivation method was completed, he was not going to enter the world of Shushan. As for Yuan Ben's plan to stay in Chiu Family Dam, anyway, there was still more than half a year, so 1 or 2 months wouldn't make a difference. However, as soon as he entered the Rubik's Cube world, the group of Buddhists, Taoists, and rogue cultivators of a Mei sect suffered. They all groaned, and their strength was scattered by the shielding power of the Rubik's Cube world, causing them to suffer some minor injuries. Fortunately, the injuries were very light. After silently running a few rounds of Xiangong, they completely recovered. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.